today as well. Fast and firm as always. Today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. You can join and play all the action, bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code BONUS200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. 2-year-old fillies in the opener in this maiden special weight. We had a scratch, so it's a compact field and a very short price favorite in for the ladies. Down to the inside upstart filly, who showed a lot of speed and ran very well, just being caught late on debut.
Yeah, look, these are some of my favorite types of horses to play. Horses that take money, show a lot of speed, have a pressured early running, and then get caught late. Because they ran a winning race. For the ladies, ran a winning race. She was unlucky in defeat. Now she's going to be a little bit more experienced, a little bit tighter, a little bit more fit. I think the 3 to 5 at this point feels like a bargain.
She did everything you'd want to see from a debut runner. It's Carol's Way, who is the 4 in here today. Finished 3rd on debut. It's Carol's Way would come back again, take a lot of money, and finish 4th in her subsequent start. But I think it's really about it for the ladies. A little bit keen on the front end. You can definitely see some of that inexperience showing, but showing speed, running very well, and just a heartbreaking defeat to get caught late, as it looked like she might have been home.
Yeah, when I watch this replay, I keep thinking this is the wrong replay because this horse
She
went
looks
second.
like she wins, yeah.
I will say this, though, about It's Carol's Way. I think this performance was a little bit dressed up because the pace kind of started to fall apart. But then when she came back and ran slow, that is a little bit concerning. If you want to be against the one here, which I don't want to, but if you're looking to poke a hole, I think the hole you could poke is the fact that It's Carol's Way came back and did not run very fast.
Very good point to bring up. We'll see what happens. As for the ladies, this is a short price, and we welcome in the 3rd member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliori with us. Richie, what are you seeing from the short price favorite here in the opener?
You know, Keisha, one of the things that I always look for after a first-time starter runs so hard the way For the Ladies did is how they react to that effort. Does it shake them up? Does it rattle their cage, so to speak? How are they going to act the second time? I am pleasantly surprised that she is calm, cool, collected, handling herself well here in the paddock, which is not always the case. To me, it showed that it wasn't a negative experience for her, though she was hard-ridden and, ran extremely hard to be beaten the nose. I like the way she's acting. She's conducting herself the right way. And full disclosure, this is a Joseph Migliori bloodstock purchase, so a horse that I do have a little bit of familiarity with, and her temperament could be an issue, but so far I'm not seeing it as an issue. The 5, Rage Bait, who comes in first-time starter, daughter of Yalpan. Yalpan's gotten off to a terrific start as a freshman sire. That gate work at Belmont really jumps off the page. It's 46-1, best of 41 works that day at the distance. But I will say you've always got to take those gate works at Belmont with just a little bit of grain of salt because it's not a true pole. To me, it's a little bit short of a half a mile. They kind of break at on the outside fence about the 4.5, and it's like a running start. You're always going to see faster gate works. Now, 46-1 is extremely fast, and the reports are that this is a filly that has a lot of speed. Also another one that temperament could be an issue. Not seeing that yet. You will see how she reacts to her first start if she handles it as well as the one For the Ladies did. It seems like the race is going to run between those two, and hopefully, as fast as they're talking about the 5 being, they don't cancel each other out.
I see what he did there with Rage Bait.
I saw it.
But talking about fast, Rage Bait has some very fast workouts coming in. Filly by Yopon, who was actually purchased at the digital sale in June for $60,000. It seems that Mike Maker has quietly been picking up about every fast Yopon there is. He's got quite a few of them.
Yeah, he must have found something that he likes quite a bit. And yeah, I see that fast work last time. But one of the things, and Richie always says it's not about how you're going. It's not about how fast you're going, about how you're going fast. The one thing about workouts that can be tricky, and we've gotten probably a little bit spoiled, especially at Saratoga, is having the luxury of being able to see videos of the work and have an idea of how it was done. That 46.31 could have been a horrible work. Mm-hmm. It could have been a runoff throwing the head around, crazy, out of control, bad thing. Or it could have been the sign that this horse might be running in the Kentucky Oaks next year. Like, you never know.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that makes it a little bit difficult. You're guessing.
I do miss that resource of First TV and being able to watch the workouts. It's such a great tool, especially throughout the summer at Saratoga with all those 2-year-olds debuting. Late in the season, but still 2-year-olds and an inexperienced one. She's All Clover. The 2 will kick off the post parade coming out first.
A Keen Ice Calumet homebred for Todd Pletcher and Kendrick Carmouche. Something tells me that Kendrick likes putting those silks on.
Yeah, got his first Grade 1 win in the Calumet Silks. We're all out of order here, so the 4 It's Carol's Way is next, making her 3rd start.
Yeah, ran 3rd to the favorite in here for the ladies. I thought that the pace was pretty quick in that race and that It's Carol's Way got the best of that trip.
First-time starter by Opon, Rage Bait for Mike Maker.
Yeah, drawn well. I love when the first-time starter draws outside. I think that breaking solely for a firster can be bad no matter where you draw. I feel like less bad things can happen when you're drawn outside.
There's for the ladies. She comes out last. She did not participate in the post-parade first time out, so good that she's acting a bit more professional today.
Well, she seems like she might be a little bit of a tricky one.
Yeah. I remember, I think I was on the set for her first race. I wasn't actually in the paddock, but I remember she didn't do the post parade. She came out last. She was very energetic. So the fact that Richie's commenting and saying she's very calm and professional looks like she really learned a lot from that debut.
Well, you'd like to think that Ricardo from the inside with a horse that almost won first time out in wire-to-wire fashion, there should be no thinking about what to do here. Let's pop away from there, hope she's improved, hope she's gotten comfortable, and hope she doesn't get any pressure. I would think that Ricardo will send her away from there.
She kind of tipped her hand at that at the 2-year-old sale in April, selling after working 9 and 4. Very, very quick. She has plenty of early speed. We are taking a pause in about 30 seconds to welcome in our Fox Sports 2 viewers. So heads up if you're planning on joining us over there. That's a look at first-time starter. She's All Clover for Todd Pletcher. It's a little bit of a pet peeve of mine. Todd Pletcher debuting with blinkers, usually a negative.
Yeah, I
mean, usually.
Yeah, well, you'd like to think that if you work backwards on the science of that, it's likely when Todd has a lot of more work to do with the horse, puts the blinkers on to try to help with the focus.
Welcoming in our Fox Sports 2 viewers after this. Watching America's Day at the Races, thanks to our viewers here on Fox Sports 2. If you've already been with us all along, we appreciate you staying with us either on the Fox Sports app or on YouTube. America's Day at the Races, live from Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. Acacia coming alongside Jonathan Kinchin, Richard Migliori with us as well, and JK. Viewers, just in time for the opener. We have 2-year-old fillies to kick off the day, and we have a Pick 6 carryover coming up a little bit later as well.
We do. Yeah, we have a Pick 6 carryover, but we also have an opportunity here in this first race to pick up some pieces, to double up that bankroll if you want, to try to get a shot at that Pick 6. Make sure you get involved. I think it was a $20,000 carryover, yeah. Right around $20,000, so a great opportunity there. But for me, I'm going to get started here. A little bit chillier than I wanted. I thought the one at first flash was 3 to 5, deserved to be closer to that price. The amount of money that the 5 is taking is at least a little bit of a concern. Big
late flash on the 5, Rage Bait, first-time starter who worked 46-1 from the gate in her last work before this race, taking a lot of attention now as we welcome in Richard Migliori. Richie, 2-year-old fillies to kick things off. What are you seeing with them on the track?
You know, I really got a good impression of all of them in the paddock. They're all handling themselves well. They continue to do so on the racetrack. No missteps or miscues, if you will. Let's start with the 1 for the ladies. Now, this is a 4-horse field. You've got a horse with a lot of natural speed. Now, for the ladies, does have a little bit of a habit of wanting to drift out, get out just a little bit. But if I'm riding a horse in a 4-horse field like this, from the rail in particular, it simplifies things. I'm going to the lead. I'm not going to concern myself as much with the other runners as I am with the 5 Rage Bait, who's taking all this money coming in off of that fast gate work. It basically, I'm going to ride the race like it's a match race. I'm not expecting a horse by Keen Ice to be able to pick me off going 3/4. Yeah, it's Carol's Way, who does have experience and ran well on debut. But I'm taking no prisoners, and I'm going to let her drift a little bit of race riding, but I'm going to treat it like it's a match race. And For the Ladies has already shown she has high speed.
She's quick. Richie, thank you. You've got 3-2 and 3-5, inside and outside, taking most of the money, one with experience and one a first-time starter.
Yeah, and you know, the money doesn't lie in these situations. A lot of times the word can get out from whether it be the trainers, exercise riders, but also private clockers in the morning that watch these horses practice, exercise in the morning, and have some ideas of who can run and who's fast. The money the 5 is taking is serious money into the teeth of what I thought was a good performance from the 1 last time out.
2-year-old fillies to kick off the day here at Aqueduct. Chris Griffin has the call.
And they're off a step slow. She's All Clover. 3-way battle for the front. For the Ladies takes it right to the front, and For the Ladies is now up by 3/4 of a length, closely followed by Rage Bait towards the outside in the pink blinkers. Moving over to the rail, it's Carol's Way. Jose Gomez, they back off the early heat, and the trailer, She's All Clover. They work up the backstretch here. For the Ladies is the leader. For the Ladies, with less than 4 furlongs to go through a 22.71 opening quarter mile, Rage Bait is on the move, is in close pursuit of For the Ladies. It's For the Ladies and Rage Bait 1-2, and they are 2 lengths in front of She's All Clover, who starts to warm to the task now to the outside of an all-in. It's Carol's Way. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. They haven't caught For the Ladies. For the Ladies has a quarter mile left to go, now reaches the top of the stretch, is still in hand. It's Carol's Way is now the closest pursuer as Rage Bait is losing some ground back to third. She's All Clover far back. A quick look right back behind him, and Ricardo Santana Jr. sees no dangers in sight. Takes another glance again, has a 16th left to go. For the Ladies wins the opener easily. Tight here for second. She's All Clover's in a photo with It's Carol's Way in 1 minute 10 and 4.
Experience prevailed for the Ladies. She was quick early, she was quick late, she was much the best in the opener.
Yeah, I mean, these horses, the strike rate of these types, where they take a bunch of money first time out, they pop away from there impressively. They pop away impressively, they make the lead, they get pressure, they get nailed late. When they come back in their next starts, they're just that much more fit, they're that much more experienced. The rider has that much more confidence in them, understanding who they were based on their last performance. And For the Ladies did all of the running in here, dispelled the run from the extremely bet first-time starter in Rage Bait. For the Ladies was very impressive, a talented 2-year-old for Star Ladies Racing, Adelphi, and our friend Tom Morley.
It was the 4 It's Carol's Way, who finished second, a distant second. Experience runs 1-2. It was 1-4-2-5. And you know, we talk about it often in Saratoga, but I think it still holds true even at this time of year as well. Often that experience is just worth so much for these young horses.
Yeah, it's funny because occasionally the fastest horse in the world making their debut will be just that,
right.
Run off the screen. I think it captivates all of us. It gets us excited. It's fun. It's part of the best parts of Saratoga. But so often than not, the next fastest horse in the world runs into a pretty fast horse with experience and gets beat. I agree with you. Experience is very underrated when it comes to these types of races.
For the Ladies gets the win with Ricardo Santana Jr. in the saddle to kick off the day on this Saturday. She went off the second choice at 6-5, wins at second asking. Bring you prices and more when we come back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. For the ladies, gets the win in her second start. Filly by Upstart with the victory. With Ricardo Santana in the saddle and inside post, Filly with plenty of speed. He kept things simple and went to the front with her. Richie Migliore got a chance to catch up with the winning connections.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And I'm here with Laurie Wolf and Matt Couture. This was a very impressive effort for a new venture. This is the first horse that Star Ladies Racing and Adelphi have teamed up with.
Yeah, this is our first horse, second race. We were joking a little less stressful this time than it was last time, losing by the nose. But no, couldn't be off to a better start, really.
Larry, you've always had good horses and had a lot of success. What's it like seeing a horse stroll home as easily as For the Ladies did?
Much better than the last race, and she's obviously very fast, but I'm happy for her. She's putting things together, and she is just relaxing out on the track and showing her true natural speed. So on for the next one.
I like the way she did it today, though, because sometimes a filly that can be a bit high-strung, the second race, they'll be a little rattled. She seemed like she actually improved in her second start from a mental standpoint.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously I have to give a ton of credit to Tom Morley and his team. I mean, she's not been an easy filly for them to train, and they've done a good job. And Ricardo Santana, who rode great today, has been getting on her in the mornings more so than I've typically seen Tom put a jock on horses in the morning, and I think that's probably just because of how she is mentally, and obviously whatever he's doing when he's on her in the mornings and now in the afternoons working too. So credit to those guys, and you know, really appreciative of it.
Well, it was a really impressive effort. I was joking, but tongue in cheek, I think I could have rode that one.
Yeah, we just need to get you suited up.
Just a little bit of overweight, though, guys. Very impressive effort by For the Ladies.
She was best here in the opener. Richie, thank you for the ladies. $4.70 winner over It's Carol's Way, and she's all clover. We turn the page to race 2. It is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm's 6-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner, Sovereignty. This one, going a mile, maiden special weight for the 2-year-old fillies. We saw the sprinters in the opener. This one going a mile, you've got a little bit more foundation and a little bit more of a wide open board too. 5-2 favorite with Baffle on the rail.
Yeah, 5-2 favorite right now. Romala is 4-1 currently, but she is the favorite in the doubles, the daily double ending in this race. So I'd like to think she'll end up going off favorite as well. So as you look at that board, imagine Romala closer to 8-5 is where she'll probably land, and a heck of a pedigree. Her mom didn't do much running. She doesn't have any siblings that have done that much running, but her granddam was Sightseek, a 7-time Grade 1 winner.
Nearly $2.5 million in earning for Sightseek. Exceptional horse, and you always can anticipate that there's going to be something good when you see a Juddmonte homebred. Coming up next week, though, we have the Cigar Mile to look forward to, and it's always such a fun week of racing, highlighted by the Cigar Mile. You've got the New York Stallion Series in there as well. Remsen and Dumbo Self for the 2-year-olds, Elite Power, which is fun to pay tribute to a horse that was so talented on the racetrack. As we take a look at a couple of potential Cigar Mile contenders, rated by merit, we saw him win the Discovery in his first start for Chad Brown and off of a layoff, showing could he really take his game to the big leagues, so to speak, and he did. This horse is fast, JK.
No, absolutely. He's, you know, when you have a horse that's never lost, that goes a long way. You think about it, if you watch this game enough, horses find millions of ways to get beat. This horse has dodged all of those in all of his lifetime races. He's tactical, he's fast. I've always found that horses that Chad finds in his barn that are naturally fast find themselves on the front end. Once they kind of get into that Chad Brown program, learn to kind of shut off a little bit, man, they can get extremely dangerous. Rated by merit could be one of those types.
And he is a little bit of a quirky type. You see how he kind of runs with his head turned. He did that in all of his starts down at Florida as well, with previous trainer Michael Yates. It's just kind of how he is. And I remember speaking to Manny Franco, rode him for the first time last time. He said, yeah, I'd watched his replays. I was ready for it. I knew that he does that. It's just how he runs, and he's a free running type of horse. It seems like you just kind of have to let him do his thing, see what he does. does as he takes on the Cigar Mile team.
Yeah, but he does have speed, which I think in those one-turn mile races definitely is something that can go a long way. So be curious to see how he continues to progress being in Chad's program a little bit longer.
Maybe a second start for Chad Brown. Bishop's Bay, though, for Brad Cox, a horse that at one point was the favorite in the Peter Pan, dueling with eventual Travers and Belmont Stakes winner Arcangelo in the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of his most impressive races, even though he didn't win. He's one of those horses that's always been knocking on the door. He's knocking on the door of the triple-digit buyer situation. He's knocking on the door of big race, but he's never really kicked the door all the way down. I think jumping into this race, the Cigar Mile, if he can have kind of a breakout performance, then he can kind of thrust himself into the conversation of the older horse division for 2026. For me, he's always just been like, quite frankly, like I said, knocking on the door. They haven't quite let him into the party yet.
Kind of on the cusp of being one of the top horses. We'll see if he can pick up a win in the Cigar Mile and propel himself into the conversation a little bit more. But I do like the 1 mile distance for him. I've always felt that that's kind of the best spot for this horse, and see how he handles it and see if he can pick up another one. And look, you know, we're talking about a horse that's kind of on the cuffs. That's a pretty strong record that he does boast.
Absolutely. But, you know, a lot of those races, he kind of went through his conditions, winning allowance races. He's running in restricted type stakes races with big purses, but not the graded types, the graded variety. So just kind of right there in the mix, but not just jumping over that edge.
We talked about the speed if rated by merit. There's another horse that's pointing to the Cigar Mile that has a lot of speed as well, and that's Phileas Fogg, who we saw really special moment give Gustavo Rodriguez a milestone win when he picks up that victory in the Suburban, being able to wire the field. Was disqualified from the Jockey Club Gold Cup, but he actually ran well that day, and he's had some big wins and at a variety of distances too, though he has been going longer recently.
Some of his best races have come when he gets loose on the front, and gets loose on the front going a little bit longer. The situation for the Cigar Mile, he's likely not going to get loose, and he's going to have to probably run faster than he typically has to run going a little bit longer. It doesn't bode well to me based on the way he runs his races and he runs his best races. He's going to have to deal with other fast horses that are kind of miler types, while he's probably more of that traditional 9 furlong, 10 furlong type.
Has been effective. Going longer distances, we'll cut back to the Cigar Mile. I feel like that's always one of the fun things about the Cigar Mile too, though, that you have some sprinters who are maybe stretching out a little bit more, some horses that have been going longer, like a Phileas Fogg, cutting back for this kind of last big dirt race of the year.
It's very similar to the Met Mile, except the Met Mile is kind of like the beginning of a potential championship campaign, while the Cigar Mile to me is like the prequel to that, right? For horses that didn't quite qualify for the Breeders' Cup or didn't find their spot in the Breeders' Cup. Now they show up here as a way to kind of reset, get ready for some of the big races in the spring, like the Pegasus, or maybe even a trip overseas to the Middle East, and then leading into races like the Met Mile and the Whitney. So it's always a kind of a nice resetter towards the end of the year.
Yeah, looking forward to it. That's coming up next weekend. Cigar Mile and all of the other stakes that we'll have a chance to see throughout that week. Horses in the paddock, though, getting ready for race 2. We'll talk about our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day after this.
$1,600,000 bid, $1,600,000 bid, now $650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. as they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
700. Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Jockey Manny Franco has been no stranger to the winner's circle in his career. Even with over 2,000 wins, including multiple Grade 1s, he continues to stay motivated to be the very best in the game.
I'm hungry. I want to win races. That's what I'm here for.
Family has always been a driving force for Franco. From his first trip to the track, to jockey school, and coming to the United States, Manny's bond with his father has been a key component to his success.
I was about like 14 years old. My dad took me to the track every Sunday in Puerto Rico. Saw those animals running, and I just fall in love with the sport.
Throughout his career, Franco has found support from fellow Puerto Rican riders Irad and Jose Ortiz, as well as Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Coming from Puerto Rico, coming from the same school, you have to be very proud, you know. And although we compete with one another, but you have to be proud to what they've done and to have the talent. There's no doubt that Manny has the talent to be a top rider in the whole country.
It is going to be a photo finish, and I think it was Discreet Lover.
Schering takes the lead. Late move from Dye. Back to third is Sweet Melania. Schering and Manny Franco have won.
And he's gonna do it, Manny Franco, in the Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic. But it is Tis the Law, and the New York bred is gonna win New York's Belmont Stakes, the first leg of the 2020 Triple Crown. Here he is, Saratoga's hometown hero, Tis the Law.
With all his accolades, Manny is still missing that one win all jockeys want the most.
Man, I want to win the Kentucky Derby so bad, man. That's the dream for any jockey, the Kentucky Derby.
I'm sure it's in his future. Manny Franco riding so well this year, as is always the case, as he'll be aboard that first-time starter for Chad Brown-Romola in this upcoming second race.
No, absolutely, and you know, my favorite part of that is just the tradition of the Puerto Rican riders in New York, right? And I certainly don't want to leave anyone off. I'm just going to talk from the ones that I know well, and you know, with Angel and Johnny and Irad and Jose and Manny and Eric Cancel and like the list goes on. But the amount of pride that you could tell those guys have, and I agree. I think somewhere along the way, they all, Manny, Irad, and Jose, have a Kentucky Derby with their name on it.
Kendrick Armusha will be aboard that one. Baffle, 5-2 current favorite. Blinkers going on, and you know, she had a bit of a layoff from her first to second start. She started in a very early 2-year-old race at the end of April at Churchill. Was run off her feet by Sassy CW, who was very quick, and then she had to go from 4.5 furlongs to a mile, which is a bit of a jump.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned the in the last race that you don't love a Todd Pletcher debuting with blinkers. I would imagine that somewhere in that arena of that thought is a lightly raced horse for Todd Pletcher switching to blinkers. You would think that he identifies the blinkers as a problem solver, indicating that there is some sort of a problem. I don't mean physical problem. I mean like problem in terms of the greenness and education and understanding what her job is.
See if the equipment changes make a difference today as we head down, get a paddock report for this Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day with Richie.
Yeah, guys, before I go into the horses here, just briefly about the Derby. Every single rider that ever put on the silks wants to win a Kentucky Derby, but there's been a lot of great riders over the years that didn't get one, and one race should not define a career. It's a body of work. I think it's important to distinguish the difference between brilliance and greatness. Greatness is sustained excellence over a long period of time, and Manny Franco has been consistently good for a long time. The one, Baffle, I like this filly a great deal. I like her getting the blinkers. I like the fact that she has that mile race under her belt. I'll completely put a line through the 4.5, which was just way too sharp for her. Looking at her, she looks from a physical perspective like the mile is certainly what she wants, length, scope, and I like the blinkers going on. Watching her replay, I got the impression that she's running in a little bit of stops and starts. I call it running with the emergency brake on. I think the blinkers on from the inside are going to give her a bit more continuity, travel more into the bridle, help her rider out. It's so hard for a rider when a horse is not running into the bridle to really kind of understand how much horse they have underneath them and what they're capable of. The 360, I really liked her debut in the mud, and then they went to the grass. Both her starts, they were meant for turf. But her first start, she broke very sharp and was taken back into kickback and actually ran on okay. And I hope they just don't inhibit her stride today. If she breaks clean, not that you have to send her, allow her to get into her rhythm, pick her frame. She looks fantastic. Anthony Dutra does such good work. He's a horseman that I have an infinite amount of respect for. Her coat is just absolutely resplendent. And then the 5, Romala, is actually the flip side of what I'm seeing with the 360. She's got some skin disease. Her coat's a little bit on the dull side. Very out of character. Most of Chad Brown's horses look good. Now, maybe it will not affect anything whatsoever, but it's been my experience when horses kind of got that dullish coat with a little bit of skin disease, they're just not quite where they need to be. Well, I guess we'll find out soon enough, but I'm definitely going in a different direction there.
Fair enough, Richie. Thank you. Romola, first-time starter. Sometimes when you see things that are not 100% on the outside can indicate that maybe things not 100% on the inside as well. It's why we often talk about the overall health and appearance, giving you some clues there. There's Chad Brown talking with his jockeys, Ricardo Santana and Manny Franco, both of whom will be aboard first-time starters. The other one, the 4 permutation, a filly by Maxfield.
Yeah, he's got a new Coolmore jacket. I wonder if that's
it looks like it.
Is that Sierra Leone?
Sierra Leone jacket.
Look at that. I guess the least they could do is get you a jacket, right? If you send them a stallion,
you
get a jacket.
They're very exciting when you get jackets like that. I got a Spendthrift jacket because Bottas was by Vacoma, and I was very excited.
Of course, it's the least they could do.
It's very cool.
Oh,
no,
just a domestic product. Okay.
All right.
Well, that's what I guess. If you send them a couple stallions, you get a couple jackets.
That's when you know you're doing well, when you get the jacket. First-time starters going out. What about Chad's other firster permutation debuting? You saw that good stat there for Chad Brown. Starting at a mile, not an easy thing to do for either of these fillies.
Yeah, but there's a couple of trainers that when they make that decision to start them going long, I don't really worry too much about if they're going to be ready to do it.
Patented Kendra Carmouche warm-up on the one Baffle she already went by.
Yeah, we'll just have to see if she can kind of right the ship. She's been a little disappointing so far.
360, blinkers off.
Yeah, the debut figure was pretty good, but then the switch to turf is a little confusing.
2 bits, 4th on the dirt last time in the stake.
Yeah, I thought the horse ran well enough on the dirt last time. I suppose if none of the first-time starters show up, 2 bits is right there in the mix.
Speaking of firsters, permutation went by, and there's Romola.
Yeah, Romola has that deep pedigree, one that you would think the mile should hit right between the eyes.
And Come On Get Happy, trying to turn things around from the outside.
Yeah, Come On Get Happy's got to get a little bit faster, I think. Hasn't taken any money on debut. It didn't take money on debut or in the second career start, and didn't do much running either with slow figures.
There's Baffle getting that big warm-up. We see Kendrick give so many of his horses as he's actually now trying to get her to slow down a little bit, warming up there. She was a big price stretching out last time out. Richie saying that she looks like a horse that appreciates distance. We'll see if the blinkers on help her to take a step forward today, which she'll need to. This looks like a pretty salty field.
It does. It looks like, you'd like to think that one of these 2 Chad Brown first-time starters is going to run well. If you want to question the readiness of either one of them, I'm not going to talk you off. We're all kind of guessing when it comes to some of these first-time starters. But you think that one of them will show up and run well enough, and then one of these horses with experience. We just talked about it in that last race. Experience goes a long way. I'm just not crazy about Baffle. For me, I think 360 is the interesting one. I don't, the horse was entered on the turf. It was off the turf, ran well, got a nice figure that day, and then obviously comes back to the turf. Anthony Dutrow initially thought the horse should have been on the turf and decided to make a switch. Now they're going to try to go long on the grass, and I'm just a huge fan for Twirling Candy. I think Twirling Candy is such a cool stallion. I loved him as a racehorse. I watched, it's a funny fact, I watched his Malibu in a restroom on my phone at Texas Roadhouse in Grand Island, Nebraska.
Wow.
How about that?
There's a lot more to that story, I think.
Well, it's the day after Thanksgiving. I mean, the day after Christmas, right? So you're at like some family dinner. Oh, I got to go to the restroom real fast. Really? I just had to go watch Twirling Candy.
Fair enough. I like that. 360 getting back to the main track, and 9-2 right now. Let's go back to Richie trackside.
I mean, that's a tough act to follow right there. I mean, I did watch a race from the top of one of the high peaks in the Catskills once and actually cashed the bet through my Naira bets on top of a mountain, but not in the bathroom at a Texas Roadhouse. So I gotta catch up there. Baffle looks good, looked good in the paddock. I wish she would have picked up the bridle just a touch more in the warm-up. I mean, she looks good. I just like when horses kind of grab the bit and kind of, indicate their readiness. But, she's taking the money. She's a favorite, although it was a pretty wide open board a little while ago, and it's just starting to kind of shake out now. I did land on the 360. I really liked her debut. She's, talking with Anthony Dutrow, her trainer. She's been training extremely well. She looks terrific. And I just think the experience does count, particularly going a mile. You have, a couple of first-time starters. Mile debut distance, even with a top trainer like Chad Brown, it's still a tough distance to debut at. So I want horses that have a little experience, and I still was impressed with 360's first race because she broke so sharp going 5.5 furlongs and then was eased back, took kickback. I thought even that day, if she was allowed maybe to use her stride more, she might have even won that day because she really reacted negatively to the kickback. And then when she got in the clear, she was only beating a length for everything. Their third start, stretching to the mile, looks great, 5-1. I'm all about 360.
Daughter of Twirling Candy. I'd actually written down she really doesn't look overly turf met, so don't mind her. Switching to the main track today. And just quickly, while we're on stories about funny places we've watched races, I got one to share too, if I may.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I watched Justify win the Triple Crown. Belmont Stakes going off in a full ball gown. Because the Miss Connecticut pageant was happening that weekend, and I was like, oh, I just saw a Triple Crown a couple years ago with American Pharoah. What's the odds that another one's going to happen? Yeah. And I wasn't working at Naira yet, so I said, I'll go to Miss Connecticut. And then they're loading in the gate, and he'd won, obviously, the first two. And I was like, I need to watch it. So I got out to the lobby. There was really bad service in most of the area, but I found this one little corner, and I managed to pick up a few stragglers that wanted to watch the race as well. Big ball gown, crouched in the corner with my phone to make sure to watch.
Something that's probably never happened at Miss Connecticut since.
No, definitely not. And it probably has not happened since. 5-2 now on permutation. That one's the favorite. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I tell you what, we talk about a lot of these races, these horses do a lot of working in the mornings. You look at permutation, this horse, he worked at least, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times at Saratoga. Romola, another one who worked at Saratoga a bunch, has been working over at Belmont. These horses have 10, 15 pieces of work in the morning, exercise in the morning, where, it's people can see how they're working. And the fact that the 4 is taking this much money into the teeth of some horses with experience, as well as the powerful pedigree of the 5, this is yelling at me that the 4 is likely very well meant for this spot.
Yeah, pay attention. Taking a lot of money, 5-2 now, 3-1 on the rail on Baffle. It's our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. The filly's going a mile, loading into the starting gate. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Romola. Romola goes in. Come on, get happy. All set. And Awkward beginning there for Romola towards the back end of the field. The speed is Come On Get Happy. Come On Get Happy right towards the front and 360 in the early mix 2. Here comes the gray. That's Permutation looking to split rivals here as they are now going to be lined up across the racetrack as they come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch. The leader, 360. 360 is in front, a neck advantage over Permutation. They look to be well off the rail so far. Come On Get Happy, center of the racetrack. Just towards the inside is 2 Bits. Progressing nicely is now a challenging third. Romola is out in the center of the racetrack, is close up now in 5th, and the trailer, Baffle. They work up the backstretch 23.62. Measured opening quarter 360. 360 is in front, is up by a half length. Here comes Permutation, who gets closer with every stride. Less than 4 furlongs to go. Permutation ready to challenge 360. 46.62 was at half-mile time. Romola is on the move, is now shoved along here from 3rd. At the rail, there comes 2 Bits, patiently ridden, looking for a spot here. Ground-saving journey. Come On Get Happy. Lost some ground, is trying to re-engage at the back end of that leading group, and Baffle is the trailer. 360, Luis Rivera Jr., they turn for home, and they are still in front by a length. Down towards the inside, 2 Bits is now unleashed, and 2 Bits is coming right after 360. 360 moves closer to her rival, but it's 360 and 2 Bits, and 2 Bits now puts a nose, now a neck in front. 2 Bits has a 16th left to go. 360 not done. Battles right back, but give it to 2 Bits. Jamie Rodriguez with the victory. 360 second, then came Baffle. And Come On Get Happy. In 1 minute 37 seconds flat.
2 Bits coming up the rail to get the win. We mentioned in the post parade, and I feel like she's one of those fillies that just kind of got lost in the shuffle a little bit, but she actually had the foundation of a decent race at the mile.
Yeah, she was in a stake.
Yeah.
They ran her in a stake as a maiden. That obviously says a lot about her quality. And remember, Amelia Green knows what a stake horse looks like, right? She worked for Todd Pletcher for quite some time, so it's not as if, although she's a newer trainer out on her own, she knows if she has a horse that she decides to place in a stakes race, they probably have a bit of talent, and 2 Bits is definitely one of them. Great ride by Jamie Rodriguez, too, to go up the inside. Not that it probably mattered. Probably could have went the overland route and still won, but there's nothing wrong with saving that ground and getting up on the inside. And a great job by 2 Bits. Sometimes when it gets tight like this, they can get a little discouraged. She didn't.
She was game, that's for sure. Clever name, being out of the mare's spare change. 2 Bits gets the victory. And a good ride by Jamie Rodriguez, as you mentioned, shifting his tack here to New York. He's steadily been putting forth good rides, being aggressive, and showing certainly belongs to be in this term as we get a look at Amelia Green, and they team up for the win here.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's, the 2 big runners, well, you want to say big runners, but the 2 Chad Brown runners, the 4 who's taking a lot of money, the 5 who took a lot of attention as well with that pedigree, just weren't really there. I mean, they were, I don't think they really had excuses. They were both kind of in the mix. I think sometimes that can happen when you debut a horse going a mile. It's because they don't really show that pizzazz to be able to go a little bit shorter. And sometimes they have to kind of work their way into racing. Maybe even longer is better for those 2.
Sometimes you see horses debuting longer if they don't show a ton of speed early on. Sometimes experience, as we talked about in the opener, can just really be so key. 2 Bits and 360. Nice efforts from both, but 2 Bits coming out the winner. 3-2-1-6 in our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. 2 Bits gets the victory. When we come back, we'll take a little bit of a look into the Eclipse Awards, some early discussions on some of the wide open categories after this.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and two bits gets it done in the Spendthrift Farm Race of the Day, and I'm pleased to be joined by Amelia Green, her conditioner. This is a very brave effort. She was in tight around the turn coming into the stretch, but she didn't hesitate at all. You had to be proud of and happy to see that kind of courage from her.
I was saying that to Jaime too. She didn't look like she exactly loved going up the rail. She switched the lead a little early coming out the bend, but she did whatever he asked, and when he needed her, she was there.
Now, I noticed you started her short on the turf that rained off the first time. She came actually out of the same race as the runner-up. What was the thought process there? And then, obviously, you thought enough of her to stretch her out in a stake at Delaware.
Early on, when she first came in, she was showing a lot of speed. She was one of the first 2 odds I got in, and she was showing a lot of speed, and she just moved like, I always thought she was a grass horse. She moved like a grass horse. But then her dirt work started getting really good, and her gallop out started getting better and better. So that was the idea behind stretching her out. I think that stake at Delaware too, if you watch it, it was better than the on paper suggests. She closed from really far back, and she was the only one making up ground. So I was pretty confident going in today that she'd love the distance at least.
Isn't that the key with horses that maybe your turf men, if they gallop out well on the dirt, then usually it'll translate to them running on the dirt?
Yeah, I think that's one of the many things I learned from Todd. You know, a turf horse doesn't really gallop out as good as a dirt horse, but when they hit that wire and then they start finding another gear, that's when you know they probably will like the dirt.
Sure. Now you actually are going to be split up this winter. You're going to have some horses in Kentucky, but your main division will be here in New York?
Yeah, I'll be here. I'm hoping to send 5 to 10 to Kentucky to run at turf or on the Tapeta. Obviously next year, hoping not to have that problem since we'll be on Tapeta here, but some turf horses need to go somewhere this winter.
Well, great. Congratulations. Well done. And guys, Amelia Green, she's making an impact and her stable's growing on a consistent basis.
Gets the win here with 2 bits. Richie, thank you. And Philly improving, as you heard from Amelia's insight, to found the right spot. It looked like she kind of bounced off the rail a little bit when switching leads into the turn, switching leads a little bit early. But she was game. Down on the inside, not an easy place to be.
Yeah, I think to a lot of people listening, this is obvious, but for some maybe that are newer to the game, look, the past performances, the paper, there's always a lot of information to gather there. But there's something about watching replays to be able to identify some of the things like Amelia just mentioned about how she felt like 2 bits actually ran better than it looked on paper, being the only one closing when a bunch of other horses weren't. If you aren't utilizing replays, you sign up to Naira Bets, you can be able to watch the replays of all these horses getting ready to race on a certain day. And to use that and supplement it with what you already know about handicapping on paper, it could take your game to the next level.
2 bits, 1086 in the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Take a look at the field for race 3. New York bred allowance going 1 mile and an eighth on the main track. Higher Force, the favorite right now to the outside. Won at this distance, wiring the field last time out.
Yeah, that's where I ended up landing, was Higher Force. I don't love the fact that this horse got a really soft trip last time. I do like the fact that Higher Force, I feel like, definitely won't have any issues with the distance.
Yeah. Ran well at 1 mile and an eighth, 3 back as well, finishing second that day. Just a horse that's in really good form right now, too, as he is the favorite. As we mentioned before the break, though, getting closer to the Eclipse Awards takes place in January. Kind of the Oscars of horse racing, if you will, those divisional honors. And you have for the humans and for the equine as well. As far as the jockey race is concerned, last year we saw Flavien Prat pick up his first Eclipse Award, and just the way he's been going this year, especially after the Breeders' Cup and here in New York, it's been astounding to watch.
Yeah, I mean, very similar to like the Heisman race in college football. What you do in week 1, 2, and 3, it certainly matters to the overriding theme of your year. But what you do as of late also is the best thought, last thought. The thing that people think about, and the way that Flavien has finished the year has been outstanding. The good thing about the jockey title, at least for the last few years, is I feel like there's been multiple ways to go, and neither of those ways would be offensive to me. Yeah. If Flavien wins, deserved. If Irad were to win, I wouldn't be offended by that. And I think that makes it a lot easier of a category to watch. You don't ever have to be disappointed with the riders that we have that usually end up in the top 3 there.
Yeah, we're so lucky as racing fans, especially those typically based here in New York. Of course, we get it a lot in Saratoga with some of the top riders in the country, if not the world, including Flavien Prat. As far as trainers are concerned, you have kind of the bigger names with the Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher that have won more Grade 1s. Brad Cox, who won the Dubai World Cup, so kind of the most in earnings this year. And then you have Bill Mott, who has just had a sensational year altogether. But I think kind of those races with extra weight, the ones that he won this year.
Yeah, I wish these awards were a little bit more like comprehensive. You bring in like the feel, you bring in the thought. It's not so black and white. Whoever earns the most money, whoever wins the most grade ones, whoever, has the most earnings, graded stakes. Yeah, sure. I think that's definitely a part of it. But I even think a couple years ago, like when Bill won, where he had like, the Breeders' Cup successes that he had, and that kind of comes into the equation. So I think sometimes these categories can occasionally get a little too black and white for me, when I think that there should be more subjectivity to them in terms of like the overriding theme of how someone's year went.
Yeah, it's tough. For those not familiar, there really isn't kind of a prompt of what you're voting for. It's basically just vote for your top 3 in each category, and whatever that means to you. So it can be a little bit tricky sometimes. And then as far as the equine categories are concerned, there's several that are very wide open. Champion 2-year-old filly, I think kind of the big ones are Sci-Fair and Super Corridora. Super Corridora won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Sci-Fair won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. And there is often prejudice, maybe not the right word, but a preference, I would say, to the dirt races over the turf races as well.
No, I mean, it sounds, I get what you mean. It sounds a little tricky, but I think it is the right word. Why can't a turf sprinter win champion 2-year-old filly? Yeah, of course, Super Corridora won that race, and she did it impressively, but, it's not as if, she'd rattled off 3 grade 1s like Immersive had done prior or to her being crowned 2-year-old champion. So one of those things as well. I think that you should look at it as a body of work, not just so black and white. And in that way, I think Sci-Fair deserves to be a part of the conversation.
She's been very good this year for George Weaver. As mentioned, Super Corridora was able to wire the field in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. And I think in some ways, too, there's also the conversation. And look, take nothing away from her. She was very good on the day. How deep was the division of 2-year-old filly dirt horses this year? It felt like the boys were a bit stronger.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it doesn't always end up that way, too. It could be the opposite. Yeah, it was a little bit lighter, but I think that's why, a lot of horse players and handicappers thought she was interesting at a long shot, or not a long shot, but not a non-favorite. I wouldn't be offended either way with those two. And I don't mind the idea that in a close race, the Breeders' Cup is the deciding factor. But in that situation, Sci-Fair also won a Breeders' Cup turf sprint race. So it's tricky.
Yeah, very tough. Several divisions as far as the horses are concerned that are very wide open. Eclipse Awards coming up January 22nd in Palm Beach, Florida. You can check out ntra.com/eclipse-awards. Coming up 2026, here soon. It's the 55th annual Eclipse Awards, where we will give those divisional honors. We'll get ready to kick off the card over at Tampa Bay Downs shortly. In Florida, we have race 1 on the main track. Live racing action from Tampa after this.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
You're back on America's Day at the Races as we get ready for race 3. Glad to have you with us. We're going 1 1/8 miles on the main track, New York bred. Allowance for fillies and mares to the outside, 8 to 5 on higher force. A filly that has been in very good form and does appreciate the 2-turn 1 1/8 distance.
Yeah, I think that she'll appreciate it. Like I said, the pace that she set last time was pretty slow, so she got it all her own way. But I do trust that she's going to appreciate the distance, and that goes a long way in spots like this.
She's the favorite now, drawn to the outside. We check in, get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, guys, it is a real solid group here. Very contentious race. The 3-horse Fast and Frisky, 1 of 2 for Jorge Abreu. He's very well represented here. I mean, she looks terrific. Really, I've always had a soft spot for this filly because she's just such a tenacious, hard-knocking, consistent sort. The thing is this year she's just lacked consistency. A lot of stops and starts, but she looks fit for Jorge Abreu. She's never tried the 1 1/8 distance. That is a question, but making a nice impression. 1 1/8 is not a question for the other Jorge Abreu runner, and that's the 4 Ira, if I'm saying that properly. I don't envy Chris Griffin having to call that. Asahira, okay, thank you very much. The 4-horse. She is 2 for 3 at the 1 1/8 distance, so you know there's a strong stamina influence there. She is missing her inside eye, so she runs with a cup covering that eye. Even though there's no eye there, it's just a closed socket. They do that because it is a sensitive area. Kickback will affect horses like that, so they do that to kind of protect that area. Looks great, loves the 1 1/8, really making a nice physical impression here in the paddock. The 5, Hello Beauty, who has never run on a fast dirt track. This will be her first time. She did run in the mud and won. I like what I'm seeing, and from a physical perspective, even though she obviously handled turf, I think getting to a fast main track might be okay for her. She's a well-bred filly, Gallagher stud. It's always nice to see the Gallagher stud horses compete here. And just a great farm up in Columbia County that have done such a good job. Marlene Brody has kept it going this long, and just always impressed when I see their runners, and in those silks in particular. And then the 7, Higher Force. Boy, she's got some size to her. She is a really tall, long filly, and obviously another one with that stamina influence, 2 starts at the distance with a win and a second. Is drawn towards the outside, is in a big field, but I always prefer horses drawn just a little bit more inside in 2-turn races. And to be clear, so I don't confuse anybody, in 1-turn races, like a 1-turn mile, I prefer outside posts. 2-turn races, whether it's turf or dirt, I prefer inside posts.
That run into the first turn comes up pretty quick, going the 2 turns. Richie, thank you. See if Higher Force can get into some position, but she does have speed, which is to her benefit. Let's go back to the October race for her, October 23rd, where she won last time out. Now, as you mentioned, Jonathan, she was able to set a pretty controlled pace this day, but her last 3 races, 2 at this distance, have been strong, and she just has been consistent overall.
Yeah, but like she set a nice, comfortable pace here. But the thing about it is that it's not her fault. She showed up to race, and she found herself comfortable on the front end. But she extended and opened up, well enough. And so I like where she's drawn here because I think she can sit off of someone else if they decide to go. I would predict, maybe the one of the horses to the inside. would show a little bit of speed, whether it's the 4 who's got a little bit of pace, maybe the 3 Fast and Frisky who's got a little bit of pace. If one of them wants to try to get tricky and go out on the front end, or the 7 might end up getting the same trip she got last time.
See if she can control things once again. As far as the number 4, Asaira, yeah, when this horse started, I was struggling with the name as well. Chris Griffin said it's a song in French, actually. So this one, second off the bench. She is missing that left eye, which took place in between that little layoff there before she came back in November. But she has a strong record at the distance and has shown that the 2 turns is no problem for her.
Yeah, she's got that one number, though, that kind of stands out from July 10th. And I just don't quite trust it. There hasn't been any horses out of that race that have come back and hit the board. So that makes you wonder how good that race actually was.
Can she run back to that? How valid is it? Jamie Rodriguez looking for his second win on the card. You've got 4 horses at 5-1 right now, 3-1 and a 9-5. Kind of a wide open board.
It is. It is a wide open board, but I think that's because outside of the favorite, who has a distinct pace advantage here and has probably the best, most recent race, they all kind of, the rest feel the same. Horses that have had races that are kind of in the mix, depends on how they're ridden, where they end up. All of the above. So for me here, the 7 is a standout in terms of the trip that she's going to get. Let's see if she can't get comfortable on the front end.
Let's meet the rest of the field. The 1 is out. There's the 2. Mama's Got a Gun off a little bit of a layoff for Linda Rice.
Yeah, and has been entered 4 times since then. She also has one big number in the past. She's going to have to find that one.
Last couple of races have been disappointing. See what she does stretching out. There's Fast and Frisky. She can be forward.
She can be, and from that inside draw, you'd like to think that Manny will be a little bit more aggressive.
Asaira stretching back out.
She's got that fast number, 2 races back. I just don't quite trust it.
Hello Beauty, turf to dirt. She did win an off the turf race 3 back.
Yeah, but it was a slow number that day. I think she's more of a turf type.
You'll see it a lot this time of year. Trainers entering horses that have been running on grass to see if they can handle the dirt and stick around for the winter. There's Royal Bobby, won at this distance last out.
Yeah, probably wants a little bit of pace to close into, but if Royal Bobby can stay connected, stay close enough, that one could be dangerous.
She has the tendency to get off slow. And there's Higher Force. She's quick early, though.
Yeah, I think she's going to pop away from there. If someone decides to go from the inside, she'll sit right off of him in stock. But if no one decides to go, I would think that Ruben Silvera will be pretty aggressive to put her on the front end and see if she can't duplicate her previous performance.
That's the field for race 3. Let's go back to the 6, Royal Bobby. She was getting out in the running of that race last time out. She has the tendency to break slowly, to just get off slow, inside, outside, turf, dirt, doesn't really seem to matter. Talking about the 6, she just seems like a really tricky horse to trust because she often leaves herself with a lot to do.
Yeah, a lot to do. Can sometimes work when there's a bunch of speed in the race, but we've decided it, or we've talked about it on a couple of occasions, there didn't seem to be a lot of speed in this one. So she's at a disadvantage right off the jump there, based on the fact that she's going to have to try to stay connected. She can finish well enough. I just worry she's going to have too much to do. She'll be too far back. If Jose Lezcano can have her within 2 lengths of the lead, I think that she's got a chance to win. But if she's further back than that, I think she'll be hard pressed to reel in the leaders.
Yeah, for her standards, she was not too far back last time out. We'll see what takes place today as we head back to Richie trackside.
Yeah, guys, we'll go back to the 4, Asaira. If I'm saying that properly now, I hope I'm a quick study. I just like her going the mile and an eighth. She'll be my top selection. Her record with the 3 starts, 2 wins and a third at the mile and an eighth really speaks to stamina. She had that break because of probably the eye situation, that losing the inside eye, but she came back going a mile. All of her 1-turn races leave something to be desired, but her 2-turn races are another story, and I like the way she looks. She's making a nice impression. She's where I'll land, with a lot of respect for the 7 Higher Force, who is absolutely the horse to beat, making a great impression on the racetrack, really looks good from a physical perspective, and has that natural speed. That's the race for me. 4-7, I'm going with the 5-1 shot, but I certainly am going to box them in my exacta.
They both make sense. 3-2 on the favorite, though, to the outside. The 4 currently 5-1. As you mentioned, JK seemed like the 7, kind of the one that stood out on paper. Richie, with some preference to the 4, Asaira, and her record at the distance. Who else was interesting to you beside the favorite?
Yeah, I mean, I think the 6, if the 6 can stay connected. But Jose Lezcano can occasionally beat an aggressive rider and put horses in positions where they need to be in a certain race based on the way the race is supposed to unfold. And I'm a little bit hopeful that he'll do that. If he can find a way to keep this one connected, well, I'm not hopeful because I'm picking the 7, but you know what I mean. I guess if you want the 6, you'll be hopeful that he can stay connected a little bit there. And if he can stay connected, I do think the 6 could be interesting as the 7. I'll let you explain that one. I would call it goofy.
Yes, she is being a little bit goofy. It seemed like one of the pony riders was there with the pony strap was actually trying to link back up with her, and she was not having it. She was like, nope, I don't want to go close to that other horse. I'm going to turn my butt around closer to him, and if he gets close enough to me, then I'm going to kick him. So Ruben Silvera did the right thing and jogged off the other way. So she has her ears up. She's like, I just want to stay over here and do my own thing. She's an independent woman.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. And he's got his legs out, full length of leg, no feet in the stirrups. Gonna put them back in now. But typically, when you have a horse that's a little bit on edge, the riders will do that. Keep their feet down, their weight fully down. It gives them a little bit more control because they're able to use their full leg, but also it's telling the horse, hey, it's not game time yet. You don't need to be too on the muscle at the moment.
Yeah.
So seems she's calmed down now as we get closer to the gate. See 6-5. Race 3, a mile and an eighth on the main track coming up. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Pay pick 5. Asaida moving forward. Asaida goes in. Hello, Beauty. Royal Bobby. Higher Force. Royal Bobby hesitated. Goes in. Higher Force.
6 alone.
Backs away. Higher Force. Ruben Silvera goes in. All set. And they're off. Royal Bobby was off slowly. Fast and Frisky, hard scent and no opposition right now as Fast and Frisky will get an easy lead, is up by a quick length, call it a length and a half. Higher Force from the outside is now going to be a stalking second. It's a shared second as Asaida is going to take back to third. Just behind them, then comes Hello Beauty. Royal Bobby is a touch wide, and the Triller, Mama's Got a Gun. Fast and Frisky tapped on the brakes, and here comes company immediately. Royal Bobby, having none of it, 4 wide, wants to join that early fray. Higher Force is going to hold that second spot, and Hello Beauty got the worst of it, is back to 4th. Asaida is now in 5th. It's a gap of 6. To the Triller, Mama's Got a Gun. 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Fast and Frisky. Manny Franco controlling the pace. Higher Force, the favorite, right to the outside. Cuts into the margin now through a 48-second flat half-mile time. Royal Bobby has also made up ground. While wide is to the outside of Asaida, who's now grabbed 4th once again. Back to 5th. Losing a touch of ground there was Hello Beauty. And the Triller, Mama's Got a Gun. Well into the far turn, and Fast and Frisky, Higher Force. These two start to get some separation. All alone in 3rd is Royal Bobby. Hello Beauty is trying to make up ground from 4th. Asaida is losing ground. From the back, Mama's Got a Gun has double digits to make up. 112 and 3 for 3/4, and these two hook up. Fast and Frisky with that easy lead has a nose advantage. Higher Force is trying to push on by. It's these two at the top of the stretch. Alone in 3rd still is Royal Bobby, slowly making up ground. Fast and Frisky won't relent as Higher Force is challenging with every stride. Higher Force has now put a nose in front. Fast and Frisky tries to come on back towards the inside. A 16th left to go. Higher Force is just finding a touch more. Higher Force is almost there. Higher Force will win it. Tight there for second. Fast and Frisky was trying to hold off the oncoming Royal Bobby, and Hello Beauty in 1 minute 51 and 4.
The 7, the favorite higher force, gets the job done, but not controlling the pace. The pace was set by Fast and Frisky, who put up quite a fight there in the stretch as well.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily the way that I designed that it was going to be, but the horse, you know, the 7 did take a nice, comfortable trip around there, sat off the favorite, the 3, I'm not the favorite, excuse me, the leader in the 3 who was aggressive going to the front end, and at the end of the day, the pace wasn't particularly quick. So the horses that were forward were going to have a big advantage. You'll see the 6 in behind trying to get there. The horse ran their race, just wasn't able to catch anyone because the top 2 just had a little bit left in the tank as they turned for home. And the 7, drawn outside in that comfortable position, was able to get it done.
Kind of an odd race for the 6, Royal Bobby, too. As we talked about beforehand, it seemed like Jose Lezcano really wanted to keep her engaged, and she kind of rushed up wide early on and then had to take back a bit. She just wasn't quick enough, then closed late up the rail. A little bit of an odd race for her.
Yeah, I think tried to keep her close. Recognized they're going too slow. If I stay way back here, I got no shot. I will always side with my riders acting aggressively rather than passively. I think going back and forth, one time you want a rider to be aggressive when they have to make a decision, the other time you want them to be passive when they have to make a decision, I think is a little bit annoying, and you got to pick one. So I always go with aggressive. So if someone does something aggressive and it doesn't work out, I'm never going to be like, oh, what are you doing, bonehead? Because that's the way I want the horses that I like ridden. Take the shot at being aggressive rather than passive.
7-3, 6-5, higher force gets the job done at Aqueduct at even money. Back over Tampa Bay Downs opener getting ready. They're in Florida as it's 1 mile and 40 yards. Maiden claiming for 10,000 fillies and mares. A couple of scratches in here. And it is right now the number 8, Spun to Perfection for Gerald Bennett. Always has a strong meet down at Tampa. That's currently the favorite, stretching back out.
Yeah, a lot of horses with a lot of chances at low levels. It's hard to try to find one that you could really trust, I suppose.
It's tough to sink your teeth into
I'm
any
gonna
of this form.
I'm going to say 7. Gophers Axe, just because I feel like 7 is just a little bit more forward than some of these other ones. While if you have a group of, I don't want to say slow because that's not very nice. If you have a group of velocity challenged horses, then I want the one who's going to be where the rest of them are trying to get. So I feel like the 7's going to be a little bit more forward than the rest of them, and I just hope that the 7's faster than they are.
Yeah, 7 has speed. Gophers Axe stretching out. Did go 1 mile and 70 yards, 2 starts back, and ran second that day. 3-1 on the board right now with Alonso Quinones as they go into the gate for the opener at Tampa Bay Downs. Jason Beam standing by with the call.
With us on track and wagering wherever you might be. As Awesome Sunshine and Cesar Gonzalez to the outside. A fast main track, a firm turf course. And beautiful Florida sunny skies. Ready to start a Saturday. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Spun to Perfection away just a half step slow. Gophers Axe got away beautifully and sprints right to the front. Now Spun to Perfection after the slow beginning. Rushing up a little bit with Dark Wind and those 3 across the course as they run into that first turn. Just in behind them toward the inside goes Winning Shot, who's in 4th. Stage Right's now up to that fifth spot, rather. Spun to Perfection is back after that. Then comes Awesome Sunshine, and the early trailer is Queen's Diplomat. As up on the front end, it's Long Shot Dark Wind to grab the lead. Dark Wind in front, 3/4 of a length. Gophers Axe coming back up now to challenge, though. And Gophers Axe, along with Stage Right, make it 3 in a line as they go out of the back stretch. 24.40 seconds for that opening quarter mile. Dark Wind between horses. Gophers Axe, Stage Right on the outside. It's another length to Awesome Sunshine. Spun to Perfection in the pink cap is 5th mid-pack. Down to that one's inside comes Queen's Diplomat, and Winning Shot trails, but the 7 of them only covered by 4 lengths as they go to the half-mile pole. It's Long Shot Dark Wind. 48.74 seconds, the opening half mile, and Dark Wind now lets it out a notch in front by 2. To Stage Right, Gophers Axe. Awesome Sunshine cruising out 3 deep, and Awesome Sunshine quickly up to 4th, or up to 2nd rather, and now coming after this leader here is Awesome Sunshine right up alongside of Dark Wind. Meanwhile, Spun to Perfection's trying to follow that move, is up to 3rd, about 3 lengths behind as Awesome Sunshine gets the jump. They come past the quarter pole. Awesome Sunshine in front by almost 2. Spun to Perfection comes from out of the pack to chase that one. Dark Wind is back 3rd. It's 4 more then. Back to Winning Shot, who's up to 4th. A final furlong left in their journey, and Awesome Sunshine still there. Spun to Perfection way out in the center of the track. Winning Shot continues to gain ground, is 3rd, but still about 5 lengths behind the top 2. By the 16th pole, Awesome Sunshine way out wide. Spun to Perfection. Awesome Sunshine. Spun to Perfection. Awesome Sunshine win it. Spun to Perfection was 2nd. 3rd, Winning Shot. 4th was Dark Wind.
Awesome Sunshine gets the win, stretching back out. She was making start number 12, and it looks like she just found the right field for her to break her maiden.
Yeah. I mean, that's what these races are all about. When you have a bunch of horses that have tried, 11, 10, 8, 10, 13 times at these lower level claiming races, it's just all about finding a group that works for them. And today was a group that worked for the 10. Awesome Sunshine.
Holding off the favorite, Spun to Perfection, who was also stretching back out in distance, 10-8. In the opener at Tampa Bay Downs, Awesome Sunshine found her friends, as we like to say. Breaks her maiden in start number 12 for Michelle Castillo. More live racing from Aqueduct when we come back. The winner is 7-2 over at Tampa Bay Downs. Prices and more after this on America's Day at the Races. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at America's Best Racing.net today. At Aqueduct, the favorite got the job done in race number 3, going the mile, and an 8th higher force gets the victory, makes it 2 in a row with Ruben Silvera in the saddle.
Yeah, didn't get the wire-to-wire performance that you got last time, but the 3 Fast and Frisky decided to go to the front. The 7 higher force was able to sit off of that one in a nice, comfortable stalking position, and then took the length of the stretch to kind of grind away and run by and end up opening up and winning by an open length or 2. So higher force, like you mentioned, on a back-to-back win streak, but I would even say he's won 4 winning races in a row. He just ran second in those races 3 and 4 back.
In great form right now, picks up another victory, this time coming from a little bit off the pace. $4 winner, 406 to be exact, over Fast and Frisky. It was very game down the stretch there after setting the pace in race 3 at Tampa Bay Downs. It was a slight upset, 7-2 on Awesome Sunshine, who stretched back out in distance, and she found the right kind of field to get the win and break her maiden and start number 12 today.
You gotta like when that works out, when the Silks match the cap down at Tampa Bay Downs. If you haven't noticed yet, the cap always matches the saddle cloth there.
Yes.
So I always find it to be very harmonious when the Silks match the cap.
I'm sure that they appreciated that one. Yeah.
What
it
always
throws
trips
you off sometimes, like if you're the 7 and you've got like these really chic, like I remember my husband had a horse that was like very sleek black and red Moiglar silks, and then it was like the bright orange cap of the 7. Kind of throws you off.
Oh yeah, it's the same happens. You see Klarovich stables with a purple cap, or you'll see like some real traditional silks. Like I think one time I remember seeing Stone Street with like a green cap.
Right.
It
throws you off a bit.
But you know what? It's honestly, I can always find my horse in a race.
That is true. $9.60 winner in the opener at Tampa. Back to Aqueduct, race 4 coming up next. We're going 6 furlongs in this starter allowance. Outside runner currently the favorite, Sassy Princess, who's cutting back in distance after a dominant score last time out. Now first off the claim for Ilkay Cantermasi. Coming back on just 8 days as well. We'll talk a little bit more about this 4th race in a moment, but first, we often talk on this show about the importance of looking after our equine athletes once their racing days are finished. There are many great aftercare organizations that do exactly that, find homes, find new careers for these racehorses, and New Vocations is one of them.
New Vocations is the oldest and largest racehorse adoption program in the country. We started the program in 1992, and we've placed over 7,000 thoroughbreds and standardbreds into loving homes. These horses were coming from 40 different racetracks across the country. We specifically work with owners and trainers who are looking for an aftercare option for their horses retiring. We take in horses from all over the country, as far as California, Florida, New York. Our largest facility is here in Lexington, Kentucky, but we also have facilities in Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and Louisiana. The racehorses in general are extremely athletic. When they come into our program, we've always been amazed at how much they love to work and they love to have a job. Thoroughbreds, normally when you turn them out, the first thing they want to do when they're turned out in the field is run. It's really amazing to see how so many of them want to run the Kentucky Derby at least 10 times before they stop and start eating grass. And so when they retire from racing, it's important that we keep them active.
Thoroughbreds are naturally athletes. They make tremendous competitors, even in other disciplines. We have horses go on to be successful in dressage, different Western disciplines, eventing, show jumping, you name it. Polo, we have horses who have gone on to do it. So really the sky's the limit for these guys after they're done with their careers on the track. That's really just the beginning for them. And it's a much easier transition for them than people imagine. They just take to it so readily.
So what we've seen over the last 10 years is a huge growth in the number of people, owners and trainers specifically, who truly do care about where their retired racehorses are going when they leave the track. And we have some great supporters, great owners and trainers that have supported our efforts for many, many years because they really do care about their horses.
Check out newvocations.org for more information, as of course we always appreciate all of the organizations working to find homes and new careers and a safe landing for our equine athletes when their racing days are done. It's always a lot of fun when you see some of your favorite racehorses, maybe a gelding or a horse that doesn't have a future in the breeding shed and going on to do fun things. We just saw the Thoroughbred Makeover show recently in Kentucky, where you see them thriving in their new careers.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, these horses give us so much. It only makes sense that we are sure to give them a next career or a next life away from the racetrack that they can enjoy. They give us so much joy.
Well said, they certainly do. There's Sassy Princess. She's currently the favorite in this 4th race coming up. We'll talk more about the field, get a paddock report from Richie after this.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray! He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff.
Going on to take the Distaff.
Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us. Check out nybreds.com for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. You've got the New York Stallion Series races coming up next weekend as well. Also Cigar Mile, but $500,000 in stake there if you have a New York sired horse. Great opportunity.
I was looking at that window and that shot. I was wondering if I ran over to the glass and started waving, if you'd be able to see me. Yes, of course.
We can try that next time.
We know that New York breds start with an advantage, Acacia.
You've been paying attention.
Everybody knows that.
Race number 4 coming up. There is a look at Cadena for Linda Rice. 5-2 right now. A couple horses in that range. Get a paddock report coming up next from Richie.
Yeah, guys, you know, we've got another contentious heat here for sure. And I've heard that my whole life. New York breds start with an advantage. The neighborhood I came from 8 miles from here, I don't know how much of an advantage it was. Maybe it was motivational. The 3-horse Cadena making a really nice physical impression. Linda Rice does clip her horses. You know, every trainer has different preferences, and then they'll, you know, keep them warm in their stalls, blankets, heat lamps, what have you. But boy, she could not be better turned out. I'll forgive the race in the mud. Her 2 fast track sprints previous to that in Saratoga were very, very good. Making a nice impression, as is the other Linda Rice runner, Elegant, the 4. Another one making that nice impression, showed high speed, going 5.5 and off the turfer at Saratoga. I do think you want to be forward today, and I don't think it's from a track bias per se, where sometimes you get a track that I liken it to that moving sidewalk at the airport, where you get on that path and it just kind of carries you along. I think today more of it is the kickback. Horses don't seem to be running through kickback as well today. So I don't think it's a matter of you can't have a horse closing. I just think that they want to be free, uninhibited or unhindered with that kickback. It seems like it's coming back really hard. I'm watching the riders come back, how many goggles they're going through. I'm looking at how the horses are it's getting crusted on their faces and their chests. I just think the kickback is really hard for some horses to handle today. So I'm going to always prefer horses that are forward in these situations. The other horse that I like is the 7, Sassy Princess. Ilke Cantermachi does good work. She did get down to the 17.5 level where she was an impressive winner and outclassing a field last time. But I'm hoping that she can keep herself forward. Although she's drawn outside, she won't have to deal with that kickback on the cutback from the mile here to this sprint distance of 6 furlongs. Boy, she looks good. Every time I look at her, she's kind of attracting me more. The 7, Sassy Princess, guys. Very contentious heat, though. I'm curious to hear where Jonathan is looking, because sometimes, you know, we look at horses from a physical perspective, but the perfect blend is when you like a horse from what you see from their proven form to what you see in the flesh.
You always hope that will happen when you go into the paddock. Richie, thank you. Sassy Princess coming back just 8 days after that dominant score last time out when she found the right kind of field, stepping into this starter allowance field. And off of a quick turnaround. What are your thoughts on her?
Yeah, I mean, she makes sense in here. I mean, I went with, I had her picked in second, I think, on the handicapping show, Talking Horses we do in the morning before the races. I ended up picking the 6, Hey Cookie. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but I don't have a problem with the 6 or the 7.
Let's meet the rest of the field, kicking off with the 1, Hugh, blinkers on as she tries the dirt once again.
Yeah, she just feels like a turf horse. They're trying the dirt to see if maybe, just maybe, she'll handle it.
Won an off-the-turf race in her second start. There's Looks First, big price.
Yeah, just too slow for me versus this group.
Now the favorite, Cadena for Linda Rice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not usually, you know, loving horses off of Chad Brown, but Linda got the horse to run okay, but I worry about the direction this one's going.
Here's the other Linda Rice runner, Elegant.
Yeah, another one that just feels like a turf horse. I mean, yes, there's a couple of okay dirt races in there, but a lot of turf maybe just handled the dirt okay that day.
Hey Cookie.
Yeah, this horse has won for 3 different trainers, or run extremely well, excuse me, for 3 different trainers. I like a horse that doesn't have to bring their trainer along with them.
And Sassy Princess cutting back off the claim.
Yeah, certainly respect what she did last time. She ran extremely well. I'm just going to try to beat her here. I think there's an opportunity to try to beat her at 5-2. If she creeps up a little bit in price, I'd have no real separator between her and the 6.
She has some questions to answer, as we saw her run well sprinting 2-back when switching to the main track, and then last time out she ran really well stretching out in distance. So she comes back again, a quick turnaround. It's off of an impressive effort. This is her race 2-back where she finished second her last start sprinting. But I guess the question is, JK, is does she run back to those last couple of starts? Can she keep the form as she had that dominant score last time?
Well, I mean, it's possible. You know, I think the Cantermosses do a great job, but I think sometimes just a trainer change in general off of a huge performance can go either way, right? I mean, maybe just whatever it was, Amelia Green just figured it out, and now the Cantermosses have to figure it out. Or it could go the other way around, or maybe Amelia figured it out, got her right, and now the Cantermosses can just pick up right where she left off. It's hard to say, but I would say that I would err on the side of the change at a short price, making me at least a little bit nervous that she'll be able to duplicate that performance.
She's 2-1 right now, as there's a look at the number 3, Cadena. Comes out of a live race. Gratefully, it's been in very good form, would come back to win again. This was in an off-the-turf race, but she did run very well in her last fast track race 2-back.
Yeah, she ran really well that day. And you have to respect the performance. The problem I have is there's been a couple horses that run back. One won a race, but the others had not. I just don't trust that number. It came out of nowhere. There have been a couple of dirt performances prior to that weren't as fast, and I just wonder how good that race actually was. I wouldn't be shocked if she won either. You know, in multi-race wagers, I feel like I'd want to try to cover a little bit here, you know, using horses like the 3, the 6, the 1, the 7. This race to me is extremely wide open. That's why I ended up landing on the 6, who's almost the longest shot of the 4 I mentioned, who I just think is at least interesting. When a horse can run well for 3 different trainers, I think it says a lot about the individual.
coming off of a third-place finish last time out, going 7 furlongs. Hey Cookie. Let's go back to Richie trackside.
Yeah, I thought a little bit about maybe picking Hey Cookie, but since we didn't get any of the cookies that Acacia baked for Thanksgiving, I went in a different direction. I have to say, I look for certain things in the warm-up, in the post-parade. And the 4, Elegant, gosh, she checked every box, the way she jumped off. I love when horses greedily gobble up rein. A rider gives them a half an inch, and they take all of it. They just want to do more. From a physical perspective, Elegant checked every single box. What a beautiful, aggressive warm-up she got. But I like others better on paper, so she doesn't, check both boxes for me, where the 7, your favorite, does. And she also had that kind of warm-up. Lithe, cat-like on her feet, really aggressive, looked great. And I like the outside draw for her on the cutback, because if she does get out-footed, that mile race, maybe she won't have as much speed, although that was a fast pace for a mile race last time. Against easier, no doubt. But I think this gives her an opportunity to get into her rhythm, her stride. And if she can keep herself in contention, out in the clear like that, I think that's going to be her best go. Obviously, the public likes her as well, so I'm not giving you any great shakes of information, but boy, she could not look any better for Ilke Cantomasi.
She's the favorite now at 2-1. JK going with Hey Cookie. I know Richie feels cheated. I promise I will bake cookies soon and bring them in for everybody. He's not going to let me live it down.
I'm about to have to go steal a cookie from this buffet over here.
I know, my stomach's growling. I'm going there, too. As Hey Cookie, speaking of cookies, this is a filly. I remember when Chad Summers had her, she had been purchased, and she came up to Saratoga, and she'd been working with the Saffie Joseph horse, an older colt by the name of Alexander Helios, who was a graded stakes winner, and she'd kind of been tipping her hand with how she'd been training coming in. And I think it's fair to say she didn't like the wet track, but she came back kind of validating her performance previously with a nice effort last time out against a decent field as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, she's got a couple of winning races. She's won for a couple of different trainers. I thought her race last time for Gustavo was actually really good, and she's definitely one that fits in here for me. She runs well on the outside. She's on the outside last time. And I think that she's going to appreciate the little mini cutback, too, as well, from the 7 to the 6 furlong. I think she's, especially where she's drawn, she's going to be able to finish that race well.
Going in for race 4, 9-5 on the 7, Sassy Princess. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Here is Hey Cookie and Sassy Princess. Sassy Princess. Last to move in. All set. And they're off. Elegant has early speed, and from the rail, here comes Hugh. They're the top duo, and Hey Cookie joins them 3 wide. Up on the far outside is going to be Sassy Princess, now just a length and a half off the leaders. Second to last is Cadena, and the trailer looks first. They work up the backstretch here, and we're chasing Elegant. Elegant is in front, is up by a full length. Right to the outside, Hey Cookie is trying to move in closer from second through a 22-4 opening quarter mile. Saving all the ground is Hugh, and Sassy Princess is on the move out wider. Just in behind them is Cadena. Jose Lescano trying to cut into the margin of the leaders, and the trailer looks first. Elegant has led throughout. It's Elegant who is now confronted by Hey Cookie to the outside. Hugh needs some running room, and Jamie Rodriguez going to save ground one more time. Is towards the inside here, waiting for the seam. Sassy Princess center of the racetrack, and Elegant is still there. Elegant, Hugh does have a small opening here at the rail, is trying to push on through. A furlong left to go, and Hugh has put ahead in front. Back to second is Elegant. Sassy Princess trying to pick things up from third, but Hugh got the first jump, and Hugh, that's your winner. Hugh wins it over Sassy Princess. Then came Elegant and Hey Cookie in 1 minute 10.60 seconds.
Hugh in her first dirt scheduled race gets the victory at the blinkers on. Jamie Rodriguez once again coming up the rail, picks up the second win of the day.
Yeah, Jamie Rodriguez doing his best Calvin Burrell impersonation already a couple times on the card, finding that seam down on the inside, and while it looks as if she ends up opening up and kind of winning easily. I do think the ride made a huge difference here. I wonder if she would have had to go outside, if she would have had to go around, if that would have used enough energy that would have allowed one of those other two horses to be able to beat her. That was a brilliant ride. He sat in very comfortably in behind the leaders, stayed inside of the 6 and the 7, and then just waited patiently down here on the inside to come through on the rail. And another brave run from the filly, too, and Hugh being able to run up in there.
She's a tiny filly, too.
Yeah, making lots of really good decisions.
Let's go down to Richie.
Guys, I agree with you wholeheartedly with Jamie Rodriguez. He's a rider that he's closing in on 200 wins a year. He's now trying to establish himself here. And what he did here was so cagey, really, really smart. Again, I'm convinced that the kickback is very difficult today. Watch how he keeps this filly close enough to the heels of the filly in front, hugging the rail, so some of that kickback's missing you. But the most of it, if it's hitting the horse, it's hitting them in the chest, not in the face. And you've got to be really, really strategic about it and very strong-willed, show a lot of courage to ride up on the heels as close as he does without actually clipping heels, but it minimizes the kickback in the face. This was an absolutely outstanding ride.
Well done, Jamie Rodriguez, picking up the second win on the card, and it's only been 4 races. Hugh gets the victory at 7-2, 1-7, 4-6 in race 4. Back at Tampa Bay Downs, race 2 coming up next. Non-winners of 3 in life for $8,000, going 1 mile and 40 yards. Fillies and mares in the spotlight here. You've got 2 horses at 9-5. The 4, Lizzie Bay for Kevin Rice, who ran well, switching to the dirt last time out. And the 6, Classic Ballad for Jose D'Angelo, coming in from Gulfstream.
Yeah, I mean, Classic Ballad obviously had my attention. You have the back-to-back, only on race cards, what I meant, back-to-back winner of the Breeders' Cup, Jose D'Angelo, by winning the turf sprint and the dirt sprint, literally.
Not a bad day.
Back-to-back races. His table was right near ours, so he was him and his group were fired up.
Understandably so.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Look, I like this horse in here. I mean, I think just from a figure standpoint, this one stands out compared to the rest of them at this lower level. I'll go with the 6, Classic Ballad.
9-5 right now as they go in for race 2, Tampa Bay Downs. Jason Beam standing by with the call.
It's going to be the final ones to join. We're just about set for a start here. Today's early pick 4 on this Saturday. Here's Lizzie Baby, Israel Rodriguez to gate 4. The Rice Racing Silks. And Humor Sense, the final one to join. Jose Ferrer for Gerardo Ochoa in the GOP Racing Stable, white and orange dots. They're in the gate. And the race is on, and Lizzie Baby hopped right at the start, came away last. Kirban de Oro goes right out to the early advantage. Up from the outside, Humor Sense is away quickly, and Every Loving Wish coming up between those two as those 3 now across the track as they go into that first turn. Joys of Summer in the red colors just in behind them in 4th. Out wide, Special Affairs circles around Classic Ballad. They're 5th and 6th. It's a length and a half more back to Rocio, and after that bad beginning, the early trailer is Lizzie Baby with 6 furlongs left to go. This 3-prong battle up front continues as they go to the back stretch. Every Living Wish between horses out wide. Humor Sense, Kirban de Oro now a length back in 3rd inside of them. It's about 6 or 7 more. Back to Special Affair, who's racing in 4th. Length and a half after that. Finds Classic Ballad, who now moves up to the outside. Joys of Summer is back a spot. Then comes Rocio, and Lizzie Baby is continuing to trail. 23.80 seconds for the opening quarter mile. They have just 3.5 furlongs to go. The opening half was 47.47 seconds. Humor Sense up on the outside of the big long shot. Every Loving Wish. Those two head and head as they go past the 3/8 pole. They're 3 clear. Now on the move. Here comes Classic Ballad. Special Affair trying to move up. Rocio's also launching a bid. These pace setters are coming back to the field now. Here comes Classic Ballad up to grab the lead. Following that move is Rocio on the outside, and those two are now 1-2 as they come to the top of the stretch. Samuel Marin and Classic Ballad, they float wide off the turn, but they have a 2.5 length advantage over Rocio. Special Affair is third on the outside, trying to make up some ground. Lizzie Baby after that bad beginning, but inside the final 1/8 of a mile, it's Classic Ballad well clear. Classic Ballad by the 16th pole, a 7-length margin over Rocio, and Special Affair, Classic Ballad at 2-1, your second choice winner. Won it by about 9 in the end. Rocio was second, third Special Affair, fourth was Lizzie Baby.
Classic Ballad was best in this race. She also got some pace to run at with 3 long shots up on the front end, but she ran away from her competition.
Yeah, look, Classic Ballad was awesome in here. Deserves a lot of credit. I heard Jason Beam say the 4 Lizzie Baby ran 4th. After completely getting left like that.
Very slow start for her.
Yeah, there she was.
Did.
Good for her. Yeah, I mean, Classic Ballad just looked like the best on paper. Proved it out on the racetrack.
She certainly did. Sammy Marin picking up a win as he's been having yet another tremendous start over down at Tampa Bay Downs for the meet there. Classic Ballad with the victory for Jose Tiangelo. It's time for me to say goodbye, at least for now. I'll be back reporting later. And Greg Wolf coming up to join you.
It's a poor trade, if I'm being honest. But
don't worry, you're in good hands. Greg Wolf coming up to take you the rest of the way as we'll preview. It's not only the Cigar Mile next week, it's also the Mute Mile from Caymanas Park coming up in Jamaica. We'll have live coverage again. We'll be seeing some big names down there, including Javier Castellano riding next week.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. It's Saturday?
it is. It doesn't feel
wow.
like it.
America's Day at the Race is brought to you by Naira Bets. That's where you can play it all. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement. Good to be with you on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in South Ozone Park. Good to see you. And we got some big races coming up later this afternoon. Of course, next weekend, huge. You will be here for Cigar Mile weekend?
Yes. I had to think about it. I will be here. Yeah,
Very excited about that. Of course, yeah, we're going to have some people out of town. Andy Serling, Maggie Wolfendale going to be in Jamaica. Andy's become an island favorite in
Checks
Jamaica.
out.
Yeah.
Check out. I got to be honest, though. If you walk around Aqueduct, Andy's a fan with the Jamaican patrons here as well.
Absolutely. This is what lies ahead. Do they do a fishing trip when they're out there?
Something I would love to see.
Moot Mile Caymanas Park next Saturday on our FS2 coverage. Of course, Cigar Mile weekend here in New York. Remsen, Demoiselle, two very important late year-end 2-year-old races as we get set to turn the page for next year on the road to the Oaks and Derby as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's this time of year. There's a couple of big race days. 2 or 3 big race days after the Breeders' Cup, that Cigar Mile Day being one of them. So looking forward to wrapping up the year and turning the page, getting into December, and then next thing you know, we're back talking about 3-year-old preps and Derby races.
It's just going faster and faster, isn't it?
It flies.
We got a horse running later today. I'm sure we'll be talking about, I would think, tomorrow. Either way, what happens with Further Ado, Brad Cox.
Yeah, down at Churchill Downs. You could say down, right? I guess it's down and to the right. Well, if you're facing that way.
A little bit.
You're looking at the map to the left.
Got it.
You know what I mean?
Back here in New York, we're 15 minutes away from a Pick 6 carryover. Hugh wins race 4. Jamie Rodriguez, Horacio de Paz, blinkers go on, and now 3 for 7 lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, a horse that they're probably wondering, hey, it's with grass racing being over, what do we do with a horse like Hugh, who's done the most of their running on the grass? With a performance like this, feels like a horse that could stick around and hang out with us here in the winter at Aqueduct. So a great performance, a great ride by Jamie Rodriguez as well, down on the inside. This horse was really good, and it was a really good ride as well.
$9.20 for the win. The favorite, Sassy Princess, has to settle for second. And again, we'll get into the first leg of the Pick 6 carryover coming up in just a moment to Tampa. And your winner of race 3, Classic Ballad. Sammy Marin, Jose D'Angelo. Did you have this one?
I did.
Well done.
Thank you.
$6.60 for the victory. Classic Empire, 4-year-old filly with a win. 6-7-5. 50-cent try, just shy of $70. All right, let's get back to New York. Here we go. Kick off this modest Pick 6 carryover. $20,630 in the pool with a 7-furlong sprint. $20,000 claiming event, 3-year-olds and up. And what's your take on Stewie here with a big drop for Jamie Big?
Yeah, I like Stewie on the drop. I think this race is paceless, right? Well, not paceless. I think there's only 2 horses that could be involved in the pace. Looms Boldly, who is named after my dear friend Peter Thomas Fornatel, whose Twitter handle is Looms Boldly. Yeah. I just don't think he can run as well as he could in the past. I think he's going to be a little bit vulnerable making the front. I think Stewie is going to be able to take advantage of that outside draw.
5-1 on the rail with that speed, but yeah, outside 2-1 favoritism on Stewie. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back.
Elite power to the front at the 16th pole, very clear, and going to take the rear to sprint, but Elite Power does it again.
75.5 in the back, 550,000. Thank you.
We're down a minute to get down, anybody else ground, and to get all through, well done. $1,050,000, $1,050,000 and a half. $1 million, Blake, thank you.
Judgment.
Elite power to the front at the 16th pole, very clear, and going to take the rear to sprint, but Elite Power does it again.
75.5 in the back, 550,000. Thank you.
We're down a minute to get down, anybody else ground, and to get all through, well done. $1,050,000, $1,050,000 and a half. $1 million, Blake, thank you.
Judgment.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Alapa means everything to me and my family. We moved out here about 5 years ago. Since then, every waking day and hour has been spent building this place into what it is now. It's really a spiritual, amazing place where we try to raise the best horses in the world. My brothers, me, my mom, my dad have such a passion for this place, and we're continuing to try to better it every day. Selling's a huge part of our business. This September, we have a really big, great consignment of horses, backing off of a very successful Saratoga season. It is hugely important and fulfilling for us to be able to help people achieve their dreams of selling a high-dollar horse or buying a high-dollar thoroughbred.
It's just so peaceful out here. It's a great environment for these horses. They really stay calm and relaxed out here. I grew up as a kid, you know, watching Curlin, and he was like a superhero to me. So definitely a special opportunity to be able to work with a horse like him. Curlin obviously is taking on the torch for Smart Strike and Mr. Prospector. So it's great to have, you know, a son like Good Magic here who we think is his best son. You know, the quality of mares that Good Magic has bred in such a short career already is just second to none. One of the most exciting things for us right now is this really good core group of young horses that we have that have came in here over the last few years. You know, you go back and look at Charlatan, who has 2-year-olds this year. You know, they've sold extremely well. Arabian Night, who we just got last year, just finished his first season with us. Just a super classy, impressive son of Uncle Mo. We're really combining the history of this place along with building up for a new future.
Just stunning grounds. Proud to have them as a sponsor, Hillendale at Alapa. As we get set for the pick six on this Saturday card, approaching the 8-minute mark to post, and there is the favorite. The price since we've been gone has gotten even shorter on Stewie, down to 8-5. Manny Franco will ride.
Yeah, I just love Stewie's last race, even though the finishing position wasn't great. The pace figures were good. The final figure actually worked out okay. And the last 4 races for this horse have all been kind of where you need to be able to win a race like this. I love the outside draw. I think it gives you a lot of options. And I like the race setup. The one Looms Boldly, who's always been a very fast horse, doesn't seem like the same horse. Should pop away from there, make the front, and Stewie should be able to sit comfortably outside of Looms Boldly. And when Looms Boldly's had enough, Stewie will inherit the lead and then should be able to win this race. I like Stewie quite a bit in here.
Let's get Mig's thoughts as we go downstairs.
Yeah, I think there is a lot to like about Stewie, but you know, sometimes the best information that I can give from the paddock visually is when a horse doesn't look good, and especially a horse that's taking money. And the two, unfortunately, screaming uncle. If he wins, I lose. He just doesn't look good. His coat's dry. He looks like his hind end's fallen away a bit. He just doesn't look good, and he's taking money at 4-1. This is a horse that it would be an auto toss for me from looking at him physically. The 3 Shipsational is the flip side of that. He could not look any better. I think the 7-8 suits him the best. I like him adding the blinkers here for Gus Rodriguez, who was unlucky in the last race with his entry there. Hey, Cookie. I like Shipsational a great deal from that physical perspective, and I think he is a contender on paper, so he's checking both boxes for me. Stewie looks good, making a nice impression. Big, solid individual. Looks like a kind of horse that run through a brick wall for you. I think he's just very well placed for Jamie Begg, his conditioner, outside, going 7/8 and dropping in for 25. There is a lot to like about Stewie, but for me, the race runs through Shipsational and Stewie. I mean, the inside runner has got speed, and he's a nice horse, Looms Bowl. He's got back class, but I think 7/8 does not help his cause. He's kind of a go type. He's going to give it all for you, but I think 7/8 might just be stretching him out to his outer limits. I think this race might give us a fair indication. It's starting to feel like the inside is the place you want to be. Maybe, you know, obviously the shortest way around there, but also seems like horses are kind of catching that little bit of a conveyor belt there. We'll keep an eye on it here. If Looms Boldly is able to get 7/8, we're definitely going to start saying the racetrack is playing that way.
Mig, thank you. An additional 48,000 plus bet into this pick six carryover. As you look at the 8-5 favorite, Mig a major pass on the 2, Screaming Uncle from an appearance standpoint.
Useful information at 9-2 with a pick six starting here. And I'll say this, like, you know, look, you know, we're used to Saratoga. You have those $150,000 carryovers, and then, you know, it ends up being millions of dollars and all that good stuff. These $20,000 carryovers, in my opinion, are very, very sneaky. They're not on the front page of every newspaper and every publication in racing, and not everyone's. I have found these days to be great opportunities, very subtle and sneaky opportunities with these modest carryovers of 20,000 like that.
Did you feel in this sequence there were a couple of races where you could heavily narrow down?
I mean, I think Stewie is a horse that you could lean on quite a bit in here. I wouldn't talk anyone off if they told me they were going to single the 6, noted in the next. I think there's some other horses in there, the 3, the 4, that you could use. But if someone wanted to try to get skinny there, I think the spreadiest race is the 7th race. I think you want to try to use as many bodies in there as possible. The 8th, another one I think you want to probably spread a little bit. And then the 9th, I think you could try to get skinny with a horse like Nuanced if you really wanted to. I think there's some other opportunities.
Chad Brown runner, Klarovich,
yeah. I think that horse is interesting. And then in the last, I thought 8-13 were the most likely of the 2, but you could probably spread around a little bit there as well.
All right, good luck if you're putting these tickets together. Looms Boldly, we talked about speed on the rail.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to be the same horse that he was once upon a time with 10 strike back in the day.
Screaming Uncle, 5-1.
Yeah, you heard Mig, a negative endorsement from a physical standpoint.
We've all been at one time or another fans of that 3 Shipsational, but just does not appear to be the same horse.
I don't know if I'd ever say a fan. I've bet the horse before and then been very disappointed afterwards.
Thrill of it, John Terranova trains.
Yeah, I mean, I think this horse is interesting to try to pick up some pieces here if the pace falls apart.
Ed Pringle Barn, Life and Light, 3 for 37 lifetime. It's been a long time since the last win.
Yeah, probably better on the grass anyways.
9-1 Paddock Pastor, Kendra Carmouche.
Another one who's probably better on the grass, but does fit from a class standpoint. Could pick up the pieces if they can handle the dirt even just a little bit.
They're taking a similar drop to this one here, who's the 3-2 favorite.
Except that this one seems to definitely prefer the dirt. That is the best surface for this one. Drawn well, tactical, all the things you like to see in dirt racing. I think Stewie could be tough to beat here.
4 minutes away from the start of the pick six. Get 10 times loyalty points just by playing with Naira Bets. Every dollar you bet on all races at Del Mar today. 10 times points. Opt in now. You got to opt in to take advantage at NairaBets.com. Can you redeem those for Jonathan Kinchin autograph picture? Not sure about that. We should work that in.
Yeah, an autograph picture of me at Del Mar. How about that?
6-5 favorite Stewie, Manny Franco, Jamie Begg Barn outside slot, and yet this one looks to hold quite a few cards with the company alone this one's been facing.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of edges. I think, you know, when you're looking at things that you like to see with horses that you might want to play, you know, we all have certain feelings. Oh, I think this horse has a pace edge. I think this horse has a class edge. I think the race scenario fits well. I like the draw. I like the rider. I like the last race. I like the form. This horse is all of those things for me. It's checking every single box that you can check. The only thing I would say is, does the one become a thorn in the side rather than a target? That would be the one negative that I could come up with.
Yeah, how loose is Looms Boldly going to get on the front end? Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, I'm going to start with the 6 Paddock Pasture you guys were talking about. It's a time of the year. We have no more turf. People are trying to figure out what they're going to do, what the plan will be for these horses for the winter. Do we go to climbs where they have turf racing? Do we give the horse time off? Or will this horse be competitive on dirt? And, then we can stay right here in New York and race through the winter. The Paddock Pasture could not look any better, but this is a perfect example. A horse has got to have the ability. It's not a beauty contest. It's about who's fastest. And he's just proven that his dirt form doesn't stand up. He's getting class relief. They're giving him a try. Looks outstanding in the flesh. Can't endorse him because I just think he's on the wrong surface, but I understand why they're giving that a chance. The 7 Stewie, he makes all the sense in the world. He's well drawn. He's dropping down. He looks great physically for Conditioner Jamie Begg. One thing that bugs me a little bit, and this is just something from my riding days, 4 wins, 7 seconds. I don't like when horses start accumulating more seconds than wins. That being said, I am going to give Shipsational one more try. He has 3 wins, 6 seconds. So I refer to them as polite horses. They get there and then they go, no, after you. I don't want horses that are polite. I want horses that want to bite your head off. I want the horse that's going to savage you trying to win. Firenze Fire, right? I want that competitive fire. But Shipsational looks good. I think 7/8 is the perfect distance for him. I'm with Jonathan. It's kind of a, today's the day for me. But I guess I'll go down with the Titanic with Shipsational.
It's funny.
Very aggressive report from the paddock. A lot of doom and gloom. Wow, man.
I have said at least 3 times I'm going to give Shipsational one more chance. I just can't do it again. And it's funny
He's just
because
not the same horse.
No, and man, he just looked like he was gonna be a good one, right? I mean, he was competitive in those 3-year-old Kentucky Derby prep races, and then he just like, oh my gosh, and I remember the first time he cut back, and I was like, ooh, that's what he wanted to do the whole time. Nothing. Oh, he changed trainers to a high percent. Oh no, just always comes up short. And this little monologue of mine probably put him in the winner's circle, but
I don't know. Bottom line, look, he gets claimed by Brad Cox. He drops him in for 25, and he's favored, and he doesn't win. I'm skeptical of that 71 Byron he runs next time out where he beat 2 horses. 71 Byron here, very good chance of being right there. I don't think it was that good of a performance, even though I know it was tougher company.
Yeah.
He didn't do a whole lot of running.
I don't trust him. Now, I will say this, though, that he is in the second start with a new trainer. So whatever it was that Eddie Barker and Brad Cox weren't able to figure out and Gustavo wasn't able to figure out the first time he had him, there's always that chance. It's still new enough of a claim that there could be something switched.
And it's crazy.
I just don't see it.
It's not that long ago. He was facing horse we're going to see the Cigar Mile beginning of the year, and he ran very competitively against Crazy Mason. I mean, he has faced some good Sheriff Bianco he's competitive against, but just does not seem to be that horse anymore. But against this group, he may not need to be.
No,
I'll still pass.
No, I would too. I would too. Andy Sterling just came running up here. I thought he was being chased by someone, but I think he was just trying to get something.
Running from all his fans. Pick 6 carryover. It starts here. 7 furlongs, $20,000 climbing race. 3-5 favoritism. Wow. Outside on the 7 Stewie. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Stewie. Last to load. And in. All set. Pick 6. And they're off. Life and Light broke like a shot. Life and Light right to the front, and here comes Looms boldly at the rail. Now the speed of Looms boldly, free running and doing it nicely. Christopher Elliott, a handful here as Looms boldly is up by a length and a half, almost 2. Screaming Uncle is now a shared 2nd and 3rd with Life and Light, who broke on top, is now back to the 3rd spot. Center of the racetrack comes Stewie. It's 4 lengths in front of Thrill of It, and far, far back Shipsational with the trailer, the Paddock Pasture. Well strung out here, 23 seconds flat for that posted opening quarter mile. Looms Boldly is traveling well and moves into the far turn. It's Looms Boldly who's up by 3. Screaming Uncle is trying to cut into the margin now, is doing just that, and Life and Light is trying to keep up from 3rd. Stewie is on the move towards the outside. Here comes Thrill-A-Bit, who's getting closer with every stride. The 2 at the back still, Shipsational and the Paddock Pastor. Looms Boldly is coming back to the field with a quarter mile left to go. Christopher Elliott now asks a question, hugs the rail. Looms Boldly trying to put this one away. Screaming Uncle is still giving game chase from the back. Stewie is trying to run on Thrill-A-Bit. Far out of it, Shipsational, but Looms Boldly has a furlong left to get and is still 4 lengths in front. The main danger is Shipsational on the grandstand side, but Looms Boldly was very strong this afternoon, wins this one with a front-running score. Shipsational up for 2nd, Screaming Uncle and Thrill-A-Bit's in a photo with Stewie in 1 minute 23.58 seconds.
Speed, dangerous, and dominates here. Looms Boldly wins for the 6th time in his career. Orlando Notabarn, Christopher Elliott.
He's always been a very speedy type throughout his entire career. A homebred for Marshall Graham and Clay Sanders of 10 Strike Racing. It's also a half to Critical Value and a horse that was a stake-winning New York bred. I just thought was going the wrong direction. I've been a fan of this horse for a long time. I've rooted for this horse for a long time. I've watched the horse, like I said, named after my dear friend Peter Thomas Fornatel. I've watched the horse a bunch. I just thought this horse was done wrong direction. I was absolutely wrong. He popped away from there. Speed is a weapon. The 7 didn't threaten at all. Shipsational did actually run a little bit better than expected and just wasn't able to catch the leader, but Looms Boldly ran extremely well.
1-3-2-4 finish. And Looms Boldly gate to wire win. Christopher Elliott, and automatically kind of start, if you had it, to this pick 6 carryover. You love to see it 8-1 as we get you over to Tampa for race 3 of this 6-furlong, $8,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price. Non-winners of 3 lifetime, the condition. 3-2, Mr. Sweets.
Yeah, I mean, I want to try to find a way to beat Mr. Sweets, but the problem is Mr. Sweets is pretty quick and has some good final numbers and some pace figures. I would think to give the 2 a shot, but comparing the 5-2 to the 3-2, when one of the horses has done all the running on synthetic, I got to take the 8. So while the 2 was almost interesting, prices are too close for me.
Jason Beam with the call. Here's race 3 from Tampa.
Federal Exchange, Alex Gonzalez to the outside. Goes in there in the gate. And the race is on. King Faliero, a little bit of a stumble there coming out. David Songs broke sharply from the inside draw. Melody Win is right there, and King Faliero rebounding now after that slow beginning all the way up to poke ahead in front. So it's King Faliero, David Songs, those two head and head as they go up the back stretch. They've quickly put 2.5 on Gallant Knight, who comes through down toward the inside. Out wide, Mr. Sweets, Melody Win right there in that second flight, as is Devilish Desire, who's now back in 6th. Length and a half more to Diamond Mesa 7th in those light green colors. It's 3 more after that to Federal Exchange, and another 10 back to long shot Papa Cats. 22.53 seconds, the opening quarter mile. King Faliero up on the outside of David Songs, and those two continue to do battle. King Faliero now a length in front of David Songs in 2nd. Gallant Knight 3rd. Mr. Sweets pushed along from 4th as King Faliero sneaks away as they come to the quarter pole. King Faliero and Jose Ferrer to the top of the stretch in front by 2 to Gallant Knight, who takes up the chase now in 2nd. David Songs is back 3rd with Mr. Sweets. Diamond Mesa trying to wind it up. Melody Win down toward the inside. An 1/8 of a mile left to go. King Faliero just in front of Gallant Knight, who's trying to stretch those legs on the outside and come after this longtime leader. Here's Gallant Knight up on the outside of King Faliero. Gallant Knight and Cipriano Gil to the front. Gallant Knight a length in front. King Faliero was 2nd. Diamond Mesa up for 3rd. 4th was close. It's either Mr. Sweets or Melody Win.
Only former dirt start from Gallant Knight was the debut. Did not show a whole lot of ability. A little early speed and then completely checked out. It's been all basically synthetic since then. This move works out getting back on the surface.
I got to tell you, I feel like you and I have sat here through about 5 or 6 horses since we've started covering Tampa that have been basically running exclusively on synthetic and then gone out here and won on the dirt. it's been like nothing I've seen before.
Gallant Night, yeah, big victory in race 3 at Tampa. Prices, when we come back, we'll get into the late pick 5 in New York as well. Back with you on our Fox Sports coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, underway in the pick 6 on a chilly day here in New York. Looms boldly Christopher Elliott. Goes gate to wire for the win to start off this pick 6 carryover at 8-1.
Yeah, I mean, look, this horse has always shown a lot of speed. I don't think anyone was shocked that he found himself on the front end. I just think right about here, people started to get a little shocked he was still there. The 7 Stewie didn't really do any running. I'm very anxious to see the 2 Screaming Uncle. If this horse ever shows up in the paddock and Richie, Acacia, or Maggie say the horse looks good,
yeah,
I'm sprinting to the windows. For that horse to run that well, looking poor, like Richie mentioned, I definitely would keep an eye on that one moving forward outside of that performance. But Shipsational, another one who kind of showed up and decided, yeah, I mean, maybe he wants to continue to try to win races, but Looms boldly stole the show today.
All right, again, we'll get into the late pick 5 in a moment. Back in Tampa, back to dirt for the first time since the debut 10 starts ago. And Gallant Night picks up the 3rd win of his career for Jose D'Angelo, $7.40.
Feels like a theme. Feels like a theme, these horses that have run well on the synthetic and then, show up at Tampa and run well on the dirt.
All right, back to New York. Final segment here for JK, but you can give us your thoughts on this first leg before you leave us. 40 claiming event, 1 turn mile, and a big scratch with the morning line favorite, the 5 coming out.
Yeah, huge scratch. I thought Noted could end up working out a really good trip in here. I thought Knox was interesting at a price, not so much at 5 to 1. Felt a little bit of a nicer feel at a bigger price, but definitely one that could pick up some pieces. But I think Noted could be tough in here. Hopefully you're alive in the pick 6, excuse me. And if you're not, you got the pick 5.
Yeah, beauty of it. Start all over. So late pick 5 coming up, and we return to Andy Serling sitting on the desk. JK off to Texas?
Yeah, just for like 12 hours. I'll be back tomorrow.
Safe travels.
Thanks, appreciate it.
All right, late pick 5. When we come back, Andy joins me on set. We'll look ahead, of course, to next weekend. Cigar Mile Saturday afternoon. Take us off camera. I don't like looking at me that long. We'll look at some favorites when we come back.
$1,600,000, thank you. RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the late pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995. Quite a history at this racetrack with so many memories that the clock is ticking on.
Boy, I have a lot of memories here. Coming out here with my grandmother back in the 70s, taking the old Aqueduct Special with those big tokens, pouring down the. I'm sure some people at home that are old timers like me remember this, just pouring down the walkway, which is not even there anymore, with thousands of people coming in for the early double. So many great memories at Aqueduct over the years. Been coming here for over 50 years.
And of course, yeah, with a brand new opening, fall 2026, New Belmont Park, there will be no more. Here at Aqueduct, we're going to give a proper send-off. We have some time to do it. Cigar Mile, we all look forward to coming up next weekend. There have been some great runnings of this race in the past, and we asked you, Mig, some others to come up with some of your favorites. And you came up with this one.
I chose this one because I think it's a really, really good story. Not only was Quiet American, who absolutely just smashed the field in here for Darley back then when poor Darley went to Godolphin full-time, and trainer Gary Jones, because his son will remember, he would have been one of the favorites in the Breeders' Cup Classic, run about a week before at Belmont Park, and a lot of people believe that he would have won that day. And this race certainly did a lot to add fuel to that fire. He was excluded on points because of the Breeders' Cup and their decisions of allowing and favoring Europeans. They allowed defensive play to run for Juddmonte. He had never been on the dirt before, and they excluded Quiet American. And it was a bit of a story back then, and he kind of put an exclamation point on that when he came over for the Cigar Mile just a week later and just absolutely destroyed the field. And I think it was a 2/5 off of Easy Goer's track record. It may have been like the second fastest mile ever run at Aqueduct. He was quite the horse, and he was only able to win that race because he wasn't allowed in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Had beat Bayacoa, San Diego Handicap, was second in the Woodward, and of course produced Kentucky Derby and Preakness winner in Real Quiet.
And he finished ahead of Criminal Type, who I believe made his last career start in the Woodward.
Let's go down to Mig, and Mig, one of your favorites in the Cigar Mile.
Well, it's a favorite and also a heartache. I finished second in the 97 edition to Devious Course on a horse called Lucayan Prince for Bill Mott. My horse wouldn't run through the kickback. He was really resented, so I had to angle him out a little earlier than I wanted. I'm going to take the lead inside the 8th pole here on the outside with the white cap. I'm going at him left-handed with my crop. And I'm going to get run down by Devious Course narrowly. Devious Course was a good horse for Jimmy Bond, and this was a heartbreaking loss. So in one respect, it was one of my favorites because the horse ran so well. He was a big price. I think he went off at like 37-1, but tough one to lose. And that was a race I was second in, I think, 5 times. I never could win the Cigar Mile, one of the few stakes races I never won at Aqueduct. And I'll ask you flat out, Andy, I'll give you license here. Do you think I hit the front too soon?
I don't like to be too hard. I mean, you weren't a very good rider, Richie, so I don't like to be too hard on you. I mean, for you, considering your limited abilities, I think it was a reasonably good ride. For a good rider, it was a bad ride, but I don't really want to pick on you, so let's not go there.
Thanks. I really appreciate that. I feel
I'm on your
so
side. I
much
just want you to know
better.
I got your back.
Shocked to know that the king of Aqueduct, there was actually a stakes race he didn't win here.
Well, the Cigar Mile fields were very, very salty over the years. A lot of good horses won it, and it's a race they came up with. Of course, the ones that we're showing aren't the Cigar Mile. They're the Naira Mile.
Yeah.
Because it was originally a Naira Mile. We changed the Cigar Mile. He won it in 1994. And actually, one of the things I think some people might remember, the first running the Cigar Mile in 1988, Woody Stevens used as a prep for the Mighty 49er, his last race before the Breeders' Cup, where he didn't run particularly well, and it was run during the jockey strike. And William Fox, brother of Tammy Fox, Dale Roman's partner, rode 49er in the Cigar Mile. Maybe Richie would have won it if he had walked over the picket line, but Richie would never do that.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We're looking forward to this year's edition. Cigar Mile looks like a loaded field next weekend. We have the late pick 5. When we return, there is noted big drop in class. Gustavo Rodriguez trains. Stay with us. Back with you on our Saturday coverage, America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 2 as we get set for our favorite, the late pick 5 pool approaching $130,000 and counting in this one-turn mile, $40,000 claiming race. Here's the one we saw going to break, Noted, who is the 8-5 favorite. Big drop down in class, Gustavo Rodriguez barn. Eric Cancel will ride. And will the easier company do the trick here?
Well, I think these questions become twofold because I believe that we're dealing with a fairly strong bias of the inside, and I think it was clear in the last race where horses form and completely fallen apart. Was able to wire at 7 furlongs like that, and the closers are just sort of disappearing out there. So if he clears the lead without the 5, he'll probably win this race. But I think Christopher Elliott's supposed to be aggressive with Ridgewood Runner, who used to have a lot of speed. Even Vinsanity could go inside. So I believe if he doesn't clear the lead, he's not going to win. If he clears the lead, I believe he'll probably win. But I think when you deal with these biases, they play a huge role in how the results play out.
Here's Tabawatch, 5-time winner on the rail.
It was a time that he had speed. I don't know if that's the case anymore. You never know, though.
Vinsanity, what a fun time that was in the NBA. Turf to dirt.
Yes, good old Insanity. He's really more of a turf horse and not really good enough.
Half man, half amazing. Ridgewood Runner went by a 2-1. Here's the 4 Knox.
Right, I like Ridgewood Runner in this race. For the path to victory for Knox, which in my opinion is very slim, I know Jonathan likes, is a huge meltdown because the whole field other than him goes to the lead.
There's Noted, 3-2 went by.
Yeah, if he clears, he can probably win.
And Ciccio Bello has been somewhat forward in the past, going a mile distance.
Hard not to see him, though, on an outside chase in this race, which in my opinion is really just going to lead you nowhere.
So you would think, especially after things worked out for him in the last race, being aggressive, although he was on the confirmed speed in that race. Christopher Elliott will try and take the same path today.
Well, Christopher Elliott's an aggressive rider, and one of the things that I really like about him is he's not afraid. It's like Richie says, I'd rather make an aggressive mistake than a passive mistake. Christopher is not afraid to make aggressive mistakes.
Play not to lose.
Right, and a lot of riders are. I think a lot of riders are afraid if they do it. Ricardo Santana is not. Flavien Prat is not. But a lot of riders feel like they don't want to be overly aggressive. And I get it. They come back and the trainer says to them, why'd you go so fast? Why are you doing that? So it's not, I'm not trying to blame a lot of riders. They get mixed signals. They don't get the best instructions. A lot of people don't pay attention to the racetrack. But I don't know how you're watching today's races and not feel like the best path to victory is down on the inside.
As a rider, Mig, sometimes do you just got to tune out the noise and go with the plan you think is best when you see things playing out like they are today?
Absolutely. It's the difference between riding well and riding poorly. If you're going out riding a race that the trainer is riding on your shoulder or the owner, the connections, you're not going to ride well. Trainers have to trust riders to ride the race. Give instructions, tell what you'd like, but allow the guy the freedom, the rider the freedom to do what they think they have to do in the moment. Being a rider is a lot of instinct involved. You've got to follow your instincts. Just the way a trainer doesn't want an owner, training over his shoulder, a jockey doesn't want a trainer riding over his shoulder, and you've just got to eliminate that. Now, that being said, let's talk horses quickly. Vinsanity, yeah, I agree. Definitely a turf horse. I just had to mention him because, gosh, Antonio Arriaga does such good work, and the horse looks so good. Man, he's so well turned out. I'm going to pick the 3 Ridgewood Runner. Looks good. Orlando Noto, Chris Elliott looking to go back-to-back here. I do think this horse winds up on the lead, and the reason I say that is I was talking with Gus Rodriguez with Noted and asked what his instructions were for Eric Cancel, and he said, I told him I want him to lay second or third and make one run. And I think on today's track, the way, just what Andy said, you want to be on that inside path. Horses are able to come from off the pace, but horses have been slipping up the inside, particularly with Jamie Rodriguez. So I think what happens here is that Ridgewood Runner makes the front and gets that coveted inside position, particularly knowing that Noted, the instructions were to get a stalking spot. So I do think that there's a chance that Ridgewood Runner takes some gate to wire.
All right, 2-1, now 5-2. Ridgewood Runner off the claim, beaten favorite last start, but does appear the one who wants the front end more than anyone in here.
Yeah, these things do come down to rider intention, and that's why it's very hard to determine how races are going to be run. It's one thing to look at the pace projector. In New York, it doesn't apply that well because riders seem to get different, trainers too, get different ideas in their mind. If you are the trainer of Noted, and you didn't tell your rider, ride aggressively the front end here, in my opinion, you're not paying attention and you're not giving the proper instructions. If I was a trainer here and I was have Noted in the race, I would tell the rider, I know you're even money, but you better go to the lead, because I don't believe Noted's winning this race stalking on the outside or chasing outside. We'll see what plays out. I also prefer Ridgewood Runner, who I agree he's a little bit suspect. He did not run well as he should have last time out, but he's got back races that make him very tough, and I think if he gets back to those, he'll be tough to beat. But, I'm always very reticent to have strong opinions when you have a bias. It's one thing if you think, like, this 8-to-1 shot, let's say that you like the one in the last race. You're like, that was going to be clear speed in the inside. I'll just bet a few dollars blindly because the horse is a big price. That I can respect. But taking a 5-to-2 shot that you kind of liked anyway and saying, hey, it might be the speed. Who knows how? You're trying to get into the heads of people making decisions you cannot in any way control. It's a tricky situation, and to me, biases are very tough to make money betting on. They are much better for making money betting based on, in subsequent starts, horses that look better than they are because they rode a bias, horses look worse than they are because they were against the bias.
There's moments to capitalize, but once everyone figures it out, then everyone starts adjusting their game.
And suddenly 4 people are going for the lead, and the race falls apart, right? So, it's a very, very tricky situation, and I'm not in any way criticizing riders. I'm saying it's tough to know exactly what to do. It's a difficult situation.
Was as low just a moment ago, this 6-horse here Noted, as even money. Floated up now to 6-5 in this spot. Granted, has faced a lot better company 2 starts ago. He was in against Mr. Papa Giorgio, who would have been the favorite in here, the 5.
He probably would have won. I mean, assuming he was okay. I mean, obviously, who was a scratch in this race? It's hard to know.
Ridgewood Runner becomes a major threat. Although this horse, Vinsanity, he showed turf sprint speed last start. He might go.
But Louis Rivera, not a particularly aggressive rider. The rider on the number 6, Noted, can be aggressive, but at times he's a bit passive. And if Richie's right and he was given instructions not to be aggressive, well, you can't blame the rider for that.
8-to-1 start to the pick 6. Late pick 5 starts here. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Ciccio Bello. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from in between horses. Ridgewood Runner right out towards the front. Mild pressure here from Tubawatch towards the inside is getting off the rail. And out wider there comes Vinsanity, is now going to be a shared third. Just behind them is Ciccio Bello, is alone in the 4th position. The 2 at the back, Knox, with the trailer Noted. They work to the back stretch, and now the leader. Ridgewood Runner still with a neck advantage. Room at the rail. Tubawatch wants to get into that fray. And here comes Tubawatch to apply some pressure here to the front runner, Ridgewood Runner, and these two head and head through a 23-second flat opening quarter mile. Vinsanity wanted to settle just off of them, and Luis Rivera Jr. has found a spot right there in 3rd, 2.5 off the lead. Ciccio Bello is on the move from the back with Knox, and Noted will have to pass the entire field as they approach half-mile left to go. 46 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Tubawatch is the nose in front. Here comes Ridgewood Runner back for more and puts those yellow blinkers back in front, is up by a neck. Here comes the run from Ciccio Bello out wider. Vinsanity is trying to keep up. Noted is weaving through rivals, and here comes Noted, is trying to look for a spot here, is now taken 4th. Knox is the trailer. Ridgewood Runner has the lead, has a quarter mile left to go. Ridgewood Runner, Christopher Elliott trying to run them off their feet right now, and Ridgewood Runner is showing no signs of stopping, approaching a final furlong. Ridgewood Runner is up by 6, 7 widening lengths, and it's going to crush this field. Ridgewood Runner, much the best in here, and it's going to be Ridgewood Runner to win it easily. Tight here for second. Knox is in a photo there with Ciccio Bello, and Noted in 1 minute 36.31 seconds.
By several lengths, Ridgewood Runner off to claim the victory. Christopher Elliott back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, I would have preferred it if he never gave up the rail and let the one go inside. It ended up not mattering as he got down to the inside and just drew off badly. And I think, sometimes you have to pay attention to what goes on behind the horses that win, too. Knox came up the fence and was just sort of dragged into the race like a conveyor belt. You can't see it. We're looking at another TV, Greg and I, but if you see the stretch run, Knox just gets carried up the rail of the conveyor belt. And the other thing is, look at Noted, right? There's Noted trying to make that extended 3-wide run, and it just saps all of his energy, and he blows second.
Inside the place to be Saturday at Aqueduct, no question. That's pretty good affirmation right there. Back to Tampa, race 4, 6.5 furlongs, $25,000 maiden claiming race. By the way, 3-4-7-6 back in New York in race 6. Here, Precious Cat, start number 3, the favorite.
Wait.
Tampa,
race 4? I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. I have to bet Tampa. I mean, wait. Precious Cat?
The 5.
I'm sorry, you said 3. That's why I was confused.
Oh, sorry.
I guess. I mean, these horses have no experience, but I think you have to bet on the horse in this race. I think you're supposed to bet the 6 in this race.
Tell us why.
Not the 6, the 7. Excuse me, the 7. I think there's a 7 in the trainer change. Fantasy Affair. I very strongly want to bet this horse on the trainer change. He doesn't have a lot of dirt pedigree, to be fair. The second dam is dirt. But Opportunity is a dirt sire, and I just feel like this is we tried a Gregory Sacco switch off of Gary Contessa a couple days ago, and the horse ran very well and finished second to a heavy favorite. And I want to play that trainer switch, so I'm going to go to the trainer switches here. But I get why they're betting Precious Cat, but he's no superstar, maybe, or she is no superstar. Maybe she's found the right field. A lot of first-time starters in here, Greg, not taking a lot of money, though. Kathleen O'Connell with the 2. And the 9, the firster's getting bet, though. Our End of a Dream.
Yeah, that one for Gerald Bennett. 3 works at Tampa. Had been working at Palm Meadows prior. Awesome slew, first-time starter. But, yeah, the favorite Precious Cat debuted on turf, then tried this 25 maiden claiming level on dirt at Tampa, wound up second at almost 12-1 odds, and a runner-up finish, and now a 2-1 favorite. Things change fast.
Yes, and you have to be careful there because there will be late changes at Tampa as well.
Jason Beam with the call is 4th from Tampa, starts the Ultimate 6.
Looking lovely. Still acting up there behind the gate, this first-time starter. The others wait patiently. Looking lovely, still not quite in. So they, once again, will try to bring her forward. Now she goes up to the gate and strolls right in. Adamar going to climb back on board in the starting gate. Runtown will be next. Diorby's Girl and Fantasy Affair, the next 2 after that. Here is Diorby's Girl, Jacinto Herrera aboard. Fantasy Affair, the final 2 going to be More Vino Rosa and Our End of a Dream, and we'll be all set for a start. Today's Ultimate 6. Ready to commence on this Saturday. More Vino Rosa to gate 8. Right now it's 7-1. And Our End of a Dream, 3-1. Right now your third choice. Precious Cat still holding 2-1. 5-2 on the 7 Fantasy Affair. Our End of a Dream 3-1 right now, your third choice as they load that final runner to the outside. Just about set for a start here, the 4th. Our End of a Dream going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Good start for More Vino Rosa toward the outside. Driving through, though, Precious Cat is the quickest. Precious Cat and More Vino Rosa, those 2 on near level terms as they come out of the chute and onto the main track. Princess Fortress now up the inside, takes over third. Fantasy Affair looking lovely. Here's Runtown advancing as well. Now to make 3 of them in a line in the second flight. So those top 6 only covered by 2.5 lengths. It's a break of 6 or 7 more. Then back to Our End of a Dream. Then comes a Diorby's Girl, and Rose for Skylar is the early trailer. It's up on the front end. They go through that opening quarter, 22.74 seconds. More Vino Rosa out wide. Princess Fortress trying to hold the rail position between horses Precious Cat. Those 3 continue across the course. They're a length and a half in front. A Fantasy Affair who's out 3 deep in that second flight. Looking lovely's between horses. Runtown right there. Still those top 6 bunched up. It's about 5 or 6 more back to Our End of a Dream, who tries to rally up from the back. More Vino Rosa and Precious Cat. Those are the 2 that sneak away as they come to the quarter pole. They're 2.5 in front. A Fantasy Affair. Our End of a Dream is putting in a nice rally in the turquoise silks on the outside. Has some good momentum as they have 3/16 of a mile left to go. Precious Cat. Here's Our End of a Dream rolling up on the outside. It's Our End of a Dream on the outside of Precious Cat, and Our End of a Dream goes to the lead. Precious Cat now back to second. More Vino Rosa is third. Our End of a Dream a length in front. Precious Cat digging in, but it's going to be Our End of a Dream to hold on. Very confident Daniel Centeno held on by a neck. Second there was Precious Cat, long way back to More Vino Rosa, then came Looking Lovely, Diorby's Girl.
Our End of a Dream, first-time starter, Gerald Bennett Barn, gets by the favorite for the win.
Well, in this particular case, Greg, where there was smoke, there was fire. And this horse made that looping move, which sometimes can backfire on you, but able to get the job done under Daniel Centeno, my 7-horse. Not good on turf, not good on dirt. As the favorites run 1-2 in some order. I don't know if they were first and second choice in which order, though.
And 9-5, long way back to another first-time starter of the 8, more Vino Rosa. Kathleen O'Connell back to New York. Christopher Elliott back-to-back after a victory with Looms Boldly gate to wire. Ridgewood Runner didn't lead the entire way, but took advantage of eventually getting down to that rail and pulling away.
Listen, I mean, listen, this is a horse that obviously had credentials to win. The Noto's got 2 straight horses to win, but biases can make performances look better than they are. But Christopher continues to impress me as a rider, as we said before. He's not afraid to lose. He just believes if you do the right thing, things will work out. And, I get it, riders get second. We blame, horse players blame riders, and trainers blame them too. He's the convenient excuse for trainers. Jockeys are, and I get it. Richie could talk more about it, but sort of your accepted lot in life, right? That you're going to take the heat for situations, but you've got to have the conviction, and you're doing the right thing. And if you're a good rider, it'll work out. And I think Christopher, he's not Irad Ortiz, but I'm very impressed with how he's done, and I think you'll agree.
Irad Ortiz wasn't Irad Ortiz this young into his career either.
Yeah, he's got a great agent in Jose Santos. There's no doubt about it. But even with Jose Santos, he's not going to be able to sell this kid if 3 weeks after he lost the bug, he just can't win and he's lost his confidence. The kid's got to be able to ride, and I don't care how good an agent are. If the guy doesn't deliver, it doesn't matter, and he is delivering.
He is definitely.
I'm a fan.
Shown huge progress. Race 7, 6 furlongs. Start of the late pick, $420,000 maiden claiming race. We'll talk deeper into this one, who we think can take advantage of the way this track is playing this afternoon. We're going to take a timeout, talk about some of the top turf performances from this year in New York. Certainly She Feels Pretty had several to remember, as did multiple. Grade 1 winner at Saratoga, Deterministic. Stay with us.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions. And hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch. he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, the MIG, Richie Migliori, all with you as we get set for the Pick 4 coming up. We were about 14 minutes to post here in this 7th at Aqueduct. Going to break, we talked about two very good ones on the lawn, and they are certainly going to be part of this discussion, our favorite top turf moments of 2025.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope that She Feels Pretty wins the Eclipse Award this year, because I hate to think of a horse getting it for one race in the Breeders' Cup, and I'm not whining. I bet the horse that won the Breeders' Cup, Filly Mare Turf. This horse ran super in there. Mile 3/8 just a little too far for her. I know she lost a photo in the Diana, but this New York victory, I think if you look at the entire year together and you take all the performances, she's the most deserving horse. And she never ran a race where you couldn't make an argument in her entire career that she was the best horse in the race. She always showed up. She always ran well. She had some bad trips. She was against the track a couple times. She never lost by big margins. She always ran well, and I think she's everything you want from a good horse. Cherie did a tremendous job in keeping her. You know, you say, well, you got to, obviously you're a trainer. You want to get good horses in your barn. But there's also pressure with that, and you know, and it's magnified when they run lousy. She never, ever, ever ran badly, and that's not easy.
5-time Group or Grade 1 winner, 8 wins, 3 runner-ups, and 13 starts. Just remarkably consistent too, and yet never a no-show.
No,
just incredible. Meanwhile, deterministic. It was like a Hollywood script how this played out. First of all, in the Manhattan, the passing of Christophe Clement, son Miguel taking over, getting the first Grade 1 win of his career, and then backing that up with a win of the 4-star Dave Grade 1 during the actual Saratoga meet.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things to love about horse racing, and a lot of it is loving good horses, and make no mistake, it's a very good horse. But there's also stories, right? And, you know, I may not be, you know, the most sentimental guy in the world, unlike the MIG, but Christophe is a great friend of mine, and friends of mine owned this horse as well. And you know, I had told Christophe for a long time, be aggressive with him, stop rating him, go to the front. And it really helped turn things around. But, you know, obviously winning this race, you see Steve Dunker in the background, Kevin Warsh right there, and there's Steve. You know, great friends. Duncan and Christophe were great friends. I remember when he said, when Christophe passed, Steve said to me, yeah, I'll still own horses, but it just won't be as much fun without Christophe. And I think a lot of us feel like some of the fun in the game left us without Christophe, and so many other reasons that his loss will be felt for the rest of our lives. But deterministic, carrying that on for him, winning on Belmont Stakes Week, then winning the 4-star Dave like he did, and we're going to see him again next year, which is great.
Yeah.
But what a terrific horse at the absolute right time.
Tremendous story. Another one who's been just a revelation what this horse has been able to accomplish. 7 years old, trying to win a Breeders' Cup for the 3rd time, came very close, but it's probably logged more miles than maybe anyone in the history of the sport. 20 for 30 lifetime and over $15 million in earnings.
And basically, if he shows up, he wins. 1 second. Was this Breeders' Cup was his only second, right? I think the Breeders' Cup Turf he ran second, I believe. I feel like he did.
I'm sorry, what's your question?
I believe that's the only time he ever ran second in his life was this year's Breeders' Cup. I think he ran second in the Breeders' Cup Turf. Did he?
I still don't understand what you're asking. He won it twice.
No, he has 20 wins and 30 starts, and 1 second and 2 thirds.
Yes, 1 runner-up.
And this year was the only first time he ran second.
Yes.
It's amazing, right? And, you know, I don't I think that the ends up it's going to be the winner of the Breeders' Cup Mile will be the turf champion because he did win the Woodbine race and stuff. So I don't have a big problem with that. I would give it sentimentally to deterministic. I don't think because deterministic without Rebel Determinants winning that Breeders' Cup.
Yeah.
I think he loses a lot. And, I think you got to be perfect in those situations. Personally, I'd love to see. I'm the last guy in the world that ever believes horses should win because of a story. I'll make an exception this year. It won't happen, but I'll still make that exception.
Let's check in with Mig and his favorite turf moment of 2025.
Yeah, the grade one that Riley Mott won in Saratoga. Give me the name again, guys. In the World Beater. I'm sorry. It escaped me for a moment. World Beater. It just to watch these young guys like Riley Mott, like Miguel Clement, have the success they're having, and having known them since they're children. They, growing up with my son Joseph, and they're all running around the racetrack together. To see them have this kind of success, following in their father's footsteps. Obviously Bill Mott, youngest trainer ever inducted in the Hall of Fame. Those are big shoes to try to follow, and he is doing a tremendous job. So I take such a source of joy and pride watching their success, because I remember them, going around and kind of scheming and talking racing, and the three of them running around the racetrack, and it's just fun to see the next generation have this kind of success, and they've put the work in. Nothing was handed to them. They all had to, kind of make their way, work hard. They worked for Fasig-Tipton on Muck Crew. Nothing was handed to these guys. So some people say, well, of course, their father was a big, successful trainer. They made them do it the right way. So this way they got the great foundation and learned hand-on horsemanship. Very, very proud of what Riley Mott's doing, and, of course, Miguel Clement as well.
And seeing these, they tweeted out, after this win, they used to hang out as kids, and then having these big wins same summer, pretty neat story.
But in an odd way, you could argue, and Richie's sort of semi-alluding to this, it doesn't make it harder. Obviously, they have the foundation. They work with their fathers. They learn from them. They're going to get big owners, a little bit of help in that way. But there's also pressure. If Riley Mott or Miguel Clement fail, it makes them look sort of even worse. There is a pressure on them because of their background to succeed.
With that name, yeah.
Look, you want to, neither one of them would say, well, yeah, poor me. They start with a bit of an advantage. It's absolutely fair. Having said that, it also starts with a pressure that doesn't happen to people that no one's ever heard of.
And, after a certain point, it doesn't matter. You got to produce.
Absolutely. It doesn't matter what your name is in this game. Believe me, in this game, I don't care what you've done in the past. Every trainer will tell you this. Chad Brown has said this to me after he wins Eclipse Awards. He'll say to me in January or December, yeah, I know I had a great year, but I don't know where I am for next year. Every trainer says that. All the best trainers say that because you're only as good as you were yesterday in the world and in this game as much as anywhere.
We're going to get back to live action. Race 7, this $20,000 maiden claiming race with the way this track has been playing. Who becomes the most interesting runner to you in this race?
The horse with the lead, a quarter mile in the race on the inside.
Does the one become interesting?
Well, see, I think the one is the speed. And if the one's not the speed, I believe it's the two.
I think it's the one as well.
Because, the one is a very interesting horse. As long as, this is the kind of horse I like. This is the kind of book I would write a chapter about if I wrote a book, kind of horse. Okay, he's failed in the turf. He stinks in the turf. I don't know why they ran him 6 times in the turf, and I make that joke, and I'm friendly with the owner. Look at his first race. Okay, he got beaten 28 lengths in his debut. He ran behind Ferocious, who, at the time, Greg, they were talking about as the second coming of Hindu. El Prestigio is the speed in there. Prater finished 3rd. For people that aren't familiar with Prater, you'll see he won his next start. Some bad horse finished behind him. Sovereignty. And it's not... I don't care if he lost by 30 lengths, 28 lengths. He was chasing the pace.
Yes.
So it's not like he did no running in there. He was chasing an extremely fast pace that day. He did do some running.
And he's never had a fast track, too, on dirt.
Yeah, don't you feel like there's an argument that they gave up a little soon on him?
Absolutely.
So, I don't know. He's in him 20. Maybe he can't run anymore. Sometimes he just can't run anymore. But I think with Ruben Silvera down the inside, I'll take my chances.
I'm intrigued as well. 6-1, now 7-1. As we made that case, this price floated up.
But if I really count him some more, he'll be 12-1.
This is the one we've been talking about. Ruben Silvera, never shy to take advantage of one with speed. We'll hop aboard here for John Terranova. But the favorite career risk, Linda Rice, big drop, but was in for maiden 20 for Chad Brown. The start before that, and a beaten favorite, did no running.
But there is an argument that this horse was on a dead rail in both of his starts. So there's a chance that he's severely dirtied up. And if Luff, I don't even want to pronounce it, something Irish, I'll make a bigger fool of myself than usual, that he'll be in front and the inside, because I imagine Lindo will want to go and Jose. So we'll see how it plays out. Four can go also. Christopher's on him, and he's not shy.
There's Ricardo Santana Jr. One dirt start for Oligarch, then went long in the grass, but didn't show a lot in that dirt debut.
And he's certainly getting a significant rider change. I mean, you can't get a bigger rider change.
So here again, what we think is the speed of the speed from the rail.
He's also, forgetting about the bias or anything, he's an interesting horse for other reasons.
Yeah, I agree. Career Risk, favorite 3-1.
I believe that he's been hampered by being against the track, against a bias in both his dirt starts.
Here is Freedom Maker, 7-2.
There is an argument that he's sort of the best horse in the race, but he's also 0 for 11 for some good trainers.
How about it was forward on the grass last start?
Another horse who can be forward.
4-1. Christopher Elliott looking for 3 in a row. Seeker's Hope. Omar Hernandez Moreno just claimed.
Yeah. I mean, he's got some decent figs. It's not like he hasn't run fast enough to win.
Oligarch. There's Ricardo Santana Jr.
He's a big rider change is the only thing you can say about this horse. Positive.
Lane Music Machine, 0 for 14.
Goes back to Bill Morey, who's had him before in some unsuccessful starts.
Gray Ace, one start with blinkers. Now they come off.
He's another horse who has back races that are okay, but he's another horse that's hampered by an outside chasing position.
Had very good races against a lot better company, but form's kind of fallen off.
Yeah.
3 minutes to post. Here in the 7th, let's go to Mig.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about the one horse as well. I'm assuming you pronounce that Lof Karain. The horse has got some speed inside, drops to the lowest level ever, getting back to the dirt. Ruben Silvera is consistently aggressive. You know what you're going to get there. Horse looks good for John Terranova on the clash drop. The 3-horse Freedom Maker looks good as well, making a really nice physical impression. Fernando Abreu does a terrific job. People unfamiliar, he was a long-time assistant trainer to the late, great Alan Jerkins. And one thing we know, Jamie Rodriguez identified pretty early on that he wanted to be inside. He came up the rail, squeaked through on the rail twice earlier today to get victory. So he'll probably be looking for that inside trip as well. The 4, How About It? He's my top selection. Chris Elliott's won back-to-back races being aggressive. I think that maybe he's kind of clued into the fact that you want to be aggressive as well. Horse looks great for Bruce Brown, getting back to the $20,000 level where he was competitive 2 back. And then just a brief note on the 8-horse Gray Ace, trained by Mitch Friedman. I think Mitch Friedman does a terrific job. Won a lot of races for him when I was riding. Tough draw, particularly the way the racetrack's playing today. But it's ridden by Delilah Rivera, 7-pound apprentice who impressed Angel Cordero Jr. enough, the great Angel Cordero, to take her book. So he's representing her, and it's always nice to have new faces as we head into winter and see what young riders can make an impression here in New York.
Difficult circuit to stick around on for a new face.
I wish her well, and I certainly root for Angel, who's a friend and one of the great legends in the history of this game. It is a very difficult situation for a young, relatively inexperienced rider to draw an outside post on a horse without much speed on a track that may have a strong inside bias. I don't care who you are. It's a very difficult situation. And horse only 7-1. For people, Richie was mentioning Mitch Friedman. People aren't familiar. I mean, he shouldn't be unfamiliar with Mitch. He's been training on his own for many, many years. But before he trained on his own, he was the longtime assistant to Gasper Machera. And if you've been around New York as long as I have, and Richie has, you know Gasper because he won boatloads of races, and Mitch worked with him. So he certainly has a lot of skills. Like any trainer, you're not going to be that much better than the horses in your barn.
Back to the favorite. Freedom Maker, 0 for 11, 5-2 on the board right now. And let's go back to the most recent effort for this maiden 20 level, November 6th.
I'll couch this by saying if the track was playing fairly, which I don't believe it is, this is a very interesting horse for the next race. Because the horse who beats him, where he finished second, beat a length and a half, is going to be the favorite or second choice. maybe the favorite looks like the favorite in doubles in last man standing. So you really want to see how he does because you want to use it to evaluate what you think of last man standing. Now, given that the track may be greatly affecting the way the results are coming in, I don't know what any of it means. But I think it is important for that. And I think if you're taking 2-1 or 5-2 on this horse, I don't agree with you. But I've been wrong before. Today, tomorrow, every day.
Strange to see the 1 at 9-1. Strange to see the 3 at 5-2. I mean, difficult race. Forget what's going on the track. It was a difficult race anyway. This lower level maiden 26 furlong sprint without a ton of form.
Biases are tricky. There's no other real way for me to put it. They're very, very tricky. I am surprised that the 2 is 7-2. This is the clear-cut second choice in multi-race wagers. I'm surprised this horse is not 5-2. We'll see if there's a reason for it after the race. We'll see how it plays out. But I just, unfortunately, I don't have any confidence in opinion selections because I think the track is going to play a major role in how the results play out. What if you were able to predict that Knox came up the rail in the last race, you could have crushed the 3-6 exacta, right? Or 3-5 exacta. But how could you know that in advance?
Yeah, Chris Griffin with the call. Here is the start of the pick 4.
And Gray Ace. Gray Ace, last to load. And in. All set. And they're off. Gray Ace has asked for speed from the far outside and hard set towards the inside. Lock Curran is right there, and also Career Risk. Career Risk has been on the gas here since they sprung the latch, and Career Risk is up by a half length. How about it? Joins this early leader, and 3 wide also is Seeker's Hope. So they are going after it in the early stages. 3 across the racetrack. Lock Curran just took back, is now in 4th as they went 22.78 for the opening quarter mile while pressured. Gray Ace is in 5th, being passed towards the outside. Here comes Lean Music Machine, and at the rail it's Freedom Maker. The one far back is Oligarch. The front 3 still heavy at it, and it's Career Risk at the rail. How about it in between horses? Seeker's Hope towards the outside, 3 wide. Lean Music Machine from off the pace is now 4 wide. Gray Ace just had to steady, is moving to the outside for an outside run. Freedom Maker is looking for a seam as the closers have now swarmed these leaders, and Lean Music Machine is the one who emerges. Lean Music Machine has a furlong left to get, is up by 2-3 lengths. Gray Ace is running up on the outside here of Seeker's Hope, but give it to Lean Music Machine. Lane Luzzy to get the victory. Tight here for second. Gray Ace is in a photo with Lock Curran, who is running on late, and Seeker's Hope in 1 minute 11.58 seconds.
Lean Music Machine. Bill Morey taking over training duties. Had been with him prior. Lane Luzzy, 0 for 14 coming in.
But isn't this what we've talked about? Other riders getting clued in, other trainers getting clued in, so everybody sends. The 1 sent, he wasn't fast enough to go. The 2, the 4, the 5, they all sent. So the race fell apart. Not that surprising. We've seen this happen over and over again. The weirdest thing is the 1 re-rallying outside and maybe even getting second after chasing inside and seemingly falling back hopelessly in there. But that's what happened. The 8 actually got second, 7-8-1. But that's what happens sometimes with biases, right? People adjust their riding, and you can't blame them for doing it, but it ends up being a pace that's just too fast for the horses in it, and the race falls apart. It's a difficult game, and biases make it even harder.
7-8-1, 5-7-1 on Lean Music Machine. And, got a 7-1 and an 8-1 already in this pick 6.
Yeah, let's take a look at that pick 6 situation, right? 5-2. Who was the? Oh yeah, this pick 6 is sagging by a thread. I hope you're alive, but it is not easy to get both the first winner and this horse on the same. Because if you're playing based on it, thinking there's a bias for the first leg, you ain't using this horse, Greg.
To Tampa, race 5 on the turf, mile on the 16th. $16,000 claiming group. And it's the 3 Starship Empire. Ron Potts Jr. barn.
Really?
Has won 3 in a row coming in all in synthetic.
He's 0 for 2 on the turf, and he ran 45 Beyer in this turf. He's not a turf horse. A terrible favorite. I thought it was the 2 and 9 were the 2 horses. Did you dig into this race much? I mean, you look at the 9. The 9's been running synthetic recently. He's a much better horse than the turf. How is the 9 not favored here? He's got to be favored in multi-race bets, right?
Yeah, take a look, see what it is.
Yeah,
and he becomes the favorite right now.
He's got to be like a heavy favorite in this race.
7 wins, 13 seconds on grass.
He's going to be favored, and the 2 is going to be the third choice. He's definitely going to be favored.
He has to be.
He should be, right?
Without question.
Yeah. I mean, I think the 3 is a horrible horse to bet in here. And I also think the 4 is going to come down a little. No, the 4, I don't like the 4. I don't want a horse claimed away from Mike Maker that just won a $5,000 claimer at the Meadowlands. 9s and 2s for me, my friend.
Lucky Curlin at 6 is taking a little bit of money. That's a 5-time winner on the grass. But if the 9 just has so many races on turf to go back to, looks incredibly imposing here.
I think the 9 should be 8-5 in this race, and maybe he's going to be 8-5. I mean, yeah, he's probably going to end up 8 or 9-5. Looking about the double, which is $18 for 2, and the last winner was 2-1. I mean, his turf races, every one of them sort of lays over the field, right?
Looks like a standout.
Bizarre. Yeah. I mean, he's run 20 times the Derby. He's got 7 wins in 6 seconds. I mean, he's kind of crazy.
Give me your thoughts on the 12 real quick, American Unity. There's a few races,
definitely
right?
is dangerous. I agree. Has races that are definitely dangerous in here. I totally agree with you. Not impossible. I don't know much about this trainer, and he's not. He's claimed 2 back. He comes off the claim, doesn't run nearly as well as he'd been running, and the trainer is 5 for 83 in 2025. That's the biggest problem with him. His form, absolutely a player.
Royal Luck, though, the 9, 3-1 favorite.
3-1 seems like an over. He's going to. The last flash can be substantial at Tampa, as we've seen many times, so be careful. You were warned here. Now, I'm not sure if you bet him and he goes down to 9-5, you didn't get, he's still not a fair price. This horse is way the horse to beat on paper. The 2 scares me, though. He's got back turf races that are okay.
It's not been on the grass since, October of 24 for some reason.
I don't understand it either, do you? Maybe they don't run lower level turf races, some of those tracks. Is that possible? I don't know. I'm just guessing. I'm just wondering why you'd insist on running on a different surface. No, he's done okay in synthetic.
Yeah.
But he's running on dirt. He's not a dirt horse.
5-1 right now on the 2. Favorite, and that price continues to come down on the 9, Royal Luck. Jason Beam, the call.
Coronova, the all-red colors to gate 5. The final pair going to be Lucky Curlin and Vintner will be all set for a start here today's 5th. Late pick 5 on a sunny Saturday. Temperatures a little warmer after yesterday's chilly afternoon. Back into the 70s today, though. Lucky Curlin and Vintner are going to be the final 2. Here's Vintner to the outside of Bardo Cacique, and Vintner coming up. Goes in there in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him in a pretty good line. Take Me to Church, Coronova. Those 2 both flash a little early foot. Royal Luck toward the outside, but they're in no real hurry here as Take Me to Church going to take the initiative. Charlie Marquez brings them the end of the stretch first time around. Coronova, Royal Luck, they're 2nd and 3rd, right to their outside. Goose Hunter in the blue colors 4th and about 3.5 off the top as they go by the wire the first time. Starship Empire starts to tug down toward the inside, put a nose into that 4th spot ahead of Goose Hunter, who's now back 5th. Another length then. Back to Lucky Curlin in 6th. American Unity worked over from the 12 path over to the 3 path, 7th toward the inside. Then comes Peruvian Lucky. It's another length back to Demir. After that comes Bramble Blaze. Vintner is back 2nd last, and Max's Map is 12th and last. The trailer in about 13 off the lead as Take Me to Church took him through an opening quarter in 23.78 seconds. Take Me to Church guides them down the back stretch with the wind at their face, 2.5 lengths in front of Coronova, who just took a look over the shoulder, tries to get down toward the inside. Meanwhile, Royal Luck advances up a little closer, 3 wide. Lucky Curlin's in and amongst horses with Peruvian Lucky. They're both making early bids. Down to the inside, Starship Empire. Those top 6 only covered 3.5 lengths. After that comes Goose Hunter, who just got a little tap on the shoulder. Is going to be 4 wide as they run to the turn. American Unity, Demir, Bramble Blaze, Vintner 2nd last. Max's Map trails. 9.5 lengths front to back off a 48.99 second opening opening half mile. It's been Take Me to Church, relatively unopposed. Take Me to Church to the quarter pole, length in front of Royal Luck. Peruvian Lucky comes up 3 wide after this long time leader. They spin into the stretch. Charlie Marquez and Take Me to Church, well rationed up top. They lead it by 2.5 now. On the outside, Peruvian Lucky. Royal Luck between horses. American Unity, meanwhile, is fourth in the lime colors, still 4.5 lengths behind. Take Me to Church trying to see out this mission with a final 16th of a mile to go. Royal Luck, Peruvian Lucky, Take Me to Church, Take Me to Church, all the way. Second was close. I thought it was Royal Luck over Peruvian Lucky. It is a photograph there for second. American Unity was fourth. Max's map got going for fifth.
Take Me to Church, Gregory Sacco, and picks up a third win of his career on the lawn. They just could, 9 in position, just couldn't get to him.
No, I was willing to bet against the 4, even though he was fast enough. I did not like the move up from a $5,000 claiming race to the Meadowlands. I was wrong. He set a very moderate pace, but the 9 was in position that he should have been able to beat him, and he just couldn't do it. The 2 ran fine, but second and third behind a horse that was able to wire the field. He had the dope. You had to like him more than I did. I didn't. If you did, congrats.
Back to New York, Lean Music Machine. Lane Luzzy for Bill Morey. 0 for 14 coming in. 3 went to the front, challenge for that lead, and speed backed up.
Would John Candy have bet him? Because he was
lean,
a lean,
mean fighting machine. You got, what, a 6-week training program here, which is perfect for me.
Absolutely. There you go. Right. Yeah. I mean, what happened? You had 4, then 3 horses battling. They succumbed, and they swooped the field. Biases can create results like this because everybody wants to try to fit through the head of the needle, or the eye of the needle, and you can't all do it. It's one easy. Tough horse to like on paper.
Even on a fair race could have been a lot bigger price for me. Wow. $16 and change, and now two pretty big upsets through the halfway point of this pick 6 carryover. Pick 5 ending there over close to $2,500.
Yeah, what did the pick 3 pay, did you say?
The pick 3?
Yeah.
I did not.
I'm going to look right now. I'm just wondering what it paid because I'm thinking about the pick 6. So pay $179 for $1, almost $200. Not easy.
That is, yeah, I think you're in line for quite a score. Long way to go still. Depending on, I guess, certainly race 9. If the 2 gets beat, all bets are off, right? Race 8, though, 1-turn mile. Non-winners at 2 life, $17,000 claiming race.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this now. The 8 horse is an outside closing type. The 6, who in my opinion should be favored and was the morning line favorite, is the controlling speed on paper. I don't know who's going to really send and make his life difficult in here. Maybe somebody does. I don't understand this money for last man standing in here. And after the last race, you can't be excited by him because the 3 did no running.
Completely agree, but early money. We'll see how this changes. We'll get back to it much more on race 8 when we come back as we get set for this late pick 3, final 3 legs, this pick 6 carryover. And an impressive, to say the least, maiden winner in Stakes Company, maybe the most exciting 2-year-old in the country right now. We'll have more next. Thanks for being with us, spending part of your weekend with us here at America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. That's where you can play it all at Naira Bets. If you've not already gotten signed up, time to do so is now. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get a 10% bonus just by playing with a win bet at Churchill Downs. Got to opt in to take advantage for that 10% bonus this afternoon. Maybe this is the race that you want to play. And talk about an exciting horse. Grade 2 Kentucky Jockey Club. Brad Cox thought so much of Further Ado because he was training so well. Started him out at Saratoga, 2 sprints. He did not do a lot. And then stretches him out and he becomes a sensation. Wins by 20 lengths.
I understand Gunrunner's rate to do well stretching out, but it's a little hard to reconcile his last race to his first 2 races. I will say if he runs his last race, and this is not a bad field. There's some decent runners in here. It doesn't matter. If he runs this race, he'll win here, and he might win the Derby. But I think he's a very, very fascinating horse, and it's not bad to be spendthrift because, you know, if things don't work out with him, they got that horse Ned Toffee, too, where I guess you could say if things don't work out with him, maybe they got Further Ado because, wow.
This was
crazy.
Incredible.
Crazy.
He's always worked well, although, you know, he's facing a horse who beat him in the debut. Soldier and Diplomat. Steve Asmussen says on paper he's a sprinter. Doesn't train like a sprinter, and he didn't look like a sprinter when he won at a mile at Churchill last start.
Listen, he ran well. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with the races that Dr. Kapoor ran for Bob Baffert. It's not a bad field, but Further Ado's last race was in a different galaxy in these horses. I mean, frankly, he runs his last race, he would have won the Breeders' Cup with that kind of effort. That's how good it was.
Performance that we saw yesterday in the Clark, what does that validate for you about Sovereignty?
Then I was absolutely right to pick him against Sovereignty and the magnitude against Sovereignty. I don't know. You know, Sovereignty obviously was the best 3-year-old this year. It's not even close. I like magnitude. You know, how strong this effort was? Well, it was a very honest pace. So it's not like, you know, there were 2 horses, he and Chug of Gold were walking on the front end. They were moving. But the only horse who made up any ground in Hit Show, who got second, who did not run well, in my opinion, the Dubai World Cup winner. I mean, he had no excuse not to win. I like the effort by Magnitude, but he's going to have to get better if he's going to be one of the best horses in the country next year. This was not the kind of step forward you saw from Gunrunner. You know, when Gunrunner for these connections won this race, because this was really the coming out party for Gunrunner when they were aggressive with him. He ran a big figure and he continued on with those incredible 4-year-old season. Having said that, I'm a fan of Magnitude. I think the fact that he's shown that he doesn't absolutely need a lead to run well. He got 100 Beyer. We'll see if he can get back and run some faster races next year. He's got the right guy training him, though.
Yes, he does. Obviously, those 2 just lights-out performances. Risen Star goes to the bench when he's surprised at 43-1. Came back off the long time away, missing the Triple Crown. I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. Runs huge again, but he hasn't been that kind of electric horse since, has he?
He hasn't, but he has shown both in his second in the Pennsylvania Derby and in this race, he doesn't need to be controlling up front to run well, and I think that's very important. Now he's going to have to show us, can he step forward and start running Beyers of 106, 107, 108? Can he run those kind of numbers? Because there are going to be some good horses around, especially as Sovereignty stays in train, but even Journalism's a very, very good horse. What I do like is the possibility that we're going to see some good 4-year-olds next year. You know, I know we lost the big 3 from last year's Breeders' Cup and this year's Breeders' Cup, but I think that there's a real chance that we're going to have a very competitive older horse division next year with or without Sovereignty.
But it seems like with for now.
For them, they're hoping without.
Everyone's got to face them.
Kid who beats you up and takes your lunch money every day in school, he might be coming back.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Race 8 approaching the 9-minute mark to post here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. And as usual, hot start for Linda Rice here to the meet. Better than 30% coming into today, and she has the current 7-5 favorite. Last man standing.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race. Very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it. My Secretariat Light.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locke, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, M.V. Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage, getting set for the 8th here from Aqueduct in South Ozone Park, New York. Non-winners of 2 lifetime. Only maiden wins on the resume for this group, going a 1-turn mile. And Linda Rice, yes, an incredibly hot start to the meet. That's not surprising. This one, though, at 8-5, you have doubts about.
Yeah, I also have doubts that post-time this horse is even going to be favored, to be honest. Slight favorite in the doubles. Penny's favored in the pick 3 against the 6 horse, but I prefer the speed of the 6 even on a fair track. Now, the Boondocker has some questions. We don't know what he'll do on the dirt. You know, he's claimed by Tom Morley, tried him on the turf. Didn't run well, but Tom's done very well making claims and moving to the turf. I don't love the idea, though, that he's run well enough and Tom's dropping him for 17.5. He's looking to get rid of this horse, and he's going to get rid of him, and maybe that's a negative.
Well, let's take a look at the last time. Sorry, this was July 4th, 3 starts back. This is when he was 3rd off a maiden win at Monmouth.
To be honest, it's kind of, you have to wonder why Chad Brown dropped him in for 30. The horse who was second came back with a huge win and then was second to Rated by Merit, who probably is going to be favored in the Cigar Mile, certainly close. And Chad dropped him. He didn't run that well. Now he's in for 17.5 on his next dirt start. This version of the Boondocker is going to win this race, but I guess there is reason to have some questions about him going forward. I think the horse, if you want to take somebody else, I think Union Express is too big a price here. He's got some dirt races that are okay.
That's the 2 who's double-digit odds right now, who has been exclusively on grass the last 5 starts. But
I'm not sure this
can be
isn't,
forward.
I'm not sure the surface isn't okay for him. He's running right in the dirt. Okay, not great, but okay. But
here they come. That's the man who will ride Union Express, Ruben Silvera.
But, I mean, what is so great about Last Man Standing's recent races? His last race wasn't that good, and the horse he beat, bias or not, did no running last time. Yeah, last race, I mean.
You see those maiden specials against Better. It's the barn, 31% for their go-to rider.
I get it, but
overbet.
But Boondocker has maiden specials and such against Better, too, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I just, you know, I think they're both a little bit suspect, but they're betting the 6 like they don't want any part of him. Maybe they're right, whoever they are. It's a fair question. The game is about intangibles. The game is about nuance. That's why we'll see nuance in race 9. Nuanced.
The ultimate hunch play. Silvera, leg up. There's the 6 we were just talking about. And Tom Morley barn, second off the claim. Tried turf, first off the claim. And now back to dirt. But again, yeah, as you said, maiden special win at Monmouth. And then the 3rd, if he can run back to that race, that was just 3 starts ago. He should win here.
Right. You have a drop, Claim Me by Chad Brown. Now you have a drop, Claim Me by Tom Morley. But at 7-2, I'd still gamble that he's going to win. At 8-5, I probably wouldn't.
Start off the post parade with Prince of Dance, who comes in from a muddy sealed track at Finger Lakes last start.
Yeah, I mean, his race 2 back isn't that bad to give him a chance, and he too could be a bit forward.
Manny Franco will be aboard. Here is Union Express, kind of dirtied up for him, having been mostly on the turf of late.
But he's also lost his speed, which bothers me, but his race 2 back was okay.
Sobieski, big price. Christopher Elliott.
Just doesn't have any races making competitive as the Notas are looking for 3 wins, and maybe this trainer change will work for him as the others did.
Dwayne Potts Barn. Here's Macville.
I don't know what you could like about a horse that just looks too slow on paper at 1 for 17.
Laird of Magnolia is going to take blinkers off.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this trainer, but this horse's dirt races are atrocious.
They are bad. Here is the Boondocker, still at 3-1. Healthy price.
Yeah, I think it's a question of whether or not you trust this horse. That's all it comes down to.
Nance was just third at this level, had the lead in the stretch, and got run down.
Yeah, I do not like the races coming out on a wet track, but if the 6 and 8 don't run, he's certainly a player.
And I think we agree over Bet, certainly a player, though, last man standing.
Yeah, of course.
7 of 5.
He also is
way too short.
Not a great post or running style for this racetrack.
Back with us, Acacia Clement. Let's head downstairs.
And starting there with last man standing, I agree. It does seem to be that the way that the track is playing could be up against it for him because he's a horse that does have the tendency to come from off of it last time out. You watch that race back. He did not have any speed at all, just not quick out and just kind of plopping out of the gate, for lack of a better way to describe it. Very disappointing 2 starts back for maiden 20. The claim was voided that day, did come back and get the win last time. And I thought in my notes last time out, he just really looked best in comparison to that field. He had been warming up well that day, and he ran best that day, finishing with a nice trip. And he just kind of struck me with the distances that he was running, one with Todd Pletcher early on, as one of those even running style of horses that just didn't really show much speed or demonstrations of athleticism. And I think he's found the right kind of fields to run in. And as he faces winners for the first time, this is the right spot. He looks good once again, kind of quiet warm up. I just wonder if he is going to get the kind of setup that he does need. Now, the Boondocker does get a drop in class, second off the claim for Tom Morley. He does have a little bit of a flatter hoof to him, so I can see why Tom claimed this horse with the intention of trying him on the grass. But he showed speed and he backed up that day and goes back to the dirt where he has run fine. 2 starts back, I thought he actually ran okay for 30,000 going the 7 furlongs. It seemed like Manny Franco, who was riding him that day, really kind of had to work on him to keep him in contention and in the body of the race that day. He took a little bit of time to get going in the warm-up out there, but he did then level himself well after that. He's 2-1, and I think on paper he does make quite a bit of sense. And Jamie Rodriguez looking for his 3rd win on the card today. He's certainly figured out how the track is playing. The number 2, Union Express, goes back to the dirt, and I'm actually going to take a little bit of a chance with him. His dirt races are not that bad. I know for John Toscano, who Gregory Charlie was the assistant for before we lost John. And this is a horse who showed speed on the dirt in his previous dirt efforts. And he actually ran okay against some decent horses at a comparable level. In his recent turf starts, it seems like he might have lost his form a little bit. But I think he's also been one that has really kind of been struggling with his weight and conditioning and his muscle mass overall. This is the best that I've seen this horse look in a while. Super coat on him. He really caught my eye back in the paddock. I like his tactics. I don't mind him going back to the dirt at all. He never really had that proverbial turf hoof. He just was a little bit of an angular body type, and I think that's why they put him onto the grass. But I thought at a price he was a bit interesting going back to the main track for Ruben Silvera, who you can count on being aggressive, Greg.
Post time coming up. Thank you, Acacia. Good to have you back. This 8 outside, hanging on to favoritism, still 8-5 for the Linda Rice Barn.
But the 6 has come down considerably since we were last on, going down to 2-1 as these 2 will battle there. I'm with Acacia. The other horse I used was the 2. Think's a little bit interesting. I'm going to bet against the 8. If the 8 wins, I picked the 8 third. I'm not going to be surprised if he does win. He's not for me, especially on this racetrack, but obviously he can win. And, we'll see how this plays out. I will say one thing. If the 6 clears, Greg, he's going to win.
It is concerning, though, looking at the 2 because, fine, the horse, you want to say, on this kind of track, dangerous. He's been forward on the grass before.
Yeah, I know.
And those last 5 starts, he was nowhere near the front.
I don't.
So his speed might just be gone.
And Ruben Silvera rode him, and Christopher Elliott rode him. So he had guys who are aggressive. It's not like these are guys that look to take horses back. So I agree with you. He's 9-1, and I agree. I picked him second. I used him as a backup. Acacia made some good points about him. Having said that, you're right. There are reasons to be concerned. On the other hand, he's 9-1. Let me put it this way. Would you rather bet him or the 7? Well, 7, I just think the 7 wins if nobody shows up. I don't get him at 4-1.
Here we go, loading up, 3-2 favoritism. 8 has not moved off top choice on the tote board. Jose Lezcano for Linda Rice. Chris Griffin, here's the 8th from Aqueduct.
Sobieski, Macville. Last man standing. Goes in. All set. Movement towards the inside. Prince of Dance. And they're off. Prince of Dance broke very well, and so did the Boondocker. The Boondocker is now up by 1.5 lengths, and there's Prince of Dance. A little keen, moves right to the outside, is going to be a stalking presence from second. Here comes Macville, who's on the move in between horses with At the Rail Union Express, and Last Man Standing is early in the early group 2. That's the leading 5. It's another 3. Back to Nance, who's towards the back end of the field here with Sobieski and the trailer, Laird of Magnolia. Tightly bunched, 23 seconds flat. For the opening quarter mile, the Boondocker is the leader. Prince of Dance in the 2 path is right there chasing second. Macville still in third. Last Man Standing starts to make a move, center of the racetrack 4 wide. Then at the rail, shoved along trying to keep up is Union Express. Got a little tight there for Sobieski. We'll have to wait for room. Nance is trying to circle rivals, and Laird of Magnolia is the trailer. 46.40 for a half-mile time, and the Boondocker still there. The Boondocker just gliding along, Last Man Standing in full pursuit. Tight hold here. Union Express is at the rail, looks to have horse but nowhere to go. Just got shuffled back, is now back to 5th with in between horses Prince of Dance. Out wider, here comes the run from Nance as they reach the top of the stretch, and the Boondocker is the leader. The Boondocker is cut loose here as Prince of Dance center of the racetrack. Also looking to run on is Union Express, who switches towards the outside. Last Man Standing is just grinding away on the grandstand side. The Boondocker is still there. The Boondocker's the leader. Prince of Dance. Here comes Union Express trying to lift late. Union Express on the outside. Union Express gets up for the win. Tight there for second. Prince of Dance is in a photo there with the Boondocker, and Last Man Standing finished 4th in 1 minute 38.67 seconds.
Union Express, Ruben Silvera, Gray Charlery, and actually, goes off at 10-1 here.
But isn't this a classic bias race? The 2 rode the rail. The 1 rode the rail. The 6 rode the rail. They ran 1, 2, 3. The 8 chased wide the whole way, and he spun his wheels out in the middle of the racetrack, right? He's certainly good enough to be closer than he was, but there's the 2 getting a little shuffle back. The 1's on the rail. He moved off the rail with about a quarter mile to go. I'll tell you something. Tom Morley was right to drop the 6. If he couldn't win with this trip, and you got to give Jaime Rodriguez credit. He had a plan. He came pushing out of the gate. He got the lead. He got to the rail. He did his job. The horse just didn't do his job. But the horses that ran 1, 2, 3 in here basically spent at least 70 to 75% of the race on the rail. And the favorite, who chased outside every step of the way, he was finished in the middle of the stretch. There's an argument here that the 8 actually ran the best race here, and he finished 4th.
Union Express getting back to dirt, 2 for 18 lifetime now, after he had spent basically this entire year since May. First 2 starts did come on dirt, but on the grass.
The other thing that's weird is he found his speed again.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's weird because I had the same qualms you did. I mean, I picked him second and agreed with Acacia. We talked about it, but you had to be concerned that he just had lost his speed.
To Tampa, race 6. Maiden special weight, 6 furlong sprint, even money Maximus Cat for Gerald Bennett. And this one very quick, early.
I got to find my PPs. Sorry about that, Greg.
Should be.
I know, but he's got 7 starts in 4 seconds. He's lost it 2-1, 3-5, 2-1, even money. But then you've got Bredoza, who's the other horse in the race, and he's lost his last 2 at 9-5 and 5-2. But where do you go if you try to beat them? You got an okay race, I guess, by the 2 races back, but his last race was atrocious off the claim. You got the 1 trying the Turt for the first time. I mean, it's very hard to see anybody winning besides the 3 and 4, right? And the 4 has more speed than the 3. But I'd rather take 2-1 on the 3 than 4-5 on the 4. That's all I'll say. But they're both a little tough to take. But they're the only 2, it seems like. Maybe the 2.
I mean, the 5 being in here, too, does not help the 4's chances. But the 4 is probably quicker.
Yeah, I think the 4 is faster.
Jason Beam, the call. Here's race 6, Tampa Bay.
With our end of a dream. Here's the Hope Train to the outside. Jacinto Herrera. The Hope Train coming up. And going in. They are in the gate. And the race is on. Maximus Cat got away beautifully. The favorite goes right to the front, right from the opening bell. Chikara showing good debut speed. Neostar, the long shot in between horses. Those 3 now across the course as they go through that first furlong. That trio 2 lengths ahead of Pacific Standard, who pokes a nose into 4th. Ricky's Kins to that one's outside 5th. It's 2.5 more back to Kissing the Ladies in the red colors, who races 6th. Then comes Bridoza. The Hope Train is the early trailers. Maximus Cat is the leader. Antonio Gallardo and Maximus Cat with 3.5 furlongs to go. Clipped off that opening quarter in 22.02 seconds. It's a length and a half lead now. Coming through Pacific Standard down toward the inside of Neostar. They're 2nd and 3rd. Ricky's Kid advances out 4 deep, is gaining on the far outside in the navy colors with the orange cap as they come around to the top of the stretch. Maximus Cat has company. Pacific Standard, and way out wide is Ricky's Kin. To the top of the stretch they come. Maximus Cat, Pacific Standard, Ricky's Kin on the far outside. These are the 3 that go on. Down to the inside, a big gap for Bridoza trying to run through with Neostar. Pacific Standard coming up to grab the lead just outside the 8-pole, but Bridoza looks the main danger down on the fence. Maximus Cat's between horses. Here comes Bridoza slipping up the inside of Pacific Standard. Bridoza rode the rail to victory. Bridoza, Sonny Leone, a nice ride, won it by 2. Pacific Standard was 2nd, 3rd Maximus Cat, 4th Ricky's Kin.
Bridoza 0 for 7 coming in, 3 runner-ups. Sonny Leone for Terry Pompey the win.
You could have driven a Mack truck through on the inside here, the way the 4 carried the field out, as the 4 just does not want to win. I mean, I don't know what excuse you could possibly make for him today. And Sonny Leone, he looked like Rich Strike Part 2. The 2 came alive a little bit and got 2nd, but I mean, that 4, he's like a money incinerator, right? Look at this. Ugh.
4 runner-ups, now a 3rd in 8 tries.
That was bad.
A lot of them as the top choice. Union Express getting back to dirt, saving ground. Ruben Silvera, picture time.
Yeah, 10-1. Good call by Acacia. Definitely good horse. Inside position. Is it an inside speed track or is it an inside track? I believe it's an inside track. That often gets confused with the speed track because the speed is often on the inside. But in this case, I think it's about saving ground. And, you know, the 8's just one of these horses that was just completely compromised by the racetrack. And in my opinion, on a fair racetrack would have won.
And this is the kind of horse you're talking about, the 8, that you will key in on next time because of the way the track was today and how he ran.
Absolutely, right? I mean, isn't this a horse next time he runs in a similar field? If you ran this race tomorrow and the track was fair, you'd bet the 8 and he'd probably win. A little lucky here, but
Pick
it's okay.
3, $252 with a $22 horse here, and we are on our way.
Wow.
To a double carryover potentially.
Pick 3 play? Let me take a look.
I just said.
You did? Sorry. I was concentrating on the more intelligent things you say.
What did I say? 223? I already forgot what I said.
So you weren't even listening to yourself either. 252.
252.
And then we had 8. So we're around a $2,500 parlay based on the pick 3s for $1.
All right. If Nuance loses, we have a pick 6 carryover, right?
Pretty likely. I am used alive in the pick 3 with the 2 and 6.
Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, Manny Franco, 12.5 length win, 91 Beyer speed figure in a maiden 50 win at Keeneland last start.
Chad Brown said to me, I hope he doesn't bounce. I said, horses don't bounce. But like a lot of trainers, Chad believes in the sheets more than I do. But we were talking about it. We'll see. I mean, he's fast. You're going too fast if you're in front of him.
More coming up on race 9 in a moment. That's the boat that Andy and Maggie have rented for the week.
Maggie's going to row me over there.
Okay. Mute Mile on the horizon next Saturday. Flight leaving soon for this guy. We'll be back. Oh, those crystal clear waters of Jamaica. I'm going to let you do this because you're leaving soon to go to the Mute Mile.
No, I got Maggie instead of you, which is pretty good. Yeah, looking forward to getting down to Jamaica. You know, it really is a fun experience. And, of course, the Jamaicans are such great racing fans. We have so many loyal NYRA fans that are from Jamaica. And going down there, we go down there. Everybody's incredibly friendly. People watch our signal, you know. They're big fans and great fans of racing. And obviously been a tough time for Jamaica with the hurricane. Fortunately for them, it was the worst part was a little bit west of Kingston. But obviously a tough year for many, many Jamaicans. And we're thrilled to go down there. The event just keeps getting bigger and bigger. There's now 3 relatively big races on that day. Of course, highlighted by the Mute Mile. But Javier's coming down, Castellano. Looking forward to seeing Javi down there as well. And it's just it's a fun experience. Basically, what I would say, it looks like Santa Anita with the mountains in the background there. Obviously, the racetrack is not Santa Anita, but it's just a really fun experience with a lot of great racing fans and great people.
Yeah, I mean, the stories you've brought back of just how much fun you have there, how glued into that race everyone is, it means so much to them. And it really has grown in stature over the last couple of years.
Listen, Solomon and Gary have a lot of plans to keep making it bigger, and they've been so incredibly welcoming to us. Bobby Clatter, producer, Eldon Phillips obviously going down as well. We've had different people coming with me because nobody wants to spend that much time with me. So Maggie is the latest victim. 2 years ago, Rajiv went, then Acacia, now Maggie. Yeah, we drove Rajiv out. Well, it wasn't just that. I drove him out in Saratoga. That was the final nail in the coffin. Rajiv will be jealous. No, he loves. I'm sure I'll be hearing from us. He loves to come down.
You mentioned, one of the big names who's going to be showing up, Javier Castellano. just came out that he will be making the trip to ride in the Mute Mile.
Well, you know, that's a big deal to get Javier Castellano to go down there, you know. Talking about one of the great riders in this country over the last 20, 25 years going down there, and I know he's excited. I texted him about it the other day, just to talk about it a little bit. Be fun to have him down there. Julian came down 2 years ago. Last year, I feel like somebody came, I can't remember who. You know, it's hard because it's Cigar Mile Day. I keep telling them, you run it the next weekend, you get more riders to come down. Jaramillo went down last year, thank you. But Javier will be there, and makes it really a fun event. And they're really just terrific people down there. And that's, to be honest with you, if I didn't really love the people as much, it wouldn't be as much fun going down there. And it's, you know, all the Jamaicans. I have so many good friends here that are Jamaican, and going down there and seeing people that watch the show, hanging out in the simulcast area a little bit where they've got the big TV with the Naira signal. It's a lot of fun.
All right, so we look forward to that coverage. Cigar Mile here, of course, big card on Saturday, but Mute Mile, Andy, Nagy, they will be at Caymanas Park. Live coverage in Kingston, Jamaica. We're going to take a timeout. Chad Brown, Manny Franco, trying to win another one with an even money favored Nuance. Dropped in class. Huge win. Did not get taken for Maiden 50. So they get to have a little more fun going forward.
And they're off in the Grade 1 4-go. And it's going to be Yopon who gets to the wire first. The 7 furlongs in 1:21 and 3. The leader is Yopon. 6 furlongs in 1 minute 8 and 2:57.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Now $1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
Why wait for fortune to be revealed when you can make your own move? Because no one ever talks about the time they played it safe. So go ahead, press your luck, tempt fate, and claim your destiny. Because once in a lifetime can happen every night. Welcome to a world that revolves around you. Your rules, your world. Resorts World.
What a great city. We get to cover racing here from perched high above here at Aqueduct each and every day. We love it. And we're getting set for race 9, a feature coming up here on America's Day of the Races with Nuance. Chad Brown, Manny Franco, Klarovich at even money. Drop to maiden 50, huge win. And now we'll tackle winners for the first time as we head downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll get to that one in a moment. But first, just an update of what was taking place here in the paddock. There was a shoe repair needed on the number 6 Golden Plate as he actually pulled off his right front shoe, and it was a glue-on shoe. So it's really not an ideal situation because they're highly specialized type of shoes, and not that the paddock blacksmiths are unable to do. It's just you don't physically have the time and the resources here in the paddock right before a race to put a glue-on shoe back on. So they put the right front shoe back on, but with nails, as would typically be done. And this is clearly a horse that wears specialized types of shoes. So a tough situation. They did all that you can do when faced with that, but really just not ideal for Golden Plate, one of 2 in here for Linda Rice prior to this race. Now, taking a look at the 2 lightly raced and obviously talented runners, beginning with Nuanced, who had an incredibly impressive victory at Keeneland last time out when stretching out and going a mile and an eighth. I think getting to the front really made a big difference, and he did drop in for 50,000, and coming into a starter allowance, this turned up to be an incredibly competitive group, namely with this one with that 91 buyer speed figure, and he just opened up and kept extending his lead. Very good looking individual. Obviously my first time seeing him, given that his first 2 races were in Kentucky. Not the biggest, but very athletic, very balanced, well-muscled, incredibly fit. He's been nicely forward here in the paddock, but not too much, not over the top. And I think physically, the 1-turn mile actually looks to suit him perfectly. See if he can replicate that kind of victory. And especially given the way the track is playing today, it should be an ideal scenario for him as he comes in off the back of a huge step forward when taking that clash drop and the stretch out in distance. Same could be said for the number 3 Porosity, the other Linda Rice in here. And this one did have a layoff as well, came back, dropped to the maiden 50 here in New York, and also got to stretch out in distance. This horse is massive, not to mention on his debut in February, he ended up facing an incredibly salty dirt sprint field with talented sprinters Colloquial and 1/900 in there as well. So coming back off the bench, he looks way more like a horse that wants to go a distance of ground, and I'm sure he really appreciated the stretch out last time out. Kendrick Carmouche had a strong hold of him where he was pressing outside and then just took over. Not going to be able to do that same kind of trip in here today, but clearly a horse that took a step forward. He is a bit of a rough-built kind of horse, so he actually looks like one that probably really benefited from getting a start off the layoff. Very interested to see what he will do as he too faces winners for the first time. Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. 7 minutes away from the start of this featured race coming up, even money on Nuanced. And let's get back to the one to beat. And what a huge improvement, stretching out, moving to Keeneland, obviously dropping in for maiden 50, but became a different horse.
I will tell you, Chad Brown liked this horse before his debut. I'm not saying he expected this performance, but he thought he was okay. I bet him, and he stunk. But he was a different horse here, and he was also a different horse when stretched out, and he went to the front. But don't
putting blinkers on.
Yes, and don't kid yourself. He wasn't walking on the front end. They went 23-1, 46-4, 2 turns. He was flying up front. This was a huge effort. Got a 91 buyer, got a bigger figure if you use Timeform US, which is pace-based. It came up faster. Now he gets onto a track which may favor his running style by being the inside speed. It's just a question of whether or not you think you're going to see a similar performance. If he runs a similar performance, Greg, he's not even money. He's 1-5. But that doesn't mean that he's, necessarily going to run it. He's won a maiden race impressively. We've seen a lot of horses in our day that win races impressively, and then they just aren't good when they face tougher competition.
And sometimes, going those Keeneland figures, they don't quite hold up coming back to other tracks.
Yeah, he ran huge last time. There is no denying it. I don't care what, the figures you look at must have him as way the horse to beat.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but that's, speed figures and those performances, they matter and they're important. But off of maiden wins, they are I think the race after a maiden win is the most pivotal race in a horse's career a lot. Because you'll see a lot of horses, you'll see horses build on it, and you'll see horses take a step back. So I'm not saying I think this horse can't lose. I picked him on top, but I think there are other horses. I'm interested in the 6. I know Acacia was talking about the shoes. He has a big price, so I'm not going to worry about something like that. I think Porosity ran very well last time. But, Linda Rice's numbers off of maiden wins are actually okay. Off of maiden win in the dirt, Linda is 35 for 127, 28%, 229 ROI. So they come back and win. Now, in routes, not quite as good. She's better with sprinters, but she's still good with routers.
Meanwhile, the 9, Golden Symphony, Tom Morley Barn, wants to be forward as well. Just ran in a 50,000 starter allowance and tried to go gate to wire, wound up second.
Ran very well last time, too well to lose. And while Dreamlike didn't come back and reproduce that effort, he ran very well that day. But unless the 2 doesn't get out of the gate, he's not going to clear. So it's going to be very hard for him to duplicate this performance. But he ran well last time, and he's a big price. If you like him, he's a big price. I'm not saying he can't win. I just prefer others.
And this one's going to try and push to be forward as well. 7-1, obviously the price much better, more experienced.
He'll probably be stalking outside. And we have seen stalkers do okay, so I'm not saying he couldn't win doing that. Obviously, it depends on what the 2 does. The 2 runs his last race. He's going to be chasing him on a fair racetrack. He wouldn't be able to beat him. It all comes down to how confident you are that the 2 can come back and run his last race or close to it.
And do we think the 3 doesn't want to be part of things early as well?
I think you'll see Kendricks at the pocket with this horse. Probably get a very good trip, probably a good ground-saving trick. I happen to prefer Linda's other horse, the shoe situation notwithstanding, who I thought ran well 2 back, and I think his last race a little better than it looks.
Here's our post-spread. We start with Bermuda Blitz.
Well, he does draw a good inside position, but the best thing I'd say is he's switching to Chad Summersbarn, and Chad's continued to have a very strong year.
Here is Nuance, the big favorite at even money.
Can he run back to his last race?
Porosity, 1 of 2 for Linda Rice, 1 off, a lengthy layoff.
Can he build on his last race? It was a good one.
Like the favorite, dropped from maiden special to maiden 50 to win. Fiscal Drag, Eric Cancel rides.
I don't know what there is about him to think he's good enough to beat these.
Former Chad Brown, Klarovich runner. Golden Plate, the other Linda Rice.
I think he's a little bit interesting as the other horse in here. I think he's better than his last race suggests.
House United, Cantermachi Barn.
I mean, he's run some decent figures in his races. What kind of trip is he going to work out, though?
It has been just about all turf for City of Oscars.
Yeah, I mean, there's one synthetic race, and it's not really a pedigree that suggests that dirt's for him. This is the time of the year turf horses try the dirt.
It's an intriguing price on Golden Symphony.
Yeah, I just don't know how he he sort of duels the 2 into submission, and he holds off the closers. Not for me.
Brave Bear outside. Jose Gomez rides 18-1.
He's in a good form, but this is a different ball game.
So back to the inside. Cravings, I believe, 1 for Chad Summers yesterday at 7-1. Surprisingly, he was dropping from maiden special. Maiden claiming, went off a big price.
Kind of an overlay.
Yes,
but
he
it's
was.
easy for me to red board him. I wasn't here.
So this one coming off a second against winners at Keeneland at a mile and a 16th, but 77 buyer in the process. Force who beat him did come back and win again.
Well, he'd have to really step forward in here. He's not, on paper, he's not fast enough to be part of the race. But once again, I don't believe that it's a speed track. I believe it's an inside track, and drawing the rail, he could be in an advantageous position of saving ground. And once again, if the 2 doesn't run his race, it's going to help the race collapse a little bit. No, why wouldn't you want a horse that you think is a very good chance he'll be sitting the rail the whole way? He's taking a lot of money, this horse, huh?
Yeah, he is. 10-1 morning line, 9-2 right now. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, he is taking a lot of attention, and looking at him in the face of his competition, he actually stacks up favorably with what he's going to be running against today, and he matches up coming in. And yes, his last race where he did run in that allowance at Keeneland, the winner did come back and prove his Pyro speed figure 4 points in the subsequent start again, so that flattered. But this is a horse who is kind of on the cusp, I think, of being up to the level of some of the horses that he will be facing in here. But very athletic, really well muscled. He was having a pretty quiet warm up till now, and he's kind of been putting his head up. It looks like he's like, let me go. He wants to go forward more. And the best thing to do when a horse starts doing that is just to keep them moving. So Jamie Rodriguez allowing him to go forward, which I think is the right move. Expend a little bit of that energy before getting ready for this race. But like I said, I was pleased with how he matched up to his competition in here today. The number 9 Golden Symphony for Tom Morley. He actually broke slowly from the rail if you watch that race back last time out. And 2 starts, he had a stumbling beginning. He's one of those horses that typically is just so energetic prior to his races. I think that maybe he lacks a little bit of focus or intensity in channeling into actually breaking forward. And then he has to kind of rush up from there. So that's obviously not ideal in a situation like this when you're facing some very quick horses, particularly the even money favorite right now. But yeah, I thought he actually dug in nicely last time when Dreamlight came to run him down and get the win that day. For Golden Symphony's standards, he's doing pretty well today, keeping things under wraps, which I do appreciate. Just to wrap up on the 6 Golden Plate, watching him, he warmed up with the pony, kind of staying quiet, but he did move very well out there. Typically, when a horse has a shoe repair in the paddock, it's not something I look that deeply into. It's just because he is a horse that clearly wears a specialized type of shoe that they were not able to put back on him today. So it's not the ideal situation, but have to give credit to him. He seems to be handling it all very well, and he does look a picture coming in. Just like I said, an unfortunate situation that he'll try to overcome today. Greg?
15-1 on Golden Plate, who
He's way
Andy
too big a
prefers of the, well, your top pick overall, but you prefer over the other Linda Rice. Porosity, the 3 is 9-2.
Porosity is much more likely to win or run effectively than the 6, but at over 3 times the price, I prefer to bet on the 6. I picked the race 2-6-3.
And 4-5 now on Nuance, so the public believing we're going to see at least a hint of what we saw last start.
Betting aside, I always find these to be the most interesting horses to see because he ran so well last time. You're talking about a horse that potentially could be a stakes quality horse with some improvement. And so you really wonder, is he that good, or was it just one of these maiden races he got loose? It's not the same exactly, but it's not that dissimilar to the horse we talked about at the Kentucky Jockey Club later today for Cox, right?
Yeah, further ado.
You know, he didn't run well in his first 2 starts, and he improved dramatically. Is that who is he, right? Who are these horses? Are they their last race, or are they the race before it, or somewhere in the middle?
Now we'll get more of that answer coming up in about a minute and 35 seconds or so.
Roughly.
Nuance the 2. Chad Brown, Klarovich, Manny Franco, the heavy favorite. First try against winners as we have a horse break through the gate, the 10 here, so slight delay.
He was barely in it.
Brave
he went in
Bear.
the back and out the front. I believe he was the last one. They just loaded him.
And that was quick right through. Jose Gomez walks through the gate. They'll bring this one around, take a look at him, obviously, see if he's okay to still run. Luckily did not get very far away.
No.
And I would think a quick reload.
Yeah, the vet's already taking a look at him. He's okay. Jose's going to get back aboard.
All right, so back upstairs to Chris Griffin for the 9th.
There's Brave Bear. Jose Gomez aboard. Being led back forward. Brave Bear. In this time. And set. And they're off. Speed towards the far outside and Brave Bear. And also here comes Bermuda Blitz is going to be in the early mix. Nuanced now emerges and Nuanced is the leader. Golden Symphony will track right there, a close-up second. Up on the far outside is Brave Bear. That's the top trio as they come out of the chute. And now back to 4th is Bermuda Blitz. They're followed the green cap by House United. Then another pair comes Porosity with Fiscal Drag. The 2 at the back gets Golden Plate, who's on the move second to last. And City of Oscars, the lone trailer, well out in the middle of the racetrack. They work up the backstretch, 22.48 for the opening quarter mile. The front 2 have gotten some separation. Nuanced is up by a full length, and Golden Symphony now loses ground as a clear second at the rail. Here comes Bermuda Blitz and Jamie Rodriguez on the move. Out wider, Brave Bear is trying to keep up here from 4th. Out very wide as House United is making a 3-wide run. Green Cap is on the move through a 45-second flat half-mile time. Nuanced is the leader. Golden Symphony, and here comes the ground-saving journey for Bermuda Blitz. Is following the rail, is right in behind the leader. Nuanced, Bermuda Blitzed, and it looked like Nuance took an awkward step there in the turn, and now Nuance hugs the rail, collects himself, and Nuance kicks away again. Bermuda Blitz just tipped around that rival, and here comes Bermuda Blitz on the move. Nuance, though, is a stubborn and game foe down towards the inside. Nuanced with a neck advantage. Every shot for Bermuda Blitz to push on by and give Jamie Rodriguez a third. Here to the outside, Bermuda Blitz, Nuance, these two down to the line together. Photo! Look like Bermuda Blitz in the final jump. Gets the nose in front of Nuanced, who was a close-up second. Then came another photo. That's Porosity right there with House United. In 1 minute 35 and 4.
Bermuda Blitz in a tussle with Nuanced and gets by for the win right at the wire. Goes off at 4-1.
Rail or no rail, this was a gigantic improvement for the #1 Bermuda Blitz. I'm not exactly sure where it came from in his PPs, but this was a gigantic move forward for him. I think Nuance ran his race. He set a ridiculously fast pace, but it's not like Bermuda Blitz was that far out of it, and yet somehow he was able to win the photo. I don't know what to say. But they knew, and they bet this horse.
Good chance. We are on our way to a pick 6 carryover now. We'll see what happens, obviously, as we get to the Nightcap next. But you beat an even money favorite with what's come in already. We shall see. Mile on the turf, 7th at Tampa. $16,000 condition claiming race. 3-year-olds and up who have never won 3. 3-year-olds allowed weight. And 5-2 on the 5 in here. Surprise package, the favorite.
I picked the race 359 for whatever that is worth. and they appear to be the first, second, and third choices.
Surprise package, Sammy Marin. By the way, 1, 2, 3, 7 here in New York in the 9th. A surprise package 2 back. When in Monmouth, impressive. Really, the form had been very strong until just a no-show effort, but was 12-1 in that Delaware race last start against Tougher. And now dropping back into a more realistic spot. Magic Heart taking some play. New gelding off since April the 6th. Certainly a contender.
Yeah, I just don't love the layoff for this horse, but he's obviously run well enough. Listen, there are a lot of horses with very similar races, PPs in this race.
Jason Beam, the call.
They're in the gate. And the race is on. Lake Chapala away just a step tardy. Bless America goes right out to the early advantage. Up toward the outside, Quismer's flashing some early speed in tight there. Magic Heart as they come into the stretch for the first time round. It's going to be Quismer to go on and grab the lead. Bless America back second. Surprise Package is third. Farrell's Joy right to that one's outside fourth. Going to be 3 deep as they run into that first turn. It's 2 more back to that son of a gun who works over toward the inside from that high draw. Is now racing in 5th. Magic Heart is back in the 6th position. It's a length and a half more back to Endless Rain. Down to that one's inside comes Lake Chapala, and it's 3 more back to Dunedin Causeway, who is the trailer. 5 furlongs from the money off a 23.81 second opening quarter mile. And it's Quismer who is the leader. Quismer in front by a length to Farrell's Joy. Into that second spot, Surprise Package, Bless America. They're right together, 3rd and 4th. It's another length and a half to Magic Heart. That son of a gun is down on the inside, racing a joint 5th now. Length and a half after that to Lake Chapala. Endless Rain, only about 7 lengths cover those first 8. It's another 4 or 5 then back to Dunedin Causeway, who spots him 11. 48.50 seconds the opening half mile. Quismer and Chris Landeros have been cruising up top. It's Quismer a length and a half in front of Farrell's Joy. Bless America down toward the inside is now 3rd. Pushed along Surprise Package. Magic Heart trying to warm up. That son of a gun is still down toward the inside. After that comes Endless Rain, Lake Chapala. Dunedin Causeway still last. Quismer still first as they come around to the top of the lane. Quismer by a length to Farrell's Joy. Bless America trying to come through down toward the inside. Still has to make up 3s. Quismer kicks away. Quismer by the 8th pole in front by 2.5. Magic Heart trying to stroll down the outside with Endless Rain. That son of a gun dives down toward the inside, but Quismer is still there. Quismer going to take him all the way. Quismer at 7-1 winner. Magic Heart up for 2nd. That son of a gun grabbed 3rd from Endless Rain.
Quismer, Chris Landeros for Terry Pompey. 2nd win for this 4-year-old on grass.
Put this horse in the lead where he was figured to be and was able to wire the field.
Off since late September at Laurel. And comes up with the victory pretty easily here by about 2 lengths. For My Purple Haze Stables, 4-year-old by Nyquist. And we'll give you those prices when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, we'll get to the Nightcap here in New York and tell you more about this barn. John Ortiz, who we're used to seeing win a lot of races in Hot Springs, Arkansas, becoming a familiar presence in some big races in New York. Stay with us. Back with you on our Saturday coverage. Bermuda Blitz outduels Nuanced. To the wire, Chad Summers, Jamie Rodriguez with a huge Saturday, his third win on the card.
Though he rode the rail, he was never far off the pace, and I believe Nuanced ran back to his race. It was a city block back to the third horse. I'll be honest with you, I know the track may have helped a little bit, but he closed the outside relentlessly. Nuanced never gave in. I don't know where this race came from, but this was a huge effort for a horse who had never shown this kind of ability before. And there is a pick 6 carryover. I'm going to try to figure out roughly what the carryover is.
By the way, we have an objection at Tampa for those that played that race. Finished 9, 6, 10, 13. The 9 and 6 top 2 finishers and the 5th place finisher, the 7, all flashing with that objection on the board. We'll keep you posted. Bermuda Blitz, $10.14 for the victory. 3-win day, Jamie Rodriguez, and then Chad Summers, as we mentioned, the win owned in part by Roddy Valente. As we get to the Nightcap one-turn mile, New York Breds, first level allowance group for 3-year-olds and up, and the barn will tell you about more right now with the 8 in here. Mo 88 at 3-1 on the board. Trainer John Ortiz, he has become, of course, a household name out in Hot Springs, Arkansas when we kick off our meet at Oaklawn Park, but more and more he's showing up in big races in New York at the Grade 1 level, and he's kept around a horse that sort of kicked it all off for him, who competed on the Triple Crown Trail, now is part of the barn behind the scenes.
This has been a barn that we've been working very closely together from the beginning. When I first started, just had 7 horses. I took in, Sandra Washington. She's also been working with me since she was 18 years old. Incredible horsewoman. When the barn grew, we had some more room, and we brought in my brother, Daniel, who has turned into a great assistant trainer. There's no taking it easy on him. We got to work together, and he makes me better, and I make him better.
This is a very family dynamic barn. John always tells me that this isn't John Ortiz Racing Stables, this is Ortiz Racing Stables, and I look after these horses in the business as if it was my own, because it's still my last name on the sign as well.
We got my sister who comes in and does all the videos. Man, Barber Road, he's definitely what you call the Jedi Master. He's the one that's he's been through it all. He's gone through all the rankings as a maiden claimant all the way to the Derby.
Tawny Porton, Barber Road, final 16th of the Derby.
He is definitely the class of the barn. He's the teacher, he's the coach now, and he's getting used to his new job.
And now that he's a pony, nothing really's changed. He knows that his time's over, and he loves being a pony.
It's very important to give a racehorse a second chance at a career. I call it a second chance at life, because not every horse can be like Barber Road, and whether they turn into stallions or we geld them and become barn ponies. Some horses are not talented enough. I've seen all these horses just thrive, and they turn the corner, they look happier, and I think that shows when you retire a good racehorse, give them a chance of a second life. When I leave the barn, usually the takeaway I get, the horses are happy, just a satisfaction. It's just a second home, and then to leave here feeling good about the experiences that we have, the good and the bad. It's life, it's second life here.
Cool story. We've seen John Ortiz steadily sort of move up the ranks and have some big-time runners here in New York.
A man who grew up just a few blocks from Belmont Park and started shipping a little bit to Saratoga a few years ago, and immediately made a splash. Didn't run that many horses, but won some races and getting bigger and bigger, and good to see him doing well. I want to say he trains Quiet Side, who I believe is coming here for the Cumley. She scratched at Churchill Downs to come here next weekend for the Cumley.
We've seen that in the past, too. It's cool to see a horse he had on Triple Crown Trail become a stable pony. Lava Man was so big for Doug O'Neill, became a stable pony for him.
Zevo for Cherie DeVoe, who was a stakes winner in Chad Brown's barn when Cherie worked with Chad, and it's nice to see.
Yeah. We have the Nightcap coming up. Mo 88, John Ortiz's runner in this finale, and as Andy told me during the break, or during that feature, Pick 6 will not be hit today.
Around 80,000 in the carryover for Sunday.
There's the Ortiz Barnes Mo 88. Ricardo Santana Jr. will ride. Stay with us.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Favorite.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage, America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can play all the action that we show you and much more. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Nightcap coming up. No one's going to hit the pick six. We know that. So an $80,000 plus carryover going into Sunday.
Frankly, you have 5. You've got my undying respect.
Concord Spirit on our screen right now.
I would not have picked him if I had known the track was playing like this. Now, there's enough time for him to try to save a little bit of ground, but tough to bet horses from post 12, as there is one scratch on a racetrack like this where saving ground's at a premium. I might have moved my pick to the number 2, Mo for the King, who looks like the inside speed in what could be a fast pace. But Concord Spirit ran very, very well last time for Gus Rodriguez. We'll see if he can build on that performance or take a step back. We'll see. Getting beaten the nod by a heavy favorite.
To 1 currently. From that outside post will be in post 12 with the scratch of the 5 in here. Let's go down to Acacia.
And we just saw that feature on the Ortiz barn, so we'll start there with the number 8, Mo 88, as this horse did run once in an off-the-turf race in the New York Stallion Series Cab Calloway division in Saratoga. It was his first start with blinkers, and it was a wet track that day, but he ran okay, finishing 3rd behind George Briggs, who was a horse that did appear to have quite a bit of talent. Butto would come out of there to win, and I thought altogether he actually, like I said, made a good account of himself, as he was part of the 3-horse group on the lead. I should say he was off the pace that day at the back. Looking at my wrong notes, it's hard to read my own writing sometimes out here. Swung wide, but I thought finishing well, and seemed to be moving just fine on the main track. So I do appreciate that about him. I've always felt that he's built more like a turf horse overall, but I do think that he has improved as an individual altogether. I wasn't in the paddock for his last race, but did notice that they've made a slight equipment change on him, at least within his last couple of starts, in that they've added a shadow roll, so that piece of fleece over the noseband to keep his head down, ideally for him to look over it. Used to wear a figure 8 noseband, so slight equipment change, not exactly sure when they've added that, but like I said, he's a horse that I think kind of tinkering with the equipment, adding the blinkers a few back. In a dirt meant race today, he has improved, and I'm optimistic that he should be able to at least handle it. Now, taking a look at the number 2, Mo for the King, who, as Andy mentioned, does appear to be the inside speed. He's a horse that in the past has been very tricky in the paddock prior to the race. They saddled him outside with a pony today, but for his standards, actually acting very well, which I appreciate. He did all the dirty work last time, only to get run down by Refua, who many of us know has the habit of finishing second, but has been doing well, at least lately. But going out to the front end, Mo for the King that day, he does have speed. He's well drawn to the inside. He's such a tall, leggy individual. There's just so much of him that I think sometimes it takes him a little bit of time to get into his stride. So he's another horse that I think has been steadily taking small steps forward. He's held his coat and his weight remarkably well off of those races and those solid performances that he has been putting forward. And like I said, I do appreciate that while he's sharp, he's able to keep it under wraps. Clearly, they've been schooling him in getting ready for his races. Now the 13 Concord Spirit to the outside, just missed last time out in that race behind King's Leap. They were dueling in the stretch, and he did put his head in front for a moment, but I think King's Leap kind of the one that was in control on the front end last time out. Now, I thought he ran very well going the mile in an eighth last time, despite the fact that I have never felt that he's built like a horse that wants to go that far. I think he is perfectly suited to the mile, getting the slight cut back in distance in here today. And he did go more forward last time out, which is a plus. Now, he does have the outside post today and will need to navigate a trip. Like I said, I like these conditions. I like this distance for him. I think the post and the way that the track is playing today is the biggest hurdle that he has to overcome, but he's looking like a horse that's doing very well and should appreciate a little bit less ground today, Greg.
5-1 right now. We'll see what happens here with Concord Spirit.
Here's what I would say to people watching at home. Watch the races over again today, especially races like the 8th race with that big fields, this race, and see if you can find some horses that maybe ran okay that were a bit against the racetrack, because these races can be real gold mines. You think I'm kidding, but I'm not. You know, you can find a horse that ran 5th or 6th that ran sneaky well, better than expected against the racetrack, and make money with them in the future. I mean, that's what this – it's very hard with biases to predict necessarily how it's going to work out for horses. If you want to bet the likely inside speed, it's Mo for the King, who ran extremely well last time. He runs that race, he can win here. But, you know, there could be some pressure for him. I think a lot of guys are aware of the racetrack. But these are the kind of tracks where you can find some horses that ran sneaky well that you'll make money with going forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly one that stands out. He's not going to escape anyone's
right, the 8 in that
last
race,
man standing.
Yeah.
But, yeah, there's some other ones at prices that will finish further back and had problems.
These are, you know, and write down, you know, you can look at my track trends, obviously, on the website, which I update pretty much every night. Next week in Jamaica, I probably won't be able to do it till I get back. It's a little harder on my iPad, sorry. But or you can watch, you know, yourself, but also these are the kind of days that you really want to pay attention to. And when you see horses come back that ran November 29th, pay attention to where they were in the racetrack. Watch some replays. And you're a member in Ira Bets, you can watch replays from all over the world. So all the racetracks are pretty much covered. So this is a good way to make money going forward, even if you lost a little bit today, like I did.
Ruben Silveira, he'll be on Mozambique, 9-2 on a horse who had a maiden breaking win 2 back, and then decent effort first time against winners, beat by trust issues.
I think he's a player, and Ruben can get the right trip with him. I don't know about you, Greg. I think this horse is an absolute player in this race.
I agree.
I like I said, if Nuance had hung on, I'd have some pick 3s going, the 2, 4, 8, and 13. So I'm not sure if I'm rooting for or against them.
Jansen here, Christopher Elliott had a couple of wins today, looking for number 3 on this one who does have speed going longer.
He's a better horse at Finger Lakes than he is in New York, and I don't think he has the speed. Mo for the King is fast. Mo for the King ran super last time. Really, really well. Refua got a very good trip to beat him. Is that the real Mo for the King? Because he is a bit unreliable, right? I mean, he's a horse that has run some good races at times, but he's run some somewhat mediocre races at other times. He does not have a reliability factor, but he does appear to be the inside speed. How fast the pace is, though, because don't you think the 9, Unbroken Chain, Grateful Dead song, of course I know you know that, from Mars Hotel. We're going to discuss your favorite song. Well, the best song on Mars Hotel is Scarlet Begonias. Everybody knows that. You knew that. I didn't want to put you on the test, Unbroken Chain, they broke it out in 1995, last year.
Really?
Yeah. Spectrum, I was there.
You were going to ask me something?
I think he's the horse that's going to press
Okay.
the two. He looks like the other main speed.
Here's A-lister 43-1 to start the post parade.
He's a better turf sprinter. Not really a dirt horse.
Okay, race at 1 1/8 on dirt back in April.
You're right.
6-1 Mo for the King, we talked about, off since September.
Probably the inside speed.
Undisputed, Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, he's a little unreliable, but he's got races that are fast enough to be effective here.
The aforementioned Mozambique went by and run Happy Pappy big price.
Yeah, he's a little tough to make. Plus, dirt race is fast enough, but hard to take it seriously. An 8,000
There's
claimer.
Jansen with Christopher Elliott, the 7.
His out-of-town race is better than his New York races, also 10 seconds.
Saw the feature on trainer John Ortiz. Here's his Mo 88.
Was it? Is he really a turf horse that ran well in a sloppy sealed track? If he can nail the dirt, he's the horse to beat.
Yeah, first try on a fast dirt surface. Unbroken chain, Manny Franco.
Yeah, he figures to be pressing. Whether or not that trip's going to work out for him off the claim for Eddie Baca.
Landauer's probably better on grass.
I agree.
Resilient Hero, the 11. Jamie Rodriguez looking for number 4.
His outside post and lack of speed is a little bit problematic for him.
First pitch, biggest price probably all day.
Yes, he would be a massive upset for a long shot trainer.
Couple of races, though, that get a piece of it.
Yeah.
And then Concord Spirit at 4-1.
He was my pick, but that pick was made before today, and with the racetrack playing it is. I think if I had made my picks knowing, and my friend Steve Bix, DT Stable Silks, Steve is here, and if you're at the Big A, you can meet that important radio star, Steve Bick. I think if I made my picks knowing how the track was, I probably would have picked my third choice Mo for the King on top here. But this is a very hard race, and I think the riders are aware how the track is playing, which could be problematic. Some of the
Especially,
riders,
coming in fresh, Mo for the King. Going to see that speed on full display. 7-1 from post 2 for trainer David Duggan.
Who, of course, we're big David Duggan fans, and I think that Lou Rivera knows what he did last time. Listen, I mean, this horse can only not be in front if he stumbles coming out of the gate. He's been in front in every single dirt race he's ever been in, and some of them were pretty quick paces, right?
Yeah, you would think. Meanwhile, next door, Undisputed. Jenna Antonucci with Jose Lezcano.
So this one has some races, and Jose could sit a good trip, maybe sit the pocket behind them. So this is a horse that could win here. It's a fair price. I didn't really like him, but I can understand the argument for him.
It took first of all, faced a monster in Iron Dome at Saratoga. That was no easy task, and then came back and rolled 82 Beyer in a state-bred maiden special win at Saratoga.
But easily beaten by Mo for the King in his next start. And last time out, he was kind of a suck-up second. But he's got some okay races. It just seems like his maiden win is a bit of an outlier. Is that fair?
Yeah, for sure it does.
You know, and it's hard to bet horses hoping they'll run their outlier races, what they kind of need to run. I just don't think his other races are quite good enough. But he could get a good trip in here, and I wouldn't tell somebody not to bet him, especially at this price. These are tricky races because so much is going to depend on how they're run and what kind of trips they work out. You know, some horses, no matter what the jockey does, there's nothing they can do depending on their post, right? You can't just magically get to the rail. And at least with a horse like Undisputed, he could be sitting like third or fourth down on the inside, which could be the right trip. I mean, the one may have improved dramatically last time, but he was helped very much by having the rail and staying on the rail until he angled out in the stretch. If he'd had an outside post, he wouldn't have won the race because he wouldn't have gotten that trip.
How aggressive is Manny Franco going to be on the 9 Unbroken Chain? Does that factor into this race?
Manny's an aggressive rider, and he's the one that the problem with him is, aggressive or not, he ends up pushing the number 2. So maybe he does the number 2 in Mo for the King. It's just hard unless Mo for the King doesn't break and Manny gets loose. Now, if he gets loose, he can win. Any horse that gets loose can win on this racetrack, and he's certainly one that has decent enough races. What are we looking at? The 6?
Wow, at Tampa. Nice appearance.
Oh, okay. You're beating down at Tampa. You're a smarter man. I don't know how hard you look at the PPs, but if the 7 loses this race at Tampa, he's currently 1-9, and that race coming up right after ours. There will be something went wrong. He's 9 for 15, and he's about 5 to 6 lengths faster than everybody else.
Let me just clear it up, too. We said there was an objection at Tampa. There was no change. So 9, 6, 10, 13, 7 for those top 5 slots. In that 7th at Tampa.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I feel much better now.
And you're saying the 7 cannot lose.
I mean, he's 1-9. On paper, he is so much the horse to beat. It's absolutely ridiculous.
We had a 1-4 shot lose earlier at Churchill.
Yes, trained by our friend Tom.
So, about to load. 5-2 favorite. The 8 Mo 88 John Ortiz barn. Only dirt start was a race taken off the turf, New York Stallion Series. Sloppy sealed track.
Is he a dirt horse, or was he a turf horse that handled a sloppy seal track? He ran behind some pretty good horses that day. I mean, Butta would be 1-9 in here, especially on a fair racetrack.
Send it upstairs. Chris Griffin with the 10th.
Undisputed. Mozambique. First pitch. First pitch. Mozambique. First pitch backs away. Run Happy Pappy. Rider off. The 12. First pitch. First pitch. Right in behind the gate. Concord Spirit. Concord Spirit. Stepping forward, goes in. All set. And they're off. Jansen has early speed right out towards the front, and Jansen is a clear leader with Unbroken Chain now applying the pressure. And here comes Mo for the King, wants to join the early mix, and Undisputed now from in between horses. Undisputed puts a nose in front of Mo for the King, who's right there as a challenging second. Back to third. That's Jansen, who's traveling in tandem with Mozambique, who moves forward. In between them, Run Happy Pappy. That's the leading 5. Unbroken Chain is up on the far outside in 6th. Back there in 7th is going to be A-Lister. In 8th comes Mo 88. And just in behind them in 9th, towards the outside, that's going to be First Pitch. The 3 at the back. There comes Concord Spirit with First Pitch, and Landauer is the trailer. 22.66 for the opening quarter mile. The leader, Mo for the King, still with a nose advantage. Undisputed, 2 wide. 3 wide, Mozambique. 4 wide, Unbroken Chain. Those 4 into the turn together. Mo 88 is gliding into things. Red Cap in 5th, right in behind the battling leaders. 45.62 for a half-mile time. Losing ground, Run Happy Pappy. And the closers start to run on from the back. Gets Concord Spirit to circling rivals wide. As they approach the top of the stretch, Unbroken Chain is ready to challenge and confront Mozambique. Undisputed loses ground. Mo for the King, and Mo 88 now mowing them down. Mo 88 is opening up here in the lane, being chased all the time by Concord Spirit up on the far outside, but Mo 88 is galloping here. A 16th left to go, sat off the pace and gone. Mo 88 wins this one easily. Concord Spirit finished 2nd, then came Unbroken Chain and Resilient Hero in 1 minute 35.70 seconds.
Only runner on the card for the John Ortiz barn today, and worth the wait to win the finale here with Mo 88.
I think John Ortiz found out that it wasn't the wet track, it wasn't the slop. He's a better dirt horse than he is a turf horse. It's a very fast race. I know he ended up getting a very good trip because that's what happens on these racetracks. People went crazy. I can't blame Jose Lezcano for being aggressive with the 3. He's trying to ride the way it's the best way to win. He couldn't get by the 2 super fast, and 4 horses battling. Of course the race fell apart a bit, frankly. Unbroken Chain ran very well off the claim for Eddie Barker to run 3rd, but you know, we saw this happen now in other races where because of the racetrack, people are riding differently, and they're right to do that. But the problem is it can make the races a little funky, but very logical with the favorites running 1-2.
Well, this Tampa race, 6.5 for a long starter optional claiming group. Got a horse who's graded stakes placed here in New York. Stakes winner, who was 9 for 15 lifetime, who's the 1-5 favorite, the 7 Silver Slugger.
I mean, what do you do? I mean,
Victor Martinez.
Virtually every race this horse runs is faster than every horse in here, right? I mean, His trip in the slop at Saratoga, where he was 9-5 up in Saratoga. It's pentathlon and Ridgewood Runner. I mean,
this could be a rare opportunity where 1-5 is worth it.
Yeah. I'm betting show though. Bridge jumper, Greg.
By the way, 8-13, 9-11, 42-1 shot underneath for the Super to close out action at Aqueduct. Those prices in a moment. Silver Slugger looking to win for the 10th time in 16 starts. The 7 here. Sonny Leon for Victor Martinez. Victorious Ranch. Let's go to Jason Beam.
All set. And the race is on. Chromed Impulse got away well from the inside. Here's Silver Slugger, though. And Silver Slugger coming up to battle for the early lead. Out wide, Painted Warrior and Undulay are right there. And Painted Warrior and Undulay going to go on with it. Silver Slugger going to yield and sit back a joint third, along with Mr. Penny Pincher. It's a length and a half more after that. Back to Span of Control, Chromed Impulse, and My Man Woody down toward the inside. And it's about 6 or 7 more back to the gray Dr. Perry, who is the early trailer. Painted Warrior and Undulay, those two, 1-2 as they go by the half-mile pole, length in front of Mr. Penny Pincher. Silver Slugger stays to the inside, a joint third. Now going to look for a seam. Here comes Silver Slugger trying to get through there. Had to wait just a moment as they got a little tight going into that far turn. 22.12 seconds for Painted Warrior on the front end. Undulay, Mr. Penny Pincher, Silver Slugger being pushed to go up after them as they come around to the quarter pole. Painted Warrior still there. Silver Slugger looking for that seam in the 2 path, still keeping things tight as Undulay. Mr. Penny Pincher trying to get the jump on Silver Slugger. They come around to the top of the stretch. Down on the inside, Painted Warrior cuts the corner nicely. A length in front. Silver Slugger has the length of the stretch to get by. Mr. Penny Pincher's right to his outside. A final 16th to go. Silver Slugger down, not going out without a fight is Painted Warrior or Mr. Penny Pincher. Silver Slugger just in front late though. Silver Slugger loves it here at Tampa. He gets another win. Silver Slugger a length and a half. Second, Mr. Penny Pincher. Third, Painted Warrior. Dr. Perry got going for fourth.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Never in question. Silver Slugger, maybe not as easy as you would have liked.
I know they were moving a bit up front. I still don't know why you rate horses that are much the best, but it worked out and he got the job done.
10 wins, 16 starts, and Silver Slugger just keeps on rolling for the former Major League All-Star. Sonny Leon with another win.
Yep. No, it's nice when you can ride horses like this. He was quite the layover on paper, and he got the job done. I don't know if he won like a 1-5 shot should.
No.
But he won nonetheless.
3 in a row for the 5-year-old son of Cairo Prince, who moves over $300,000 in earnings. And a little bit of a fight put up by Painted Warrior.
Yeah, 9 actually ran well.
Yeah.
Good aggressive ride. Aggression gets rewarded.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back when we return. Our final segment. We will look ahead to Sunday's action. K-Cup for Jorge Abreu. Back to work after a runner-up finish in the Fleet Indian at Saratoga 2 starts ago. Stay with us.
John Gaines started this back in the 70s, had such stallions as Riverman, Sharpen Up, Bold Bitter, Leafard, Blushing Groom. I think our slogan says it best: power, passion, performance. We're looking to be a power in not only the breeding sector, but in the whole thoroughbred industry. I think passion describes our team to the best. Mr. Beck and his family have owned this farm for almost 40 years. Brian Graves has been a part of this team for almost 20 years, myself here for 3 years, as we look to continue to grow. And I think performance describes our stallion roster perfectly, both at the racetrack and in the sales ring. And obviously, Tappet was a huge feather in the cap of the farm. He's done well for the last 20 years at stud. We have McKenzie with 5 Grade 1 stakes horses in his first crop. We have Drain the Clock and Olympiad with stellar sales results with our first crop yearling. We were very excited this year. We brought 4 new stallions in. We had Grade 1 winner Tappet Tri, Son of Tappet, another Son of Tappet, Mandy Pope homebred Charge It, Muth, Son of Good Magic, only stallion retired this year in Kentucky that was a Grade 1 winner at 2 and 3, and followed it up with Preakness winner and Pennsylvania Derby winner Seize the Gray. We were very excited to have a Son of Arrogate. We were a big believer in that stallion. We bred to him several times. We're bringing Grade 1 winner Locked, Son of Gun Runner, into the stallion roster for 2026. Grade 1 winner at 2 at Keeneland. Grade 2 winner at 3, defeating older horses in the Cigar Mile. Grade 1 winner this year at 4. Brian Graves, Anthony Beck, myself, and the rest of the team here, we look for these horses that are going to hopefully be breed shapers and trying to continue to grow the stallion roster here at Gainesway.
Our program brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Nightcap in the books. Mo 88. Trainer John Ortiz, TriStar Farm. And 2-win day for that man right there, Ricardo Santana Jr.
He's a very good rider. He'll be riding here and eventually going to Oaklawn, I guess. When does Oaklawn start? 2 weeks?
About, I believe, December 8th? Is that opening day?
No, that's a Monday. I would guess it's the 11th. 11th, 12th, probably 12th.
Yeah. $6.76 for the win. Pick 6 carryover. Andy was close, but close gets you nothing in this sport. Pick 6 carryover because this was tough to put together. Looms boldly. Gate to wire.
Only favorite. Ridgewood Runner was distant second choice, right? It was a heavy favorite there.
Yeah, tough one to have, and that's why we have a carryover. So talking horses, it's going to be a huge show tomorrow.
Huge. Are you? Oh, you're on.
Oh, I am on that. Interesting.
Sorry, it's not my fault. I don't do the scheduling. So don't blame me.
You will want to watch, but yeah, join us for our coverage as well. That starts noon Eastern time. FS1 is where our coverage begins. This is coming up tomorrow.
And
race 2.
You have been blowing up my phone ever since this race was drawn. I mean, have you slept since this race was drawn with K-Cup?
Look, you know I'm a big K-Cup fan. I'm excited because I felt she ran huge in that Fleet Indian. But what happened in the Empire Distaff?
I don't know, and it's a concern. She's clearly the best horse in the race if she runs her good race. This is the Bowery up at the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival up in Saratoga at the distance of 7 furlongs, which this race is tomorrow. But I think the other thing you have to ask yourself is how's the track playing, right? What race is this?
2.
Second, so it won't affect the pick 6. But, pay attention to the early couple of races because if we have a track like today, that's going to change things. And while my picks are posted, I'm going to have to see how that track is playing because that's going to affect things a little bit because we did see a bit of a bias today.
Short price, Manny Franco will ride for Abreu. And yeah, in terms of that pick 6 and that carryover, certainly want to do your homework tonight with that number getting up there pretty big. Begins in race 4, 1:40 Eastern start time for the sequence.
Give me your PPs tomorrow. I'll look at a quick look to see who the main horses to sort of. I like 6 are in the 5th race if you care. How about Island Charlie in race number 6 down the rail? Could be a pretty decent one. I'd like to let it. This is all based on fast, firm, fair tracks. I like to let it ride quite a bit in the 7th. That was one I liked. A lot of pace in race number 8, and last race very tough. And the racetrack, got to see how the track's playing.
All right. In other words, everyone has a lot of homework to do tonight.
Exactly. Get to work.
We will see you tomorrow, as we mentioned, 12 Eastern. Start time, Fox Sports 1. It was 2 bits early on the card. Amelia Green Barn, part of a 3-win day. Jamie Rodriguez having a big Saturday, taking that second. Higher Force taking race 3. Ruben Silvera, Rudy Rodriguez, and only runner on the afternoon, was worth the wait for the John Ortiz barn. Mo 88. Turns out he is a dirt horse. 2 wins today for Ricardo Santana Jr. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the clash prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good, wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.